Here, $5 for a bowl of instant noodles replaces the 50 cents for a steamed bun with rice. Life may be tough, but one must keep moving forward. The timeline may differ, everything is based on the content of this book. Marvel Universe. Midtown High School, in a quiet classroom. Ramon? Thank you so much for your help. Peter looked at the young Asian man in front of him with surprise, though he clearly struggled with the pronunciation of Ramon, stumbling over his words. Don't mention it, Peter. This decay formula is fascinating, and I'm excited to see what results we can create with it. Ramon smiled, resembling a kind teacher, looking proudly at his promising student. As Peter opened the classroom door and hurried out, the smile on Romain's face gradually faded. He slowly maneuvered his wheelchair to the window, basking in the sunlight, lost in memories. He didn't belong to this world. By a twist of fate, he had inexplicably crossed over into this endless realm. With his knowledge of the plot, he had secured NZT-48 ahead of time. Subsequently, with the help of NZT-48, he made rapid advancements in multiple fields, even overcoming its side effects, extending its efficacy from 24 hours to permanent. However, his brilliance drew the attention of the government. How could one man stand against a government machine? As he fled for his life, he gradually succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself reborn in this world as a child. The young man he had just spoken to was none other than the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Ramon lowered his head slightly, looking at his completely paralyzed lower body, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Finally, it's about to begin. In this world, Ramon was an orphan. Reborn, he retained the insight that NZT-48 had granted him, but his body had become permanently disabled, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. Having learned from his past life, he lived carefully. In a world rife with weapons and superhumans, he chose to appear weak to protect himself. Although he was aware of the Marvel Universe's storylines, he didn't rush into action. The opportunity he had was precious. If his existence caused certain changes, he would regret it. For the past 20 years, he had lived as an ordinary person. Now, it was finally time for the plot to unfold. Earlier, through Peter's tightly fitted shirt, Ramon had analyzed the homemade loose-fitting spider suit beneath it using color refraction. Coupled with the decay formula Peter had just brought him, he knew it was the eve of Dr. Connors becoming the lizard. Regeneration serum, Ramon murmured, gazing into the distance. A flicker of complexity passed through his eyes as he glanced at his legs. But when he lifted his head again, that flicker vanished, replaced by a profound calmness. He understood that if he wanted, he could use the decay formula to deduce the complete regeneration serum. Likewise, if he wished, he could create an armor similar to Iron Man's in advance. However, Ramon only trusted himself now. Armor was ultimately an external tool, life was short, and only a peak physical condition could ensure his survival. But before that, let's witness the birth of Spider-Man first. As the sky gradually darkened, Ramon slowly wheeled himself to the other side of the street, his eyes fixed on the far end, filled with anticipation. At the end of the street stood a rundown supermarket, brightly lit with incandescent lights. Watching the hurried figures inside, a smile instinctively returned to Romain's lips. They're coming. He pushed his wheelchair forward, heading straight for the entrance. Hey, Ben, long time no see. Hey, Rom, have you seen Peter? He's run away from home, and I'm really worried about him. Uncle Ben's lips were pale, trembling from the cold wind, but he immediately inquired about Peter's whereabouts. As Ramon was Peter's favorite teacher, a glimmer of hope flickered in Uncle Ben's eyes. Of course, I just saw Peter rush into that supermarket. I was going to say hello to him, but then I saw you first. Oh, thank you, Rom, you've helped us a lot. A glint flashed in Romain's eyes as he began guiding Uncle Ben toward his fate. Although the story dictated that Uncle Ben would inevitably die, he could not afford any mistakes, so he would do his best to keep events on track. As Uncle Ben walked toward the supermarket, a disheveled figure burst through the doors, colliding with Uncle Ben in a fateful accident. After a brief struggle, a sudden spark ignited under the dim light as a gunshot rang out. When Uncle Ben sustained a gunshot wound, Ramon, though already aware, did not intend to intervene. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The birth of Spider-Man was never just the moment he was bitten by a spider, it was when Peter completely lost his most cherished person, losing the few bonds he had left. Watching Peter rush to Uncle Ben's side, cradling him in his arms, Ramon knew the iconic quote that would define Spider-Man's future was about to emerge. Seeing Uncle Ben, with his last breath, trying to guide Peter, Ramon couldn't help but sigh. Rest assured, from today on, I will help you guide Peter. Coldly watching Uncle Ben breathe his last in Peter's embrace, Ramon felt no guilt. In this world, he would do whatever it took to survive. Having witnessed Uncle Ben's death, Ramon chose not to approach Peter. Now, Peter needed to process everything on his own. He pushed his wheelchair slowly in the opposite direction, disappearing at the end of the street. "You're saying you need my help?" "Yes, Professor Ramon." This time, Peter finally didn't mispronounce his name. His bloodshot eyes were filled with determination. Ramon wasn't surprised by Peter's request, but he feigned astonishment, wearing his habitual smile. He wheeled himself closer to Peter, patting his shoulder. "I've heard about what happened, Peter. Please accept my condolences. You are my best student, and whatever you wish to do, I will support you." Looking at the resolute expression on Romang's face, Peter's eyes misted over. Aside from Uncle Ben and Aunt May, the person who had treated him best was undoubtedly Ramon. But Uncle Ben was already gone. Thinking of this, a surge of rage and hatred flashed in Peter's eyes. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. He would find that person and make him pay for his actions. This is already the final debugging step, Peter. With this special chemical compound, you can use this wristband to transform it into sticky and stretchable webbing. Ramon gently adjusted his glasses and handed an object resembling a circular watch to Peter, his eyes revealing a hint of deeper meaning. "I never expected you to possess such incredible powers. I hope you won't let it go to waste." "Thank you, Professor Ramon." The hatred in Peter's eyes hadn't diminished with time. Instead, during the days Ramon spent perfecting the web shooter, that fury intensified, partly due to Romang's subtle guidance. Ramon raised his gaze to carefully observe the budding Spider-Man before him, noting his disheveled hair and fists stained with a hint of blood. Clearly, Peter had been getting into trouble lately. Just from this glance, information flooded into his mind as if it had a consciousness of its own. Looking at Peter in his current state, Ramon nodded slightly in his heart. The Peter taught by me is too weak, which has deeply hidden Spider-Man's potential beneath that red suit. "Peter Parker, you need a complete transformation." With that thought, Ramon reached into the drawer and pulled out a sheet of white paper, clearly written with a few lines, accompanied by a sketch portrait. "This is a sketch based on the description of the killer you provided. If all goes well, the person who killed Uncle Ben should be right here." Romang's tone remained calm, without a trace of turbulence. Peter took the white paper, staring at the sketch, his hands instinctively tightening around it. Each word felt as if it was painfully squeezed out from between his teeth, and a powerful killing intent radiated from him, causing the paper to become tattered instantly. "Leave the next steps to me." After a brief moment of losing composure, Peter collected himself, swallowing hard. His bloodshot eyes looked at Ramon with gratitude. He didn't question where this address came from or how a chemistry professor could have such skilled drawing abilities. He simply nodded at Ramon and turned to leave quickly. Ramon said nothing, observing the slight tremble of Peter's body from anger and the violent hatred suppressed deep within him. "Grow, Peter. In the future, there will undoubtedly be a place for you in this world," he murmured, and his plans went far beyond this moment. After Peter left, Ramon took out his phone and skillfully dialed a number. "Hello, is this May? I'm Peter's teacher, currently working at Midtown High School. I'd like to talk to you about Peter. Do you know how he's been lately? I think we should find a place to sit down and have a good talk. How does 8 p.m. tonight sound?" In a cafe, sitting across from Ramon was the legendary Aunt May. Although she was over 50 years old, she appeared quite young, with hardly any wrinkles on her face. However, because of Ben's incident, she looked particularly haggard, with her slightly reddened eyes indicating that she had been crying not long ago. "I've always had high hopes for Peter. But he seems a bit off lately." Ramon spoke earnestly while slowly stirring his coffee with a spoon, appearing as a concerned elder. The coffee swirled in the white porcelain cup, seemingly forming a mysterious yin-yang pattern. His attention, however, was not fully focused on the coffee. He occasionally glanced toward the glass window. After checking his watch, a smile appeared on Romang's face. "It's getting late. I'm worried Peter might be concerned. Let's walk and talk. I can give you a ride home." Aunt May hesitated at Romang's words, but thinking of Peter, she tiredly nodded. "That would be a great help, Rom." As the two left the cafe and walked into a nearby dark alley, a commotion suddenly erupted behind them. Amidst the exclamations, a figure with golden hair burst out of the crowd. Upon seeing Aunt May's frail form and Ramon seated in his silver wheelchair, his eyes lit up. He rushed toward them, menacingly dragging them into the dark alley. "You, and this cripple. Hand over everything you have." Despite appearing somewhat disheveled during the struggle, Ramon showed no fear. It was as if he had anticipated everything. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and his arms trembled slightly. Under his subtle control, he portrayed an innocent demeanor, seemingly just an ordinary person worried about harm. Aunt May was terrified by the sudden turn of events, trembling as she obediently handed over her valuables. However, when it came to the last diamond ring, she hesitated. She clutched her left ring finger tightly with her right hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. Looking at the diamond ring on Aunt May's hand, both men failed to notice the change in Romang's expression. "Hurry up and give it to me, you filthy woman." Danny's breathing became frantic as he glanced toward the alley's entrance, as if fearing something. Seeing Aunt May hesitate, Danny, having lost patience, suddenly yanked, "Ugh! Ah!" A sharp crack echoed as Aunt May's finger made a painful sound due to Danny's roughness. "I warn you, if you tell anyone you saw me, I'll come back for you. I've memorized your faces." With that harsh remark, Danny hurriedly left. Ramon, sprawled on the ground, calmly watched Danny depart. Yes, this Danny was the mastermind behind Uncle Ben's murder. He had meticulously calculated the timing of Peter capturing Danny and subtly tampered with the web shooter's design, ensuring Danny could escape before the police arrived. Timing, location, and precise analysis of Danny's character. All these factors combined allowed him to deduce that Danny was highly likely to pass through here, especially since he had just walked out of the cafe at the right moment, making the probability of their encounter nearly 100%. Only, he wondered if Aunt May had realized that this man was the killer of Ben. However, that didn't matter, having him as a witness was enough. "May, are you alright?" "Don't worry, I'll call for an ambulance." Looking at Aunt May's pale face as she pressed her injured finger, Ramon secretly chuckled to himself, then pushed his wheelchair back to the cafe and dialed for emergency services. At that moment, under the cover of night, as Danny hurried away, Aunt May's phone suddenly lit up, displaying the name Peter Parker. "Hey, Peter." Ramon slowly pushed his wheelchair, gently waving at Peter near the ambulance. At this moment, Peter's eyes were slightly red, breathing heavily. In his overwhelming panic, his powers had instinctively kicked in, and he moved like a wraith, as quick as a lightning bolt, arriving right in front of Ramon in the blink of an eye. Peter had no time to notice the hint of surprise in Romang's eyes. His gaze immediately shifted to Aunt May, who was sitting at the back of the ambulance. She looked pale, with little color in her face, and her expression occasionally contorted in unbearable pain. This only intensified the bloodshot look in Peter's eyes, and even a slight clenching of his fists radiated a terrifying power. Peter turned back to Ramon, a violent aura emanating from him, his body trembling slightly, unstable. Whether it was due to Uncle Ben's death or Aunt May's injury, he spoke each word with a heavy emphasis. "Who did it?" Each word seemed to be painfully extracted from his teeth, filled with gritted fury. "Do you really want to know, Peter? Your current state is not." Before Ramon could finish, Peter exploded in rage, his pent-up anger and killing intent erupting like a volcano. He clenched his fists tightly, yanking Romang's collar, their faces nearly touching. In that moment, Ramon felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, the intense heartbeat making him want to flee immediately. Yet even in the face of such an enraged Peter, Ramon quickly regained his composure. The two locked eyes, but surprisingly, it was Peter who faltered first. A flicker of clarity crossed his eyes, and he bowed his head slightly, his imposing aura suddenly diminished. "Sorry, Ram, I lost control for a moment. Uncle Ben just left me, and I can't bear to watch anything happen to Aunt May." Peter cradled his face in his hands, his crimson eyes peering through his fingers, revealing a child who had lost a loved one and was teetering on the edge of danger, needing an outlet for his anguish. Seeing Peter like this, Ramon silently nodded in his heart, but his face still showed a hint of hesitation. Although it was just a moment, it didn't escape Peter's keen eyes. "Ram, you know who it is, right? Tell me, you saw his face clearly." Peter's tone was almost pleading, his mind unable to accommodate anything else at that moment. He was not Spider-Man, he needed to bring justice to whoever harmed Aunt May. Noticing the hesitation on Romang's face, Peter instinctively thought Ramon was worried about his impulsiveness. He immediately turned serious, looking intently at Ramon. "Ram, don't worry. I won't take the law into my own hands, criminals should face justice." But upon hearing this, Romang's frown deepened. He looked at Peter with an almost incredulous gaze, stating a fact that would be hard for Peter to accept. "But the person who robbed us is the same one who killed your uncle." "What? You can't be serious." Even with his powerful physique, Spider-Man felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His body swayed slightly, and although he had a suspicion, he still pressed on, unwilling to give up. You have to be wrong. I regret to say, Peter, but after personally sketching the suspect based on your description, I can't forget that golden hair. Romang's tone was somber as he lowered his gaze, speaking with certainty. Seeing the seriousness in Romang's expression, Peter felt as if struck by lightning. His spider sense kicked in, a chill running from his spine to the top of his head, making every hair on his body stand on end, each pore feeling a piercing pain. I will find him. You know my abilities. Peter coldly replied, casting a deep glance at Aunt May before turning to leave. But just as he was about to walk away, Romang's voice stopped him in his tracks. Let me help you. I know where he is. Peter turned his head, looking at Ramon with confusion in his eyes as he intertwined his fingers. How did you manage to install a tracker on your phone? Facing Peter's question, Ramon pointed at his own legs and shrugged slightly. In this country, if you don't keep some means of protection, you'd probably end up robbed of everything. Sorry, Ram, I didn't mean to. No need to apologize. The most important thing is to find that person, right? Yeah. Peter nodded emphatically. The thought of Uncle Ben being shot and now Aunt May not being spared filled him with rage again. Even with his abilities, Peter had never considered killing, but this primal predator instinct, displayed at a genetic level, was beyond what an ordinary empowered individual could manage. If Ramon were anyone else, Peter's fury would have likely frightened them into submission. Half an hour later, they arrived at an abandoned building. Peter exchanged a glance with Ramon, put on his mask, and like a nimble monkey, swiftly scaled the wall, disappearing into the darkness without making a sound. As Peter left, Ramon removed his glasses and wiped them gently, tapping his temple thoughtfully. However, just 5 seconds later, he pushed his wheelchair straight through the front door, his gaze flickering with determination. Ramon had always overlooked human nature. He hadn't anticipated that despite Danny's actions, Peter would still wish to punish him through legal means. Indeed, Uncle Ben's influence runs deep. But what if I stoke the flames a little? Let me see how you choose, Peter Parker. Inside the building, it was quiet. The entire structure seemed to echo only with the sound of Romang's wheelchair rolling. Various construction materials and debris scattered about suggested that it had been a long time since anyone had visited. Yet Ramon knew that somewhere in the darkness, Danny and Peter were there. Clang! The wheelchair accidentally brushed against a steel pipe, creating a crisp sound that echoed in the silence. Ramon paid no mind, continuing to push forward. The faint light trickling in from outside illuminated one side of his face as he moved alone. Finally, he heard Peter's strained voice echoing, "Why won't you leave them alone?" Peter's voice became deep and hoarse, as if it were squeezed out from the depths of his heart, containing both suppressed pain and the burning anger he was struggling to contain. It echoed throughout the silent building. Ramon slowly pushed his wheelchair through a wall covered in bricks, just as two figures standing by the window came into view. At that moment, Peter, filled with rage, had already thrown a few punches at Danny, leaving him seeing stars. Then, Peter suddenly shoved Danny toward the window. "No!" Danny shouted in terror. "Please, give me another chance. I didn't know that woman was connected to you. I have kids and a wife at home. Please, please." He clung desperately to Peter's arms, eyes filled with a desperate will to survive. Peter's eyes behind the mask fixed intently on Danny, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to catch his breath. It felt as though he was in a fierce battle with strong emotions. Seeing Danny's pitiful state, his anger began to rapidly fade, replaced by an unprecedented hesitation. In the end, Peter couldn't bring himself to let Danny go. He took a deep breath, pulled Danny back from the window, and slammed him onto the ground. Clenching his fists, he looked down at Danny and said, "I've memorized your face. If you don't turn yourself in to the police by tomorrow, I will come for you." He repeated Danny's earlier words to Aunt May verbatim. Danny looked up at Peter's cold eyes, a flicker of fear creeping into his own. Internally, he cursed, "What kind of freak is this guy? Damn it!" Despite his resentment and anger, he dared not show it, lowering his head as if resigning to his fate. "Rom? What are you doing here?" Peter noticed Romang's gaze and turned around, confusion in his eyes. He had clearly told Ramon to wait outside, yet here he was. "I was worried about you. Watch out behind you." Ramon pushed his silver wheelchair out of the darkness, but the words he intended to say suddenly changed. Even in the dim light, Peter keenly detected the instant tightening of Romang's pupils, every hair on his body standing on end as if he had seen something terrifying. At that moment, Peter's spider sense activated. Bang! A loud noise erupted nearby, followed by a blinding flash in the darkness and the pungent smell of gunpowder filling the air. Danny's eyes widened in horror as he watched Peter evade the bullet in an oddly agile manner. Initially taken aback, Peter's expression quickly shifted to one of tidal rage. He gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on Danny, ready to step forward, but suddenly his brow furrowed, his movements halting as a low ugh escaped his throat. That sound compelled Peter to turn his head, and the sight before him nearly made him see red. A red spot rapidly spread across Romang's body, the blood gradually staining his white shirt crimson. Peter. I'm so sorry. Romang's pale face and the words he spoke instantly brought to mind Uncle Ben's last voicemail. The familiar scene and words echoed in his ears once more. No! The red haze quickly enveloped Peter's vision. Underneath the mask, his mind went blank as everything unfolded in a flash. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Peter raised his hand and shot out a white web without even looking back. With a gentle tug, Danny's weapon smashed against the wall, shattering before it hit the ground. Zzz. The white web seemed to inadvertently stick to Danny's skin. As Peter pulled, not only did he take the gun away, but he also ripped away a large chunk of Danny's skin, blood gushing forth. Put! Danny coughed up blood, finally noticing the large hands piercing into his chest. He incredulously looked up at Peter's eyes filled with killing intent, fear and confusion flooding his gaze. What are you? He struggled to finish his last words, but before he could, Peter suddenly exerted force, tearing Danny in half. Blood erupted like a torrential downpour, splattering all over Peter and staining his clothes red. The strong, metallic scent of blood could be clearly smelled even from 10 meters away. After tearing Danny apart, clarity gradually returned to Peter's eyes. He turned to Ramon, who was clutching his wound, and hurriedly approached. Oh my God, oh my God. He looked at Ramon with a pleading gaze. Breathe, you'll be okay. I'll get you to the hospital right now. Danny's blood stained Peter's hands red, and as he supported Ramon, his white shirt was thoroughly soaked. He tried to stop the bleeding with webbing and rushed towards the nearest hospital. Hey! Romang's voice was weak as he gathered his remaining strength to lean closer to Peter's ear. Just find a place to drop me off, and go back to clean up my wheelchair and any traces. But you, Peter, still not the mature Spider-Man he would become, felt utterly lost with Romang's predicament. But upon hearing Romang's next words, he suddenly realized, you killed him, Peter. If you don't want to bring trouble for me and May, hurry back. Trust me, I'll be fine. Cough, cough, Ramon coughed violently between his words. He wasn't just trying to convince Peter. Ramon, having survived in the Marvel Universe, had no intention of dying here. The location of the bullet had been carefully calculated. While it might appear severe, with timely medical attention, he would not be in life-threatening danger. Romang's first words hit Peter like a heavy hammer to his chest, plunging him into deep pain and struggle. It wasn't until he heard Romang's subsequent words that he fully regained focus. I'll leave you in a safe area not far from the hospital. Rom, promise me you won't die. I promise you. Ramon silently vowed in his heart that he would never find himself in such a desperate situation again. He would rather manipulate everyone than be manipulated by anyone else. As consciousness began to fade, Ramon felt his body relax and then touch the cold ground. The footsteps around him gradually receded, followed by a sharp knocking sound, then a woman's scream, and finally, everything fell silent. Having lost too much blood, Ramon completely lost consciousness. As Ramon gradually regained consciousness, he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. He attempted to struggle but was met with a sharp pain coursing through his body, akin to an electric shock. However, compared to the agony of the bullet embedded in him, the pain he felt now was considerably milder. Just as his awareness began to wane due to the intense pain, a voice filled with emotion suddenly rang in his ear. Despite the emotional weight in the voice, Ramon could still detect a hidden coldness within it, as if it were mimicking a human with feelings. Sir! With this utterance, a flash of realization sparked in Romang's eyes. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. Pulling his thoughts back, he weakly asked, "Where am I?" Attempting to display a confused expression, he looked as if he truly knew nothing about his surroundings. "Sir, you are currently in Mr. Stark's private hospital. Would you like me to call Ms. Potts? Mr. Happy found you on the roadside and took her home." Ramon slightly opened his eyes and followed the direction of the voice, seeing a speaker mounted high on the wall. At that moment, the camera above also shifted towards him, seemingly looking at him and even nodding slightly, as if acknowledging his presence. Seeing this, Ramon was completely certain of his suspicions. This voice belonged to Jarvis, Tony Stark's personal AI assistant, who would eventually take over the development of the armors as well. To Tony Stark, Jarvis was like an attentive and loyal right-hand man. Thank you for that. I'm feeling a bit disoriented right now, I need to rest for a while. Ramon closed his eyes again, but his mind never stopped racing. He had initially thought of contacting Peter through Jarvis, but he immediately dismissed that idea. If Jarvis picked up on any clues, it would be the same as letting Tony know everything. Currently, he had no connection to Tony Stark. According to the timeline, Tony had yet to develop the earlier Iron Man suits and had not yet undergone the life and death trials that would lead him to enlightenment. If Tony discovered what he and Peter had done, both of them would likely end up living under the control of the government. The catastrophic ending of his previous life was still fresh in his memory. Just as Romang's thoughts swirled, the familiar crisp voice rang out again in the hospital room, accompanied by a fragrant breeze as someone quickly approached. Ramon slowly opened his eyes to meet the concerned gaze of Pepper Potts, her beautiful, bright eyes reflecting kindness. For some reason, upon seeing this unfamiliar Chinese stranger lying on the roadside, Pepper felt compelled to help him. Now that Ramon had awakened, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if his presence brought comfort. I owe you my gratitude. However, before Ramon could finish his sentence, a teasing voice interrupted him from the doorway. Yes, you're Ramon, raised in an orphanage, with little to show for your life, now working at Midtown High. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Pepper, no one would have saved you, so you really ought to thank her. A man with a small mustache swaggered into the room, removing his sunglasses and chatting away like a machine gun. Who are you? Faced with Tony's words, Ramon didn't feel angry, he kept a smile on his face. Just as he was about to correct Tony's mistake, he was interrupted again. Exactly. You're looking at the one and only Tony Stark. The Stark of Stark Industries. Lucky you, kid. Now you have a chance to work at Stark Industries, which pays a lot more than your high school teacher. Tony exuded an unmatched confidence, as if it were his natural state. He didn't care what Ramon, an unknown figure in his eyes, would say. Of course, even if Ramon were Tony's sworn enemy, he wouldn't bat an eye. After finishing his statement, Tony ignored Romang's reaction and turned to Pepper, jokingly saying, Hey, isn't this the famous Pepper Potts? How does it feel to save someone personally? At this point, Ramon finally understood why Tony was suddenly being so friendly toward him. Indeed, it was friendliness. Despite Tony's somewhat annoying manner of speaking, that was just a facade. Much like how Ramon himself habitually masked his thoughts with a smile, Tony's intentions were not to charm Ramon but were directed toward someone else. Romang's gaze followed Tony to Pepper. I remember your flight was supposed to leave an hour and a half ago? Pepper did not answer Tony, instead crossing her arms, showcasing her perfect figure, her suit making her look like a strict teacher. I figured my plane wouldn't take off until I arrived. Otherwise, what's the point of having a private jet? Tony's flippant comments seemed entirely justified coming from him. However, I'm curious, when did Miss Potts become so eager to help others? Tony raised an eyebrow, finally revealing his true intent. He didn't care about Ramon, but he did care about Pepper, which was why he had personally come over. This left Ramon perplexed. What was Tony's motivation for Pepper? Surely it wasn't just for him, right? Romang's exceptional memory allowed him to recall every person he had met, but he was certain he had never encountered Pepper before. Everyone deserves to treat themselves to a gift on their birthday, right? Your birthday? Today? What's so strange about that? It's the same day as last year. Observing their casual banter, laced with an unspoken camaraderie, Ramon couldn't help but cover his face and turn away, inwardly cursing, this is too damn mushy. Ramon. It was only when he heard Ramon once more from Tony that Ramon turned back with a smile. Mr. Stark, my name is Ramon, but you can call me Ro. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm very grateful for the assistance you and Miss Potts provided. You saved my life. Ramon, why can't I hear the difference? But that's alright, today might just be our last meeting. Upon hearing Tony's confident words, Ramon nearly lost control of his expression. It's okay, perhaps we'll have the chance to meet again? Romang's words carried deeper meaning. His mind, liberated permanently, endowed him with a controllable super memory that wouldn't fail him, Pepper's birthday, Tony's whimsically delayed flight. If all went according to plan, Tony's weapons sales trip would lead him to encounter the 10 rings. Romang's gaze shifted from Tony back to Pepper, inwardly pondering, Madam, I'm sure you wouldn't want your husband to not come back, would you? However, Tony clearly paid no mind to Romang's words. After learning the reason, the faint hint of jealousy in the air dissipated significantly. After exchanging a few playful words with Pepper, Tony left without looking back, driving straight to the airport. Ramon, on the other hand, used "I have other matters to attend to" as an excuse to decline Pepper's offer to stay. He casually found a wheelchair and left the hospital. But before he departed, he took a deep look at Pepper and then turned away without looking back. From the timeline, it had been a full 2 days since Ramon was shot. Peter and the school were surely searching everywhere for his whereabouts. The wound on his body was still bleeding, and the bandage was faintly stained red, but he did not stop, enduring the pain as he pushed the wheelchair back to his home. It's no surprise that this is Stark Industries' private hospital. The wound hasn't opened up. Ramon calmly observed his injury, speaking to himself. Just then, the water in the transparent glass cup next to him rippled slightly. The windows in the room were closed, so there was naturally no wind. Why was that? With this thought, Ramon maintained a calm expression, slowly lifting his head to look ahead, and spoke in as steady a voice as he could muster. "Peter, I know you're here." The room was silent, with no response, as if he were truly alone. But the next second, in the dark corner of the room, Peter, clad in black, began to crawl along the walls like a spider, slowly emerging from the shadows. He moved in a chillingly eerie manner, like a human spider. Only when he reached the ceiling above Ramon did he drop down in one swift motion. Even then, he made no sound, possessing the fundamental traits of a top predator. Peter faced Ramon and removed his mask, revealing a face even paler than Romang's with bloodshot eyes. "Ram, I couldn't find you. I thought you had been taken by the gang nearby." Peter's voice was hoarse, akin to a mad beast on the brink of death, desperately clutching at the last thread of hope. As Peter approached Ramon, a strong smell of blood wafted into Romang's nostrils, lingering heavily. "How many people have you killed in these 2 days?" "I don't know." Upon seeing Ramon, Peter's tense voice relaxed somewhat. After a brief silence, he finally answered. The moment Peter tore Danny apart, it felt as if a new door had opened, and the anger and long-standing grievances within him dissipated significantly. But when he returned to search for Ramon, he found no trace of him. Not even in the nearby hospitals was Romang's presence detected. Peter was nearly driven mad. For 2 days and nights, he killed relentlessly, not knowing where his important teacher was or even if he was still alive. All his anger was directed at the local gangs. Those who bullied the weak deserved to die. Peter wore Uncle Ben's black leather coat, tightly wrapping his homemade suit inside. Each drop of tainted blood that fell on the coat formed a colorful dark stain, and he felt that Uncle Ben would be proud of his transformation. Uncle Ben was right. With great power comes great responsibility. These demons from hell. I will send them back to hell. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, but suddenly, Peter felt a warm hand gently resting on his head. Ramon ruffled Peter's messy hair, a warm smile still on his face. "What you did is not wrong. I'm the one who made you worry. I'm sorry." Hearing Romang's words, Peter was suddenly reminded of those 2 nights, the night Uncle Ben was shot and the night Ramon was shot. "Peter, I'm truly sorry." ×2. The weak and powerless apologies felt like fragments slowly piecing together, but they pierced Peter's fragile heart like a drill. "The one who should be apologizing is me, Ram." Peter lifted his head again, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "From now on, I won't let you suffer even a little harm. I promise." "I have no doubt." The intensity radiating from Peter was overwhelming, yet Ramon met his gaze without flinching. "However, you need to go home, Peter. May just lost the person she loved most and has been hurt by Danny. She needs you now." As Ramon spoke calmly, Peter's mind flashed to the last image of Aunt May's pained expression, and his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had regained the old Peter. "Oh, Ram, you're right. I've been searching for you and have neglected Aunt May. My God, I haven't been back for 2 days. Aunt May must be worried sick." No, how could I forget Aunt May? She just got hurt." Peter seemed a bit flustered, but in his panic, there was a hint of anger. He was no longer as lifeless as before. "I have to leave right now." "Oh, sorry, Ram, I'll just go out the window." Ramon calmly watched as Peter stealthily exited through the window, swinging away on his webs. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. This was how Spider-Man should be, not like some knight playing his capture game, holding back a punch with 20 tons of force, fearing he might accidentally kill someone. Ramon merely guided what belonged to Spider-Man, steering things back on track. However, what Ramon didn't expect was that Peter's growth path still bore Uncle Ben's shadow. With great power comes great responsibility? No. It's with great power comes greater authority. I wonder what perfect form Peter will take under Uncle Ben's guidance in the future. I truly look forward to it. A slight smile crept onto his lips, different from before. This smile came from the heart. Ramong sat upright in his wheelchair, a drop or two of blood seeping through the bandage and sliding down the silver wheelchair, the room echoing softly. The preconditions have been met, so now, let's get the plan on track. I am truly sorry for my unexcused absence causing you all so much trouble. But my recent condition has made me unfit for this job. I hope you can find a more responsible teacher to replace me. Thank you for all the care over the years. After hanging up the phone, Ramong looked up at the minimalist villa in front of him and slowly pushed his wheelchair forward. The door of the villa slowly opened, revealing a figure clad in pure white. As Romang's gaze rose, a gentle yet focused face came into view, the silver-framed glasses adding a touch of scholarly demeanor to the appearance. Seeing Ramong looking over, Connors instinctively turned his body, hiding his injured limb behind him. This seemingly casual action inadvertently exposed his deepest concern. Who are you? I don't recall meeting you. Connors glanced down at Ramong, a thoughtful expression flashing across his eyes. My name is Ramong, Dr. Connors. I'm here for the regeneration serum. Ramong stated directly, without any hesitation. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm afraid I can't help you. I've been fired from Oscorp. Upon seeing Romang's legs, a flicker of understanding crossed Connors's eyes, but he quickly shook his head, indicating his powerlessness. However, perhaps out of shared regret over their physical limitations, Connors hesitated slightly before attempting to close the door, lifting his gaze back to Ramong. I don't know how you found out about the serum, but if you need it, you could try your luck at Oscorp. They are currently conducting human trials for the regeneration serum. At that moment, Dr. Connors looked disheveled, the sharp smell of alcohol wafting from him, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. He knew Ramong might have ulterior motives, but at this point, he felt he had nothing left to lose. Just as Connors was about to close the door again, a hand suddenly reached out to block it. Pushing the door open, Romang's seemingly harmless smile reappeared. Dr. Connors, I can fund the remaining research for the regeneration serum, on the condition that I become the first recipient of the completed serum. As straightforward as ever, Ramong had no interest in dancing around the issue with Connors. In his view, wealth was merely an accessory that came from acquiring knowledge. Although his accumulated wealth could not compare to industrial giants like Tony, it was more than enough to support Connors in completing the final improvements on the serum. Moreover, he had his own advantages. NTZ-48 was successfully developed with him as the primary subject, allowing him to quickly master fields that seemed foreign, even delving deeper than most would in a lifetime. Therefore, the challenges Connors faced were not issues for him. His need for Connors was simply to avoid making things uncontrollable. What? Hearing Romang's words, Connors's pupils constricted as he instinctively glanced at his own injured limb, a flash of struggle passing through his eyes. Every action of his was noted by Ramong. He understood that everyone had weaknesses. The only ones without weaknesses were the dead. As long as a person was alive, they would have obsessions, and as long as there were obsessions, they could be exploited. What seemed complex to others was simple to him. He could almost see the excitement and desire bubbling in Connors's eyes. Sure enough, the next moment Connors turned to Ramong, speaking earnestly, as long as I can complete the regeneration serum, I'm willing to do anything. Connors had tried to maintain his ideals, but in the face of reality, he found that they were utterly useless. Just like Oscorp, in their eyes, he was less than a compliant dog. At this moment, a glint of bitterness crossed Connors's eyes as he silently vowed that if he ever got the chance, he would deliver a grand gift to Oscorp. I was waiting for you to say that, Dr. Connors. Ramong clapped his hands, a broader smile spreading across his face. And you don't need to worry, I'm just like you, simply someone who wants to live well. Upon hearing Romang's words, Connors instinctively glanced at Romang's injured legs, nodding heavily. He then extended his only functional arm to shake hands with Ramong, who was seated in his wheelchair. In that moment, it was as if both saw a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a cold yet immaculately clean underground laboratory, a figure clad in a white lab coat paced back and forth. Until a container, which seemed to be shrouded in white mist, emitted a soft beep. Connors's eyes instantly focused on the container. Almost in an instant, the container, with its frosted appearance, underwent a transformation. Its solid walls became transparent, revealing the contents within. Connors squinted slightly, as if confirming something. When he saw the intact little mouse inside the container, the excitement and exhilaration in his eyes nearly overflowed. It's done, finally done. Of course, the complete regeneration serum still needs human trials, but according to my calculations, it should be fine. I think, no, the first person to use it should be Ramong. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to complete the serum. Connors rambled, sounding almost like a split personality, constantly contradicting himself. One moment he would assert a conclusion, and the next he would overturn it. He took small steps around the lab, a grin slowly creeping onto his face. This was the first time in nearly 2 months that such an expression had appeared on him. Excitedly approaching the computer to record the experimental results, he was completely unaware of Ramon rolling in his wheelchair. What a day! Our Dr. Connors is actually losing his composure? The changes over the past 3 months were insignificant compared to the previous decades, but the smile on Romang's face remained. Ram! Connors's face lit up with joy. The regeneration serum is complete. He hurried to Romang's side, pointing at the little mouse in the container. Next, we just need to find a volunteer. Just inject me. At Romang's words, Connors's voice abruptly stopped. Interrupted by Ramon, he didn't feel upset. Instead, his brow furrowed with concern as he looked at Ramon. Ram, I know you're not feeling well, but this final experiment is very important. Perhaps due to their shared struggles, Connors understood Romang's feelings well. However, as a researcher, he adhered to a rigorous attitude and was unwilling to let Ramon take risks. You promised me, didn't you? That when the regeneration serum was confirmed to be effective, I would be the first person to inject it. Come on, Connors, I am the first test subject. A rare madness gleamed in Romang's eyes, his words sounding like a devil's temptation. The light green serum slowly infused into Romang's veins. As the serum entered his bloodstream, the faint green hue spread through his arm's veins like a lively thread, quietly permeating his body. Accompanying this was an intensely cold sensation that penetrated to the marrow, a chill radiating from his core. Even someone as composed as Ramon couldn't help but clench his fists slightly, trying to counteract the frost-like invasion. Gradually, a wave of weakness washed over him, as if every cell in his body was greedily absorbing something. If Ramon weren't sitting in a wheelchair, he might have already collapsed onto the ground. After a brief moment of coldness, an intense heat surged forward like a tidal wave, as if a blazing furnace was rolling within him. Under this overwhelming heat, every pore felt as if it were being incessantly scratched by tiny claws, an unbearable itch that made him extremely uncomfortable. Why you? Ram! At that moment, Connors appeared to witness something terrifying being born. He instinctively gaped, staring at the seated Ramon with shock and concern evident in his eyes. What is happening to me? Thanks to the permanent liberation of his brain state, Romang's mind recovered quickly. Upon hearing Connors's words, he reflexively looked at his own body. He saw orderly arranged dark green scales, reminiscent of armor, each one seemingly crafted by a skilled artisan, exuding a subtle yet profound glow even in the dim underground lab. At that moment, the scales were breaking out, with remnants of Romang's flesh and clothing still faintly clinging to them. Ramon turned his head towards the nearby transparent glass, using the reflection to closely observe his current state. The armor-like green scales extended from his neck down to his feet. Rather than scales, they resembled carefully chosen battle armor, perfectly safeguarding every part of his body. The tail behind him swayed unconsciously, giving him a strange and wonderful feeling of having an extra limb. Although his face showed no change, a hint of that deep green shimmered in his eyes. If the previous Ramon resembled a learned and kind scholar, the current him was more like a refined general from another world, exuding an indescribable restlessness amidst elegance. Ram, are you all right? Connors swallowed hard and slowly approached Ramon, raising a hand as if to touch the dark green scales, but he restrained his impulse, awkwardly lowering his hand. I'm great, better than ever. Ramon exerted a slight force with his arm, and the sturdy metal wheelchair began to deform under his strength. The green shimmer in his eyes revealed unabashed joy. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, this was the first time he had such intense emotional fluctuations. This marvelous first time allowed him to rediscover a feeling he once had. He felt no discomfort as he savored the transformation of his body, as if he were enveloped in warm water, the sensation of gaining strength intoxicating him. However, almost in the next second, Romang's expression changed dramatically, and a strong sense of danger radiated from him. Why? Ramon exerted himself forcefully, and the wheelchair instantly collapsed, scattering into countless pieces on the floor. Without the support of the wheelchair, he fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at his powerless legs, he couldn't comprehend it. The data regarding the regeneration serum from the past month flooded his mind like a tide. His brain felt like a precision machine, frantically recalling and analyzing every piece of data, only to find that everything checked out flawlessly, deepening his disappointment. If the earlier fluctuations of joy were the first intense emotional reaction he had experienced since entering the Marvel Universe, this time undoubtedly broke that record. The sense of defeat surged within him like a tidal wave. Decades of planning had unexpectedly faltered at the first step. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced since acquiring MTZ-8. His previous smooth sailing had led him to have overly high expectations for this outcome. What went wrong? This is impossible. I've verified all the data countless times without sleep. This situation cannot occur. Connors, observing Romang's reaction, realized that his physical recovery had failed. With his head lowered, he muttered this phrase repeatedly. This was the culmination of his life's work and hopes. If Romang failed, wouldn't that mean he had a significant chance of failing too? But it has happened. After a moment of venting, Romang turned his head calmly to look at Connors. However, from his perspective looking up, the first thing that caught his eye was Connors' severed arm, the exposed skin still matching the white tone of Connors' body. The ugly sight near the bone was impossible to ignore. Severed arm, severed arm. Looking at Connors' exposed severed arm, the spark returned to Romang's eyes. What did you think of? The place where it went wrong? Connors couldn't help but ask. No, Romang shook his head, the feeling of defeat completely vanished. A slight smile crept onto his lips, hinting at excitement. If it's as I thought, just give me one day, and I will give you a result. Rom, are you sure you want to do this? Peter glanced at the half-man-high sharp saw in his hands, his head slightly bowed, his gaze sweeping over the scales on Romang. This infamous ruthless Spider-Man had slaughtered countless gang members, yet now his palms were sweating uncontrollably. If it weren't for Romang's request, he would never willingly harm a hair on Romang. Of course, Peter. This is my only hope of standing again. Romang maintained his smile, the saw reflecting a blinding light under the pale illumination, but it didn't affect his resolve in the slightest. If this is your wish, I will carry it out. After a moment of silence, Peter no longer hesitated, gripping the saw tightly and slowly lowering it beside Romang's legs. Vroom, screech. The horrifying sound echoing in the darkness sent chills down the spine. Romang did not cry out in pain. After taking the improved NTZ-48, he could now freely control his pain perception mechanism. At this moment, he only felt the burning sensation from the saw's friction. However, as blood flowed out, his complexion turned somewhat pale, but under the influence of the regeneration serum, the lost blood could regenerate in a very short time. Suddenly, a rather comical scene unfolded in sync with Peter's rhythm. Romang felt that his current state resembled a face-changing performance he had seen before, except he could only change into two colors. Although Romang's scales were hard, they couldn't withstand the continuous grinding of the saw and Peter's immense strength. Before long, this large-scale operation was completed. Although he was the main subject of the surgery, Romang's smile grew increasingly radiant, the curve of his lips widening. At this moment, he could clearly feel a warm current rapidly circulating in his legs. He had guessed correctly, #Spider-Man. The Punisher of the Night, a demon from the abyss, #. What does his appearance truly signify? Who is his true identity? What kind of experiences could give birth to this hero who instills extreme fear in criminals? #Hero? Killer. Murderer. For more information, please follow James, #. With a rustle, Romang lightly shook the newspaper in his hand, the corners of his eyes curving slightly, as if he were silently laughing. He turned his profile towards Peter, who was currently gingerly positioning himself to offer support, his eyes fixed intently on Romang's feet, as if afraid that he might fall at any moment. Seeing Peter like this, Romang helplessly stuffed the newspaper into his embrace and said, "All right, Peter, I'm not a baby still learning to walk. You're too tense." As his lower body gradually healed, the long-lost sensations returned to Romang's body. However, after such a long period without walking, he felt a bit awkward. Last night, when he got off the operating table, he lost his balance and fell weakly into Peter's arms, which had caused Peter to be on edge ever since, fearing something might happen to him. Peter lifted his head, remaining silent, but his earnest gaze met Romang's. Romang, feeling a bit exasperated, smoothed his clothes. He needed to cover himself properly before going out, otherwise, his green armor would easily attract unnecessary trouble. Thankfully, the scales on his limbs could retract into his skin, and his tail could wrap around his waist. To him, having an extra limb was not a problem as long as it meant becoming stronger. The adjustments to the regeneration serum will be finished soon, and May's finger can be restored. Seemingly recalling something, Romang looked at Peter with concern, trying to comfort him. After Danny injured Aunt May, the emergency responders only provided a simple bandage. The following day, with swelling, pain, and acute infection, Aunt May was told during a follow-up visit to the hospital that she needed an emergency amputation. Just like that, the ring Uncle Ben had given her returned, but she could no longer wear it. Peter lowered his head slightly, biting his lip, his spirit deflated as guilt surged within him like a tide. He thought, if only he had been there at that moment, perhaps Uncle Ben wouldn't have been hurt. If he had killed Danny sooner instead of clinging to that ridiculous principle of not killing, maybe Aunt May wouldn't have lost her finger, and Ramon wouldn't have been shot. With these thoughts, Peter unconsciously clenched his fists. But in the next moment, a crisp ringing sound pulled him back from his thoughts. "Hello." Ramon answered the phone, his tone friendly. "Ram, do you remember me?" A familiar voice came from the other end. "Of course, Miss Potts, you are my great benefactor." Ramon replied warmly, already guessing the reason for Pepper's call, but still pretending to be unaware. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Given the allure of NTZ-48 and the hints he had left at the hospital, he was curious how long Pepper would endure before reaching out to him. "Is there something you need my help with? As I mentioned last time, I have some special experience in certain areas." Upon hearing Romang's words, Pepper on the other end of the line sighed in relief. Since Tony's incident, she had exhausted all her contacts but found nothing. In desperation, she suddenly remembered Ramon. "Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. Tony is missing, and reports about his disappearance are flooding in. I'm sure you've heard. I hope you can bring him back safe and sound." At this point, Pepper fell silent, and Ramon could hear her breathing through the phone. "Ram, I have no other options left. I can agree to any request you have." At this moment, there was no longer any trace of her authoritative demeanor. Her tone held a hint of pleading. This flustered state was entirely within Romang's expectations. Pepper was an authority figure, but she was also a woman. If she had to choose, even for the slightest chance, she would choose Tony. With the allure of NTZ-48's effects, when Pepper was in turmoil, Ramon would inevitably enter her heart. This was also why Pepper had chosen to save Ramon in the first place. Would she care about the methods Ramon possessed? Of course not. She would approach the military, weapon dealers close to Stark, or even certain channels. Ramon was merely a possibility that she had considered through various means. Come on, just saying a few words wouldn't kill anyone. Ramon knew this well. He was just a backup option, but he still spoke without hesitation. "I will bring him back." Romang's voice was calm and steady, devoid of any fluctuations. "I can offer you, what?" Pepper seemed to have not heard clearly and quickly confirmed again. "I said, I will bring him back." Ramon repeated, his voice still calm, filled with composure. The moment Pepper heard Romang's promise, for some reason, the tension in her heart lifted significantly. But before she could speak again, Romang's voice came through the line once more. "I don't need any agreements or benefits, but I can promise you I will bring Mr. Stark back to New York unharmed." "Why?" Pepper couldn't help but question. As Tony's capable assistant, she had seen too many profit-driven individuals. In the face of interests, they would abandon all morals, so she was accustomed to making enticing offers. But someone like Ramon, who acted without expecting anything in return, was someone she had never encountered before. "Because you and Mr. Stark saved me once. The ancient Eastern philosophy values reciprocity, doesn't it?" Romang's tone rose slightly, his voice thin as ice. Upon hearing Romang's reasoning, Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She hadn't expected that what she had casually chosen as a birthday gift would return to her in such a manner when she needed it most. "Ram, if you can save Tony, you will gain Stark's friendship." Pepper emphasized each word, her expression serious in making the promise. "Of course, if Tony didn't return, Stark might genuinely disappear, let alone any friendship. Give me some time." Ramon nodded, this time he did not refuse. His goal was to survive in this Marvel universe filled with gods and seize his destiny. As one of the Sons of Marvel privately dubbed by Marvel fans, being associated with Tony Stark could only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Because when something happened, this unreliable playboy would never forget this favor. The playboy, the young genius, the head of Stark Industries, this person, who should be the most heartless, was the most loyal in critical moments. Otherwise, Tony wouldn't have kept the hand he crafted during his time at MIT, his little arm. "Did you hear that?" Ramon hung up the phone and turned to look at Peter. Completing this task himself might be somewhat challenging, as the 10 rings used weapons researched by Tony, which were undoubtedly valuable. If he could have Peter accompany him, it would simplify things significantly. "Yeah, the 10 rings. They are a cancer to the world. I need to bring them back to where they belong." Peter nodded firmly, a glint of fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. This was not just a promise to help Ramon, it was also because of the principle that with great power comes great responsibility. Peter was going to assist the 10 rings on their journey to hell. His fingers absent-mindedly brushed against the hem of his clothing, revealing a pure black tactical suit, and a hint of the Crimson Spider logo could be seen on his chest. However, this spider was even more ferocious and terrifying than Peter had initially envisioned, as if it intended to crush all injustices and evils in the world, controlling the darkness within people's hearts through fear. The sunlight scorched the grains of sand like blazing flames, while the yellow sand swirled in waves of heat, carried by gusts of scorching wind. The dry, oppressive air seemed to possess an endless, magical power, as if it could ignite everything at any moment. At this moment, 2 figures were sprinting wildly through the vast desert like a gale. With every step, their feet kicked up large amounts of yellow sand, leaving deep imprints in this desolate wasteland. Ro, I still don't quite understand your calculation formula. Peter couldn't help but pull off his mask, exhaling a breath laced with fine sand. He knew this place was uninhabited. Even without his mask, no one would see him. Huff. Romang also slowed his pace, exhaling lightly as a trace of thoughtfulness flashed in his eyes. The coordinates where Tony was captured, combined with the intelligence initially gathered by the military, and finally cross-referenced with fragments of information provided by Pepper and the timeline of Tony's incident. After a series of calculations and analyses, the final result is clear. Tony must be here. We've arrived, Peter. The speed at which the two were running was astonishing. If an ordinary person were to witness it, they'd certainly widen their eyes in shock, exclaiming that superhumans had descended. Before long, the black dot in the distance became clear in their view. Seeing the weapons piled outside the cave, marked prominently with Stark Industries, a resolute glint flashed in Romang's eyes. He carefully took off his white shirt, folded it neatly, and placed it on the yellow sand, revealing his dark green armor beneath. The intricate armor gleamed with a mysterious luster under the sunlight. I only brought one shirt. I'd rather not have it ruined by them later. Looking at his tidily folded shirt, Romang nodded in satisfaction. All right, Peter. Since this is an off-campus internship, let's not keep May waiting too long at home. Of course, Ro. Peter put his mask back on. Although he wasn't particularly worried about being exposed, he always thought of Aunt May. He didn't want her to endure any more harm. Romang and Peter stealthily infiltrated the camp, their primary mission being to ensure Stark's safety. The regenerative lizard serum that granted Romang his abilities bore some similarities to Peter's. He possessed retractable claw structures, enabling him to climb effortlessly on any surface. His heightened adaptability, camouflage, and sensory capabilities made him an ideal infiltrator. Furthermore, his agile physique and immense strength allowed him to crush metal with ease. Human bones, in comparison, were as fragile as straw. The two bypassed the guards, silently entering the cave, climbing over patrolling guards like phantoms. When they slipped into the shadows together, they almost entirely blended into the darkness, making them nearly undetectable. However, searching through the maze-like cave system proved time-consuming. It wasn't until a massive sound suddenly erupted that Romang's eyes lit up sharply. Boom! Hearing the sudden loud noise, Romang and Peter exchanged glances, seemingly reading the same meaning in each other's eyes. They moved instantly, one as agile as a climbing leopard, the other as swift as an adhesive gecko. From the moment of the explosion, the source of the sound had been deeply etched into Romang's mind. With hardly any effort, Romang arrived at a cave where the dust had yet to settle. The cave entrance had been blown open with tremendous force, and a member of the 10 rings was pinned underneath, blood slowly seeping into the sand. His breathing was weak, clearly on the brink of death. Romang gave him only a brief glance, his eyes void of emotion, before looking up toward the interior of the cave. They're here. Sweat trickled down Ethan's face as he stared at the computer screen in front of him. Suddenly, he realized something. We need more time. Ethan turned to Tony, his gaze resolute. After saying this, he strode toward the cave entrance. I'll buy you some time. As the plan. Tony, immobilized inside his armor, could only shout in an attempt to stop Ethan. Perhaps he already sensed what was about to happen, as his eyes glimmered with a soft light. According to the plan. Tony's voice was swallowed in his throat, his eyes widening as he stared at the scene before him. Ethan, cradling a machine gun, had just stepped out of the cave when he was ensnared and lifted by a dark green tail. The only weapon in his hands capable of causing damage was instantly disarmed. Terror washed over Ethan's face as Romang shot Peter a curious look. What do you think of this man? He's a good man, came Peter's voice from beneath his mask. Tilting his head, he curiously observed Ethan. His voice echoed in layers within the cave, causing Ethan to tremble slightly with fear. You're a good man. You don't need to fear me, Peter explained subconsciously upon noticing Ethan's state. However, he didn't realize that Ethan's fear was directed entirely at Romang. Following the direction of the tail, those eerie green pupils were anything but human. How could Ethan not be afraid? In that case, Spider-Man, why don't you help this good man finish what he started, alright? Gladly. Peter nimbly crawled along the edge of the cave like a spider, his swift movements paired with his fearsome combat suit making one question whether he was truly a terrifying spider. As for you, Mr. Ethan, there's no need to be afraid. I'm merely representing Stark Industries in helping Tony find his way home. Romang gently set Ethan down, descending slowly from the cave wall and standing firmly in front of him. Ethan, his gaze fixed on the man towering over him by at least a head and a half, found himself facing a creature, no, a being, that exuded both monstrousness and an inexplicable elegance and rationality. If he had to liken him to a mythical creature, it might be a vampire. Yet, Romang bore no resemblance to a vampire in appearance. At this moment, the sound of gunfire, as torrential as rain, erupted from behind Romang. Ethan, worried, gestured toward him. That? Spider-Man, shouldn't you go help him? Ethan asked with difficulty. Although he had no doubt about their capabilities, his heart was still filled with concern. Romang smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar, teasing voice interrupted him. Ethan. Oh my God, Ethan, get behind me now. Tony only glanced over briefly, and his vision was immediately filled with Romang's dark green armor and strange tail. In a panic, he raised his right hand, a mini rocket launcher automatically deploying. While waving Ethan over with his other hand, he aimed his left-hand weapon squarely at Romang. Mr. Stark, it's only been 3 months, have you already forgotten me? Romang raised an eyebrow, stepping forward into the light. The white light streaming through the cave's openings illuminated his face. Tony only needed one look before being stunned, unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. You're Roma? My name is Romang, Mr. Stark. Your current look is quite unique today, Romang corrected with mild exasperation. Oh Romang, why don't you take a look in the mirror at what you look like right now? Tony slapped his forehead, finally recalling the correct pronunciation of Romang's name. Despite being imprisoned for over half a month, his sarcastic wit remained entirely intact. Seeing Connors hesitate, Romang pressed his hands firmly against the wheelchair, leaning forward, his gaze locking onto Connors. Let me remove the last obstacle for your new life. I think you make a pretty good point, but could you take back the words "take responsibility"? Chen Mo said helplessly. And Ife was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, why? Chen Mo awkwardly explained, I'm a guy, and having you say you're going to take responsibility for me, it just feels weird. It sounds awkward. And Ife couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's not what you think it is. As the two of them joked and laughed on the street, a sleek black luxury car quietly pulled up beside them and stopped. Chen Mo glanced at it, and his heart skipped a beat. It was a White Whale brand car. In the future, this brand would become the largest supplier of floating vehicles, and even in the current era, only the exceptionally wealthy and powerful could afford such a car. A middle-aged man stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing an Ife, he immediately bowed respectfully and invited her to get in. And Ife nodded and added, this is the person who saved me. Please let him come home with us, I haven't even properly thanked him yet. Of course, miss. Please, both of you, get in the car. The route runs through busy, safe areas, so there's no need to worry, the butler said, seemingly noticing the hesitation in Chen Mo's eyes. However, Chen Mo felt even more conflicted. His concerns weren't about the safety of the route. Judging by the lavish display of wealth, it was clear that the girl he had saved was most likely a rich second-generation heir, and her family was undoubtedly influential. Otherwise, the butler wouldn't have treated him with such respect. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and got into the car. He was confident that there was nothing on him worth scheming over. If they truly had ulterior motives, they would have acted long ago, there was no need to wait until now. As expected, the car drove smoothly through the city. Pedestrians and other vehicles instinctively kept their distance, the car's striking license plate alone drawing attention. On the way, Ife began recounting the events leading up to their encounter. Apparently, she had noticed that a classmate of hers, a girl from a modest family, had mysteriously gone missing. The girl's parents had come to the school in tears to pack up her belongings, but Ife refused to believe that the girl would have simply disappeared for no reason. Using her family's connections, she tracked down the last known location of the girl and went there to gather evidence of a crime. Through either quick thinking or sheer luck, she managed to escape after taking photos of the evidence and, by chance, ran into Chun Mo, who had just woken up. That's how it all happened. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it out of there, Anife said enthusiastically, her tone full of energy and excitement over the adventure she had just experienced. However, Chun Mo didn't dare to respond casually. He had begun to notice the thrill-seeking sparkle in the young lady's eyes, a clear sign of her love for adventure. Chun Mo, on the other hand, had always been a pragmatic and cautious person, so he found it hard to relate to her reckless actions. Still, he couldn't deny that she must have her reasons for acting this way. She seemed to believe that by sharing her thoughts with him, he would understand her. But for Chun Mo, the young lady's approach was simply too far removed from his own way of thinking. You did a pretty good job, but you were still a little reckless. If you had brought a few bodyguards with you, it would have been much safer, Chun Mo said. However, Anife shook her head. Those are all my dad's people. If I had brought them along, I wouldn't have even made it halfway here before they dragged me back home. Chun Mo paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You've got a point. He thought to himself that, in any other situation, he might have been more than happy to become friends with someone like Anife. But soon, the whole world would usher in the era of spiritual energy awakening. At that time, Anife would either rise like a shooting star or fade into obscurity among the countless other geniuses and prodigies. Either way, she would become someone far beyond his reach. After all, in his previous life, when the global awakening happened, he had only awakened the most useless healing skill, a skill so weak that it barely had any practical use. Maybe things will be different this time, Chun Mo thought to himself. He silently rubbed his palm. It was with this very hand that he had just sent the largest thug flying with a single punch. If that guy had been at full strength, Chun Mo doubted he could have even budged him. After all, he wasn't exactly a combat-oriented person. When we get back, I'll tell my dad about you. I'm sure he'd be thrilled to meet you, Anife said, her eyes lighting up with admiration at the mention of her father. Chun Mo couldn't help but reflect on his own life. Having grown up an orphan, he had no idea what it felt like to have parents. Maybe it was something like what Anife was feeling right now, full of pride and reliance. Even in her excitement, Anife seemed to notice the faint sadness in Chun Mo's expression. She hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Chun Mo, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just think, living like you do must be nice, Chun Mo said. At least, it was something he secretly envied and longed for, though he didn't say it aloud. But Anife, puffing up her cheeks in mock frustration, said, well, I want to be like you, so strong that I can punch someone and send them flying. That's just way too cool. Chun Mo noticed that, as soon as Anife said this, the butler in the front glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Seeing this, Chun Mo gave Anife a helpless look and said, that's not the same. I just relied on brute strength to deal with those guys. If I came across someone trained in martial arts, I wouldn't stand a chance. As expected, after hearing this, the butler withdrew his gaze naturally, seemingly reassured that Chun Mo was nothing more than an ordinary teenager who liked to act tough. Meanwhile, Anife shook her head inwardly and thought to herself, even so, I still think you're amazing and really strong. Chun Mo could only smile wryly and nod. Well, if that's the case, then I'm truly honored. At this point, Chun Mo didn't know what else to say to Anife. If she wanted to think of him that way, so be it. At least he understood that things weren't as simple as she made them out to be. Chun Mo had never been the type to intervene in others' affairs. If it weren't for the coincidence of stumbling upon this situation, he would probably have been one of the bystanders in the crowd, watching from the sidelines. Anife, however, firmly believed that Chun Mo was a passionate and selfless person who would stand up for others, an image completely opposite to how Chun Mo saw himself. I admire the superheroes in Marvel even more, Anife said, her eyes lighting up. Each of them has their own unique way of pursuing justice. It's truly inspiring. Before Chun Mo realized it, Anife had steered the conversation toward a more distant topic. What caught him off guard was that she began talking about how much she admired the strange and extraordinary abilities of the Marvel heroes. However, Chun Mo suddenly remembered something peculiar. During his awakening, he seemed to hear a voice saying that he had awakened a Marvel system. The power he had just used to deal with the thugs, that was the ability of the Hulk. These abilities were something he would need to explore further in private, Chun Mo thought to himself, already filled with anticipation for what was to come. When they arrived at the family estate, Chun Mo finally realized he had underestimated the scale of the large family Anife had mentioned. A private estate on the outskirts of the city, this was the best way to describe it. Individual villas dotted the area, but the one before him now stood out as a self-sufficient mini-mansion, surrounded by lush greenery. As the car drove in, multiple automatic gates detected their approach and opened one by one. When the butler stepped out of the car, Chen Mo suddenly felt as if he had twisted his ankle. The sensation left him uneasy. This was Chen Mo's first time interacting with people of such high social standing. In both his previous life and his current one, this was an entirely new experience for him. No, I can't let this get to me. Sure, this is my first time in a place like this, but it's also their first time meeting someone who's traveled back 10 years in time. Compared to them, I'm one of a kind. How can I not act naturally? Chen Mo thought to himself, steeling his resolve to appear calm and composed. Walking ahead, Ife didn't notice anything unusual about Chen Mo. However, the butler walking behind them was slightly surprised. Watching Chen Mo's initially cautious and reserved steps suddenly transform into a confident stride, his back straight and demeanor self-assured, the butler couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This young man. He seems a bit different, the butler thought to himself. But before he could delve deeper into his observations, Chen Mo had already caught up to Ife, his expression calm and collected. Despite the nervousness and unease still lingering within him, Chen Mo knew that since he had already entered their home, he couldn't afford to embarrass himself. No matter what, he would rather pretend to be someone familiar with high society than risk making a fool of himself. And Ife introduced her father to Chen Mo. This is my dad. Dad, this is the person who saved me. His name is Chen Mo, and he's a high school student, just like me. Thank you for saving our little troublemaker, and Ife's father, and Lingfeng said, his gaze landing on Chen Mo with a rare expression of gratitude. Standing behind them, the butler hesitated for a moment before choosing to remain silent. Whatever he wanted to say, he decided it would be better to discuss it with Lingfeng in private. Some matters didn't need to be addressed publicly. Little troublemaker? Chen Mo couldn't help but feel both amused and bewildered upon hearing Lingfeng refer to Ife with such a nickname. It was the first time he had ever heard a father call his own daughter something like that. That's right, and Lingfeng replied with a nod. This little one never listens. When we ask her to stay quietly at home, she insists on running out. No matter how much we try to stop her, she just won't listen. If it weren't for you, she'd definitely have suffered big time this time around. While his tone was filled with exasperation, Chen Mo could hear the underlying fondness and indulgence Lingfeng had for his daughter. Still, given the current situation, Chen Mo felt that his earlier approach had been the right one. After all, he had already prepared himself for this meeting. He didn't feel particularly burdened about meeting Lingfeng, it was just the unfamiliarity of dealing with people of this status that made him a bit uncomfortable. Honestly, I just lent a hand out of convenience. I didn't have any other intentions. If there's nothing else, I should head back to school for class, Chen Mo said, trying to excuse himself. He wasn't good at interacting with high society figures like this. In his eyes, while these elites might seem polite and refined on the surface, in certain situations, they could be ruthless enough to devour someone whole. To Chen Mo, this was exactly the kind of dog-eat-dog world he preferred to avoid, and he felt it was safer to return to his simple, ordinary life. However, as the saying goes, the tree desires stillness, but the wind won't stop. This perfectly described Chen Mo's current predicament. He hadn't intended to involve himself in anything complicated, but as he spoke, he noticed a sparkle in both Lingfeng's and Ife's eyes. Ife seemed eager to show her father that Chen Mo wasn't the kind of person who sought personal gain, while Lingfeng smiled warmly and said, young people like you are rare these days, someone who does a good deed without seeking attention or reward. Very admirable. Thank you for the compliment. Can I leave now? Chen Mo asked, feeling a bit helpless. While he was no longer as anxious as before, since it seemed like Lingfeng wasn't one of those domineering and overbearing elites, he still found the situation uncomfortable. But Lingfeng shook his head. If we just let our savior leave so easily, we wouldn't be able to hold our heads high in front of others. No matter what, we'd like you to stay a little longer so we can properly show our gratitude. But I still have classes to attend, Chen Mo replied awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Lingfeng gave a direct order, I'll have someone contact your school and request a leave of absence for you. Don't worry about the timing, it'll be taken care of. If you're concerned about falling behind in your studies, I'll arrange for a tutor for you. Well, thank you, uncle, Chen Mo said, caught off guard. He hadn't expected that a casual remark on his part would prompt Lingfeng to make such thorough arrangements for him. While he was genuinely grateful, he couldn't help but feel a sliver of awkwardness. After all, no matter how he looked at it, he was still an outsider in the Yin family. Yet, judging by Lingfeng's attitude, It didn't feel like he was treating Chen Mo as an outsider at all. In such a short amount of time, and Lingfeng had already issued orders for the household staff to treat Chen Mo with the same respect as they would an ordinary second-generation member of the Yin family. This situation gave Chen Mo an unsettling sense of illusion, as if things were being taken too far. If it were anything else, it wouldn't have mattered as much, but were these people truly acting without ulterior motives? Chen Mo pondered for a moment before reassuring himself. As things stood, he had no special value to exploit. Why would anyone waste their time on him? That was the key point. He was certain that, as an ordinary person, he wasn't worth the attention of a behemoth like the Yin family. In fact, after Chen Mo left in Lingfeng's study, and Lingfeng gave instructions to Anifei, for the time being, take good care of this boy. He saved your life, and our Yin family must treat him well. If he turns out to have a special talent or potential, I might even consider formally taking him in as an adopted son. Dad, isn't that a bit much? Wouldn't it be simpler to just give him some money as a thank you? Anifei asked. And Lingfeng shook his head firmly. You can't think like that. Sudden wealth can be harmful to a young person. Without the knowledge or discipline to manage it, it could lead him down a worse path. Our Yin family's goal is to repay our debt of gratitude, not to ruin someone's life. Dad, you're right, as always. I'll take him out for a walk around the area, Anifei said after some thought, realizing that her father's perspective was far more thoughtful and comprehensive than her own. She decided to follow his advice and handle things well, leaving other decisions for later when they could be more thoroughly considered. After watching Anifei leave, and Lingfeng returned to his office to continue working, while Anifei quickly ran off to find Chen Mo. She was brimming with curiosity, wanting to know how he had such incredible strength to take down those thugs in an instant. If she had that kind of power, she wouldn't have had to hide and run back then, she could have fought back directly. Hearing her childish question, Chen Mo could only respond with a wry smile. Actually, with proper training, it's not impossible. You just need to find a good martial arts instructor. Oh, wait a second, Anifei. Why does that name sound so familiar? What? Anifei asked, tilting her head curiously. I was thinking of going to Manhwa to see if anyone there could teach me. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in Chen Mo's mind. In the future, there was a legendary figure known as the Lingbo Fairy, Fairy of Graceful Waves a name that resonated across the world. She was renowned as a sword immortal, her flying sword technique unparalleled and awe-inspiring. According to rumors, the Lingbo Fairy had consumed a mystical Lingji mushroom from Manhwa and inherited the legacy of a sword immortal. Even in an era filled with countless powerful individuals, the Lingbo Fairy remained a symbol of invincible strength. At that time, Chen Mo had been nothing more than an insignificant onlooker, quietly admiring the Lingbo Fairy from afar. He could still vividly remember her legend *a single sword from the west, cutting down all evils *. The future Lingbo Fairy seemed to have the surname, and she was supported by a powerful family in the background. Moreover, Chen Mo remembered noticing this detail back then because the Lingbo Fairy and he both came from the same city. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, only considering it a coincidence that they shared the same hometown. However, he never imagined that one day he would return to 10 years ago, back to this very moment. And now, here he was, meeting the future Lingbo Fairy, who was currently sitting in front of him with a curious and slightly naive expression, asking him how she could become stronger. Why do you want to become stronger? Chen Mo asked, his attitude immediately becoming more respectful as he realized the person in front of him might be a future legend. Anifei didn't notice the subtle change in his demeanor. She thought about the question seriously for a moment before replying, in the future, I want to become someone who upholds justice, someone who can cut through all the unfairness in the world with a single sword. That's a beautiful dream, Chen Mo said, feeling a sense of admiration grow within him. In that moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the future Lingbo Fairy's brilliance. Hearing Chen Mo's praise, Anifei turned her head shyly, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. If you want to laugh, just laugh. I know this idea is a bit childish. No, I don't think it's childish at all. On the contrary, I hope that one day, your dream will come true, Chen Mo said with a gentle smile. He, too, looked forward to the day when the Lingbo Fairy would wield her sword to bring peace and justice to the world. Lingbo Fairy? Are you talking about me? Ahem, isn't that name a bit too old-fashioned? Somehow, whether it was because Chen Mo had accidentally said it out loud or because she picked up on something, Anifei looked at him curiously and asked. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. He realized he couldn't tell Anifei that the person he was referring to was actually her. If he did, she likely wouldn't believe he could foresee the future. Instead, she might think he was just some crazy fraud spouting nonsense. After all, he had just managed to hug the thigh of this future legend. He couldn't afford to waste this hard-earned goodwill. While Chen Mo was thinking this, Anifei was also filled with curiosity about him. She couldn't help but feel that Chen Mo was surrounded by an air of mystery. No matter how she looked at him, there was something about him that defied explanation. In her eyes, only someone like Chen Mo could remain so calm under her intense gaze. If it were any of her peers, they would have blushed furiously under such scrutiny. Chen Mo, however, remained perfectly composed. He simply sat there drinking tea, his mind quietly working through his thoughts while also exploring the system within him. The Hulk's ability, Chen Mo didn't want it to be a one-time use. Even if it truly was limited to a single use, he needed to find a way to unlock whatever else the system had to offer. At the very least, he didn't want his experience of becoming stronger to end so quickly. But to Anifei, Chen Mo's calm demeanor seemed almost baffling. She stared at him for a long time, yet instead of showing any hint of embarrassment, Chen Mo remained utterly composed, sipping his tea as if nothing in the world could faze him. Is he really just an ordinary person? How can he be so calm under my gaze? She muttered to herself in her mind. Compared to everything else, she found herself increasingly intrigued by Chen Mo. He was even more interesting than she had initially imagined. Even though Chen Mo insisted that he was just an ordinary person, heaven only knew that Anifei didn't believe a word of it. If Chen Mo was truly just an ordinary person, then she was certain that there were no ordinary people left in the world. She was convinced that Chen Mo was simply hiding his true strength. Watching him calmly sip his tea, Anifei couldn't shake the feeling that he was secretly plotting how to save the world. At this moment, Chen Mo's demeanor seemed to her like nothing more than a facade, put on because he had no need to show his true self in front of others. And if he had chosen to keep his true self hidden, then Anifei resolved to help him maintain that secret. With this thought, Anifei found Chen Mo even more fascinating in her eyes. It was a unique impression that only Chen Mo could give her. Of course, he had no idea about any of this. He only felt that Anifei's gaze seemed to carry something he couldn't quite put into words. Is this girl onto me? Has she figured out that I'm just pretending? Chen Mo wondered to himself, feeling a little less confident. After all, most of his composure was just an act. If he seemed confident, it was only because he was bluffing. He tried his best to maintain a calm demeanor, at least making sure that his facial expressions didn't give anything away. But even with his best efforts, he felt like it wasn't enough. Anifei's expression, as she looked at him, seemed as though she were lost in thought about something else entirely. Why do I get the feeling that the way you're looking at me is off? Chen Mo finally asked, unable to resist his curiosity. No, not at all. I was just looking at you and worrying that maybe you're not comfortable with this place, Anifei replied earnestly, her serious tone leaving Chen Mo without a good way to refute her. He clearly remembered telling her earlier that he wasn't too concerned with appearances or material things. But now, with someone as pretty as Anifei standing in front of him, he thought to himself, how could any normal person remain completely unaffected? Ahem, it's nothing, really. It's just that the way you're staring at me does make me feel a little uncomfortable, Chen Mo said honestly. Hearing this, Anifei immediately understood. If that's the case, I won't stare at you anymore. So, tell me, do you have any ideas? What do you mean? Chen Mo asked, glancing at her in surprise, not understanding what she was getting at. Anifei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The other day, when you took those guys down, you didn't even use any specific techniques. So, if you were to learn some basic martial arts, wouldn't you be even stronger? Theoretically, yes, Chen Mo replied after a moment of thought, deciding to give Anifei a somewhat restrained answer. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Anifei's excitement visibly grew. If that's the case, then come with me. What's going on? Chen Mo asked, perplexed by her sudden enthusiasm. We have a training ground here at the family estate, and there are martial arts instructors who teach there, Anifei said with a grin. The moment those words left her mouth, Chen Mo's expression froze. What the heck? The family even has its own training ground? And martial arts instructors? Are you guys some kind of ancient martial arts family? Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. To his surprise, Anifei paused in her tracks and seriously considered his question for a moment before deciding to explain further. Well, it's not as mysterious as you think, Anifei began. From a young age, we're given medicinal baths to cleanse and refine our bodies, which can even improve our constitution, making us smarter, more resilient, or more determined. She then added, of course, once we're older, we get to choose whether we want to pursue martial arts, live as ordinary people, or even balance both paths. After saying this, Anifei chuckled. But for people in the family, we're expected to excel in everything, so most of us don't really entertain the idea of choosing just one path. It was clear that Anife had long accepted her future, which made it easier for her to embrace their family's expectations. Chen Mo, on the other hand, felt a sense of resignation. He realized that his earlier assumptions about her were overly simplistic. A girl like Anife, coming from such a family, couldn't possibly live without her own considerations and plans. I see, Chen Mo finally said after a moment of silent reflection. Though, if it's as you've described, I think some of my earlier thoughts may have been too naive. He mulled over her words for a while. Although he didn't have any strong opinions about the matter, he felt it was necessary to discuss it properly with Anife. If you'd told me this from the start, I might have hesitated a little more, Chen Mo said. And now? Anife asked, her eyes filled with curiosity about his decision. Without thinking much, Chen Mo replied, now, of course, I'll go with you to check it out. That said, he added with a cough, if it turns out to be too grueling, I'll just come back another day. He was clearly someone who knew how to adapt to the situation. Hearing Chen Mo's response, Anife nodded immediately. All right, we'll do as you say. In truth, she had long lost interest in the training ground. After all, she had endured endless hardships there as a child, which made her fully appreciate the happiness of living an ordinary life. That was why, when given the choice later on, Anife had firmly decided not to pursue martial arts. However, after being chased and nearly facing danger, her resolve had wavered. Looking at Chen Mo now, Anife found herself once again questioning whether she should return to the path of martial arts. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Anife led Chen Mo toward the family's training ground. On the way, they unexpectedly ran into a group of young men and women. These individuals carried themselves with an air of arrogance, dressed in extravagant clothing that only accentuated their haughty demeanor. Well, missin, where are you taking this ordinary guy? One of the young men spoke up first, his tone mocking as his eyes swept over Chen Mo with disdain. To be fair, Chen Mo's appearance was indeed plain at first glance. Aside from his somewhat handsome face, there wasn't much about him that stood out. Where we're going has nothing to do with you, Anife replied coldly, shooting the young man a glare. Hearing the name Anlei, Chen Mo immediately turned his gaze toward the speaker. For a brief moment, he was stunned, his mind racing as he processed the name. Anlei. He seemed to be the most outstanding and powerful figure in the future of this city, even surpassing the Lingbo fairy in reputation and strength. It was rumored that during his youth, coinciding with the revival of spiritual energy, he gained access to a certain inheritance, one tied to the Yin family's most treasured secret. From that point on, he soared to unimaginable heights, eventually becoming the strongest member of the Yin family. However, for the then ordinary small fry Chen Mo, the details of Enlei's rise to power were unknown. All Chen Mo knew was that it had something to do with the Yin family's secret treasure. What Chen Mo didn't expect was that the future legendary figure, Enlei, was currently nothing more than an arrogant and cocky young man. Judging by the way he spoke to Anife, Chen Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows in displeasure. Who I choose to bring with me is none of your concern, Enlei. And as an illegitimate son, you'd better remember your place, Anife said calmly yet firmly, her tone unwavering despite Enlei's rude behavior. Enlei's expression instantly darkened. He hadn't expected Anife to address him so bluntly. He'd always assumed she was soft-spoken and accommodating, the type to avoid confrontation. As someone who adhered to the principle of bullying the weak, Enlei always targeted those who wouldn't fight back. But this time, he had clearly picked the wrong person to mess with. Anife was never one to tolerate poor behavior, though in the past, she simply didn't see the point in wasting her energy on trivial matters. However, Enlei's insolence today had crossed the line, and she countered him with sharp words. At this moment, Enlei glared daggers at both Anife and the seemingly ordinary Chen Mo beside her. You two are something else, Enlei sneered, clearly seething. He was about to say more when someone nearby whispered a warning, the butler is coming. Humph, consider yourselves lucky today. Next time, you won't get off so easily, Enlei spat, grudgingly swallowing his anger for now. To the other onlookers, this exchange simply made Anife seem uncharacteristically different from her usual self. They couldn't quite put their finger on it, but her behavior today somehow left them feeling agitated. After all, the Anife they were familiar with rarely engaged in direct confrontations like this. How strange, one person muttered quietly. What's gotten into Anife? Bringing back some random ordinary guy and acting like she's on the same level as young Masterin? Some of the others, still oblivious to the situation, continued trying to flatter the clearly upset Enlei. Young Masterin, don't let it bother you. She's just... Shut up. Who the hell gave you permission to call me young Masterin? Enlei snapped, shooting the speaker a furious glare. The poor fool was left utterly bewildered, his attempt at flattery having spectacularly backfired. Unsure of what he had done wrong, he sheepishly slinked away. Meanwhile, Anlei's gaze turned cold as he stared at the path ahead of him. His voice was laced with bitterness as he muttered, "Anifei, she's just a legitimate daughter. What's so special about that? If my mother hadn't been a step too late back then, I should have been the rightful heir of the Yin family." Yes, Anlei's mother had once told him those exact words when she sent him back to the Yin family. Though she couldn't return with him, she had placed all her hopes and dreams onto his shoulders. Compared to anything else, Anlei believed in his mother's expectations above all. Her desire for him to achieve what she could not was what drove her to send him back to the Yin family. "I will definitely make a name for myself in the Yin family, to the point where you, Anifei, will have no choice but to look up to me," Anlei secretly vowed to himself. One day, he would trample Anifei underfoot. However, Anifei had no intention of paying any attention to Anlei. In her eyes, people like him weren't worth her time or energy. She had long been aware of what Anlei was scheming for, but as the Yin family's sole legitimate heir, her position was unshakable. "Who is that Anlei to your family?" To Anifei's surprise, Chen Mo seemed particularly curious about the young man who had just passed by. Even after Anlei had left, Chen Mo continued asking about him. After a moment of thought, Anifei answered, "He's my uncle's illegitimate son from outside the family. After undergoing bloodline verification, he was allowed to become part of the Yin family's collateral branch." "I see. But why does he act so arrogant?" Chen Mo asked in confusion. Anifei smiled faintly. In any prominent family, as long as someone is male, they'll more or less receive preferential treatment from some of the elders who favor boys over girls. So after he returned to the family, there were naturally people who started flattering him, hoping to gain some benefits. It's pretty normal, and no one bothers to stop him from spouting nonsense. "I see, now I understand." After hearing Anifei's explanation, Chen Mo nodded, finally piecing together the situation. Someone like Anlei wasn't all that uncommon. Growing up without special treatment, he only became someone of note after returning to the Yin family. For someone like him, if he didn't seize this opportunity to flaunt his arrogance, when else would he? With this in mind, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a faint sense of pity for someone like Anlei. After all, just from Anlei's behavior and attitude, it was clear that his situation wasn't as ideal as he might have believed. Even if Anlei acted all high and mighty in front of Anifei, deep down, he undoubtedly knew he didn't have the qualifications to truly challenge her. Even in the future, if Anlei becomes a powerful figure in the Yin family, it's unlikely he'll surpass the reputation of the Lingbo fairy, Chen Mo thought to himself. The Lingbo fairy had once been a name renowned throughout the entire Zhuke district of China. Chen Mo recalled that in the future era of spiritual energy revival, China was divided into 4 regions, with the area south of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces collectively referred to as the Zhuke district. The Lingbo fairy was among the top figures in Zhuke district, a true prodigy blessed by the heavens. Even though Anlei was considered strong, his reputation remained confined to this city alone. Still, Chen Mo felt there was no need to share too much of this with Anifei for now. Otherwise, it might raise suspicions about his identity. On this matter, Chen Mo remained cautious, though his thoughts weren't entirely hidden from Anifei. "Why do I get the feeling you're paying extra attention to Anlei?" Anifei teased with a playful glance at him. "Don't worry. Someone like Anlei won't have an easy time securing a foothold in the Yin family. First of all, he doesn't have any direct relatives in the family, and my father is the one in charge. If he wants to accomplish anything, he'd have to gain my father's approval." "Missin, what if your father isn't home?" Chen Mo couldn't help but ask. Without much thought, Anifei replied directly, "If my father isn't home, I naturally act as the full representative of the Yin family." "I see, so you become the Yin family's spokesperson to the outside world," Chen Mo nodded, understanding her point. Compared to other matters they had discussed, this one seemed much simpler to grasp. Of course, this conclusion was a consolidation of the information that Anifei had shared with him earlier. What Anifei didn't know, however, was that Chen Mo's interest in these topics stemmed from his knowledge of the future. Seeing the younger versions of the future Lingbo fairy and Anlei gave him an odd sense of nostalgia, as if time itself had blurred the lines between past and future. "We're almost at the training ground. My martial arts instructor is inside," Anifei said suddenly, her excitement palpable. Chen Mo immediately glanced ahead, curious. He saw an open space in front of them, along with a tall building that seemed to house various facilities. "What is this place?" Chen Mo asked. "That building is for advanced training, where we can adjust gravity levels and other conditions for practice. Of course, as an ancient martial arts family, we have other secret facilities too. If you're interested, I'll tell you about them slowly later, Anifei explained casually. Are you really allowed to share all this with an outsider like me? Chen Mo asked, intrigued. Anifei shook her head and replied, what era do you think this is? If you really wanted to know, you could just look it up online. Sure, some of the information out there is made up, but a lot of it has been intentionally released by ancient martial arts families like ours. In this age of big data, learning a thing or two isn't hard. I see, Chen Mo said, nodding. Following her lead, Chen Mo entered the training ground. It was bustling with activity, mostly filled with children around the ages of 7 to 12. They were rigorously practicing grueling routines. Many of the movements looked almost torturous, their limbs twisting in ways that made Chen Mo wince. Yet, these children endured it all silently, showing remarkable resilience. These kids are the future of the Yin family, Anifei explained, noticing the look on Chen Mo's face. Everyone here has gone through this process, step by step. Nobody ever complains about quitting. Train hard now, so you'll bleed less later, she added seriously. Hearing this, Chen Mo felt a surge of curiosity and asked, but there's no war right now. Why talk about bleeding less in the future? I don't know either. It's something passed down by the older generations. They always said that even in times of peace, the tradition of martial training must be preserved, Anifei replied, her tone indicating that while she didn't fully understand the reasoning, she simply adhered to the practice. Perhaps this was the secret to the Yin family's longevity and its rise as a superfamily. Chen Mo thought to himself, reflecting on the wisdom of the elders. After all, didn't the Yin family survive the chaos of beast tides, the resurgence of spiritual energy, and countless other unforeseen crises in the future, thanks to their persistent training and teachings? Chen Mo thought to himself while simultaneously pulling up his system. To his surprise, he noticed a new feature had appeared. Marvel System Energy Points, 0. What is this? Chen Mo was visibly puzzled. He suddenly felt that he might have underestimated this system. As he listened to Anifei introducing various aspects of the training ground, he looked for an opportunity to ask, so, are we just going to wander around here today? Yep, that's the plan. If you're interested, I can also teach you the basics of our breathing technique, Anifei said casually. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. Sure, I'd like to give it a try. Anifei nodded. I think this technique can be somewhat useful for ordinary people. It's not something miraculous like extending your lifespan or anything, but it might help you in some way. Chen Mo coughed lightly, unsure of how to respond, but deep down, he was indeed curious. When Anifei began teaching him the Yin family's unique breathing technique, she said, I'm not sure if this will work for you, but just try practicing it for a bit. See if you can feel a kind of warmth, like there's a fire inside your body. Closing his eyes, Chen Mo focused on the technique. To his astonishment, he noticed that in his system interface, a new category had appeared beneath the Marvel section. It was labeled Ancient Martial Arts Breathing Technique, with its level marked as Beginner. My Marvel system seems to be responding, Chen Mo thought excitedly. He discovered that after completing one full cycle of the breathing technique, his energy points had increased from 0 to 1. This actually works. Chen Mo was thrilled. He didn't fully understand how this was happening, but at least he had found a way to generate energy. He had initially been worried about how to obtain energy points, but now he felt reassured. At the same time, Anifei watched him with visible surprise in her eyes. You've grasped the breathing technique so quickly. You're the first person I've ever seen achieve this. Really? Chen Mo coughed awkwardly. In truth, he realized that it was likely the Marvel system's assistance that made him learn so quickly. The fact that the system had registered a new ancient martial arts category was proof of its capabilities. And the increase in energy points confirmed that he would need to actively explore ways to gather energy on his own. I should try looking elsewhere next time. Who knows what other things might help me accumulate energy points, Chen Mo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Anifei curiously suggested, why don't you join me in learning more about the Yin family's ancient martial arts? Chen Mo shook his head. No need. I don't think I need to get too involved in this. Just seeing the pained expressions on those kids outside while they're training has already made me want to back out. Anifei couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, it won't be as painful as what those kids are going through. Really, I promise. Really? Chen Mo looked at her skeptically. He clearly didn't fully trust her words and had a lingering suspicion that her smile carried a hint of schadenfreude. This small detail alone was enough to stir an ominous feeling in Chen Mo's heart. However, Anifei, as he thought her name was, didn't bring it up, so Chen Mo simply pretended not to notice anything unusual. Given the current situation, he figured it was reasonable for him to feel this way. I really can't figure out what's going on with this girl, Chen Mo thought to himself. He clearly remembered telling her early on that he wasn't interested in the kinds of things valued by ordinary families. Yet, she had not only taught him the breathing technique but also asked if he wanted to learn ancient martial arts. These were things that should have been closely guarded secrets within a family, so why was she so willing to share them so freely? Chen Mo had once asked her about this, and her explanation was that in this era, people were no longer as secretive as they used to be. As long as you were willing to marry into the family or had some familial connection, prominent families wouldn't hesitate to teach the basics of ancient martial arts. Still, Ife seemed curious about Chen Mo's attitude toward all of this. Why do I feel like you're not interested in these things at all? She asked. To be honest, I really feel like this kind of thing is way too far removed from someone as ordinary as me, Chen Mo admitted frankly. It wasn't that he wasn't interested, it was just that these things felt so distant from his current life that even thinking about them seemed like a hassle. How could he possibly find the energy to have extra thoughts about them? After hearing his response, Ife considered it for a moment and felt that what he said made sense. However, she still couldn't quite understand why Chen Mo seemed to have such a laid-back outlook on life. If that's the case, then we probably should have clarified this earlier, Ife said with a playful smile. But, I still feel like you have a natural talent for this kind of thing. And just because of that, you're dragging me into learning it? Chen Mo looked at her helplessly, feeling like she was setting him up. By the way, what's your name exactly? Chen Mo suddenly thought of something. He realized he might have been mispronouncing her name this whole time. Ife, or rather, Ife, asterisk as she clarified asterisk, thought for a moment before saying, it's Ife. The E is the same as in Isher Ru Ci, meaning likewise, and the Fei is the character for non, under the radical for grass. So I've been saying it wrong this whole time? Chen Mo felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. He suddenly realized it was better to ask about these things sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he'd end up in situations like this, where he had been calling her Ife incorrectly all along, completely oblivious to his mistake. It's no big deal, it sounds the same when you say it, doesn't it? Ife, now properly Ife, replied with a cheerful smile. Chen Mo, however, still felt a little embarrassed. Even so, the fact is that I got it wrong. My apologies. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault, it's mine for not clarifying it from the beginning. It's such a small thing, don't let it bother you, Ife reassured him. Ife earnestly reassured Chen Mo, her gentle demeanor making it hard for him to imagine how she could one day become the stoic and formidable Lingbo fairy. What kind of transformation had she undergone to reach that point? It must have been during the era of spiritual energy revival when something significant happened, Chen Mo silently speculated. He understood that countless changes could occur during such a chaotic period. However, seeing Ife's current expression made him realize that his previous assumptions might have been off the mark. All right. Since you've been insisting that I give it a try, I'll go ahead and give it a shot, Chen Mo said after a moment of thought, his tone lighthearted. But to his surprise, Ife gave him a look of disdain. What? Everyone else begs me to teach them, and I don't even feel like bothering. You're the only one who's acting like you're doing me a favor. Ha, but you're the one who volunteered to teach me. Chen Mo replied cheekily, grinning as he ran off before she could respond, leaving Ife laughing helplessly as she chased after him. Don't say stuff like that. I didn't volunteer to teach you. Ife called out as she kept up the chase, though Chen Mo had already disappeared from sight. This guy. I have no idea what's going through his head, Ife muttered, feeling both exasperated and amused by Chen Mo. She couldn't understand his thoughts at all. There was no way he was completely uninterested in ancient martial arts, she was sure of it. But when I suggest he learn it, he says he doesn't need it. What a stubborn guy, Ife thought to herself with a sigh, not realizing that Chen Mo was having similar thoughts about her. This is such a hassle. I don't even know how to explain to Ife the dilemma I'm dealing with, Chen Mo mused. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn ancient martial arts, on the contrary, he was quite interested. However, he still didn't fully understand how to gather energy points for his system, and Ife's teachings clearly belonged to a vast and complex system of knowledge. Still, it doesn't hurt to try. I might as well find out if I have any talent in this area, Chen Mo concluded. In the end, he followed Ife to meet the martial arts instructor she had mentioned. She introduced him to the teacher. This is Master Yang. He's the one who teaches us martial arts. Hello, Master Yang, Chen Mo greeted respectfully. What would you like to learn? Master Yang asked warmly, treating Chen Mo kindly even though he wasn't part of the family. Chen Mo thought for a moment before responding, I'm not sure. What can you teach me? I have two introductory techniques, blade and sword, Master Yang explained. Generally, if you're drawn to raw offensive power, I'd recommend the Xianxiu blade technique. If you prefer swordsmanship, I can teach you my Fubo sword technique. What's the Fubo sword technique? Chen Mo asked, his curiosity piqued before Master Yang had even finished speaking. The name alone had completely captured his attention. Master Yang chuckled. The Fubo sword technique is a style that can captivate an opponent's focus the moment they lay eyes on it. Hearing this description, which sounded incredibly powerful, Chen Mo's interest grew even stronger. Then I'll learn that one. Are you sure? Have you already made up your mind? The Xianxiu blade technique has its own unique qualities as well, Master Yang said with a smile, taking the time to explain the strengths of the Xianxiu blade technique to him. Just by listening to Master Yang's words, Chen Mo already felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him. If it had been someone else explaining these things to him, he might have only felt a mild interest. However, the knowledge Master Yang shared felt like it was opening a door to an entirely unknown world for Chen Mo. In fact, even though he had the Marvel system, he realized that learning some ancient martial arts techniques could be incredibly beneficial. At the very least, it would give him a reasonable excuse for possessing certain abilities when he needed to protect himself in the future. As for these ancient martial arts techniques, they could be practiced and used anytime, anywhere. And who knows? Maybe he could even combine the Hulk's abilities from his system with the Xianxiu blade technique for some creative synergy. The thought alone excited him, and his mind began to fill with vivid images of what he could do. The more he thought about it, the more eager he became. So, have you made up your mind? Do you want to learn the Fubo sword technique? Master Yang asked, observing Chen Mo's growing enthusiasm. He didn't overthink it after all. In his eyes, it was already rare for someone as seemingly ordinary as Chen Mo to approach ancient martial arts with such calm and focus. In truth, Master Yang had encountered countless people whose reactions were far more dramatic than Chen Mo's. He was curious to see what decision Chen Mo would make. Chen Mo's eyes practically sparkled as he looked at Master Yang. Master Yang, I'd like to ask, do you teach anything else? I'd like to start with the Fubo sword technique, but if there's an opportunity in the future, I'd also love to learn the Xianxiu blade technique from you. Standing nearby, Anifei couldn't help but laugh at Chen Mo's excitement. Earlier, she had thought he wasn't interested in these things at all. But now, it was clear that she had been overthinking it. Chen Mo was just like any ordinary person, brimming with curiosity about ancient martial arts. With this realization, she felt validated in her earlier plan. Using ancient martial arts as a way to thank Chen Mo seemed like the perfect idea. Surely, he would be satisfied with this gesture. This should fulfill my father's request, Anifei thought to herself. Not only does it serve as a form of repayment, but it also fosters a sense of goodwill toward the Yin family. Previously, she had been brainstorming excuses to convince Chen Mo to learn the techniques or the breathing methods. But now, she realized there was no need to overthink it. Chen Mo's natural curiosity had already drawn him in. As the saying goes, some things don't require excessive planning, especially in situations like this. Anifei could clearly see that Chen Mo wasn't overanalyzing these matters, he was simply going with the flow. Alright, if it's just like this, I believe Chen Mo will manage just fine, Anifei thought to herself. However, at that moment, Master Yang's expression turned serious as he looked at Chen Mo. His tone became solemn as he said, "Young man, I know you're excited, but there's something I must warn you about." "Please, go ahead." Chen Mo quickly adjusted his expression. He didn't want to make a bad impression or risk being dismissed by Master Yang just as he was starting his journey into ancient martial arts. Master Yang gazed at Chen Mo intently and said, "Your body has already matured into that of an adult, hasn't it? Because of this, your physical foundation has likely already been set. Since you never engaged in these practices during your childhood, your body and natural talent are undoubtedly very limited. You cannot be compared to the children of the Yin family, who have been immersed in precious medicinal baths since they were young. So, you need to be mentally prepared for this." "What kind of mental preparation?" Chen Mo asked, his face full of confusion, though he had a general idea of what Master Yang was about to tell him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Master Yang looked directly at Chen Mo and said, "The preparation that even if you start working hard now, putting in 10 times the effort compared to others, the progress you achieve may still be far less than what others can accomplish effortlessly. You must not let this imbalance affect you mentally. This is the result of others having started their journey a decade or more ahead of you. Of course, if you want to catch up to this gap, I can almost guarantee you that it's an almost impossible task. Some things are simply determined from the very beginning, Master Yang said, clearly and straightforwardly. This was something he felt he needed to make clear to Chun Mo from the outset. Some disparities are like raw, undeniable truths, predetermined by nature. Such words, if spoken to someone else, might leave an ordinary person stunned and speechless. After all, the concept of a starting line and the glaring disparity it represents is often something people don't fully grasp until it's right in front of them. Yet Master Yang's words were far more direct than usual, and it was precisely this kind of bluntness that often provoked anger or caused people to lose their composure. Master Yang had seen countless people like this in his teaching career. He could roughly guess what they were thinking, but he also viewed this as an opportunity to observe them closely. When people reveal their truest selves in moments like this, Master Yang felt there was no reason to hold back or sugarcoat the truth. The fact that Master Yang was willing to voice such truths showed that he was fully prepared to accept whatever reaction might follow. But what would Chen Mo think? Even Anifei, standing nearby, was particularly curious. From the beginning, she had considered the possibility that if Chen Mo reacted strongly to these words and felt deeply resistant to such realities, she would find a way to help him. She could procure some rare natural treasures or find precious resources capable of altering one's innate potential and foundation, even in adulthood. Of course, this would come at a considerable cost, but the Yin family certainly had the resources to make it happen. Ultimately, however, it all depended on how Chun Mo responded at this moment. To the surprise of both Master Yang and Anifei, Chen Mo's expression didn't change at all upon hearing these words. It was as if he had already accepted this kind of disparity in his heart long ago. Chen Mo remained calm, his face showing no trace of frustration or disappointment. Instead, it was as though he had anticipated such a reality and was entirely at peace with it. This extraordinary calmness caused Master Yang to begin doubting himself. He suspected that Chen Mo may have already resigned himself to the idea that he could never catch up with others. If that were the case, the calmness Chen Mo displayed in front of him might actually be a reflection of deeper despair within. Could it be that this young man had already given up on himself? If Chen Mo was truly in a state of excessive despondency, Master Yang began subtly signaling to Anifei with his eyes. He felt that this young man could be somewhat dangerous. His mental resolve seemed far weaker than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, why would he remain so unervingly calm after hearing such blunt words? However, Anifei completely ignored Master Yang's silent signals. In her heart, she had unwavering faith in Chen Mo. Even though Chen Mo remained silent at the moment, she firmly believed that he had his own perspective on the situation. In this context, she chose to trust him without hesitation. Chen Mo, meanwhile, stayed quiet, not saying much. He had already planned out how he would respond internally. As for ancient martial arts, it wasn't something he had initially sought out. It was more like a pleasant surprise that came with his time at the Yin family. He saw it as a tool that could provide him with a significant edge when the era of spiritual energy revival truly arrived, allowing him to better harness its potential compared to others. This thought alone amused Chen Mo greatly. For now, he opted to remain silent. He noticed the subtle, doubtful look in Master Yang's eyes but chose to respond with calm sincerity. Master Yang, I understand what you mean, and I won't take it to heart. After all, the children of the Yin family are fundamentally different from ordinary people like us. The fact that I've been given the opportunity to even glimpse this second world is already an honor for me. So I won't dwell on these things. The idea that effort always leads to rewards is the kind of thing used to placate children. For me, I simply want to do what I want to do. If there's an opportunity for me to become stronger, I won't let it slip by. When Chen Mo finished speaking, Master Yang was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Chen Mo to say something like that. Did that mean all of his earlier assumptions about Chen Mo's mindset were completely off the mark? If you can think like this, that's naturally the best, Master Yang said after a brief pause, forcing the words out of his throat. He wasn't sure how to look at Chen Mo anymore. After all, his earlier judgments now felt entirely baseless. In this moment, Chen Mo's words had left him deeply shaken. At this point, Master Yang also realized how much his earlier thoughts and assumptions might have influenced his perception of Chen Mo. Sigh, it seems all my earlier ideas were for nothing, Master Yang thought to himself with a silent sigh. Just moments ago, he had considered the possibility that if Chen Mo truly was the kind of person he feared, he would have to ensure that Anifei didn't get too close to him. But now, it appeared that his concerns had been unnecessary. Chen Mo's calm demeanor and thoughtful response had shattered all of Master Yang's preconceived notions. Even though there was a significant difference in status between Master Yang and Anifei, he had watched her grow up since she was a child. He could not allow someone he perceived as a potentially dangerous individual like Chen Mo to get too close to her. With this thought firmly in mind, he worked hard to maintain his composure. Witnessing the scene before him, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. Even an ordinary member of the Yin family could display such sharpness and resolve. This gave him a deeper understanding of what a traditional family like the Yin family truly represented. Anyone who grew up in such a family would inevitably develop a sense of pride, supported by the strength of such a formidable clan as their foundation. Sigh, if it were me, I might not be able to endure such hardships, Chen Mo thought to himself. This was what he had wanted to say from the very beginning. He understood clearly that if it weren't for the Marvel system giving him the means to take risks and gamble on opportunities, he would never have come here to learn ancient martial arts. Instead, he would have focused on finding natural treasures and rare resources to strengthen himself, waiting for the right time to awaken even greater abilities. Of course, now that I have the Marvel system, my options have increased significantly, Chen Mo admitted to himself. He couldn't deny that the arrival of the Marvel system had granted him numerous opportunities to change his fate. Nevertheless, in this situation, Chen Mo had somehow left a good impression on Master Yang. In all of his teaching experience, Master Yang had never encountered someone like Chen Mo, someone who didn't lose control of his emotions and could calmly accept the consequences of his teachings with such remarkable composure. Moreover, Chen Mo exhibited no visible change in his demeanor. This kind of calmness and poise, displayed by a young man, seemed almost unnatural. He carries himself with the composure of a middle-aged man, yet his appearance is clearly that of a youth, Master Yang marveled to himself. It was truly baffling. After thinking it over and glancing at an Ife, he suddenly felt at ease. After all, how could someone who was close to an Ife be an ordinary person? With that realization, he found himself more willing to accept the situation. Soon, Chen Mo began his training in the Fubo sword technique under Master Yang's guidance. To learn ancient martial arts, you must start with the most basic practices, Master Yang said, leading Chen Mo to the back of the training area. This section was filled with various black devices, covered with all kinds of intricate instruments. Just by looking at them, one could sense the intimidating aura they exuded. Even Chen Mo, who had seen many things, felt a faint trace of fear rising in his heart. Master Yang, how do we use these things? Chen Mo couldn't help but ask, his curiosity tinged with apprehension. Seeing the young man's expression, Master Yang chuckled. So, you're afraid now, huh? Ha, who wouldn't be? It's impossible not to be afraid when these things are about to be used on me, right? Chen Mo replied with a dry laugh, trying his best to conceal any hint of nervousness from his expression. Even so, Chen Mo noticed the faint smile on Master Yang's face as he said, "Don't worry. All you need to do is lie down on this device, and I'll run a basic physical examination." "Oh, sure. Chen Mo quickly nodded in agreement. Since it was such a simple request, he was more than willing to cooperate. Of course, an Ife standing nearby had complete confidence in Chen Mo at the moment. In her eyes, someone capable of using overwhelming strength to knock out someone as large as Li Gei with a single punch must have natural talents far beyond those of an ordinary person. However, after the test results came out, an Ife was left utterly stunned. How is this possible? An Ife quickly turned to question Master Yang. Could the equipment be malfunctioning? "That's unlikely, miss," Master Yang replied calmly. "This machine is brand new, we just bought it this year." "But it could still be wrong, couldn't it? How could his physical fitness be the same as an average person's?" An Ife insisted, her disbelief evident. "And why not, miss?" Master Yang asked. "Because I saw with my own eyes how he knocked down a 6-foot-tall guy weighing 180 pounds with a single punch." An Ife couldn't help but describe the scene again, her tone filled with conviction. Master Yang furrowed his brows. "Are you sure this young man wasn't just putting on an act?" "No, Master Yang. The butler himself confirmed it wasn't an act at all. That strength is part of his natural instincts," an Ife emphasized seriously. In her mind, Chen Mo was already one of her closest friends. Without him, she felt she would have long fallen victim to the schemes of those kidnappers. "I see, Mississippi. I'll take another look. But I must say, this young man does have remarkable resilience. During the pain tolerance tests I conducted earlier, his endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people," Master Yang said thoughtfully. In his mind, this was perhaps the only area where Chen Mo surpassed the average person. Yet even so, Master Yang found it hard to believe. The pain tests he had conducted were intense enough to make a grown man pass out from sheer agony, but Chen Mo had endured them without so much as a sound. This level of tolerance was rare, even in the martial arts world. Based on this alone, Master Yang found Chen Mo increasingly extraordinary. He had never encountered a young man like him before, someone capable of such restraint and endurance under extreme conditions. Surely, someone like this couldn't be ordinary. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm certain he's not just a regular person, Anifei said firmly. She didn't seem to care about the test results, but her words made Master Yang sigh helplessly. I can only promise to run the test again, Master Yang said. After he finished speaking, Chen Mo began to stir and wake up. What's going on, Master Yang, Fei? Chen Mo asked groggily as he opened his eyes. He saw the two of them standing over him, seemingly in a heated discussion, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. In his understanding, Anifei was always the picture of elegance. Even in moments of tension, he had never expected her to express herself so passionately. Master Yang's expression was complicated as he looked at Chen Mo with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Your physical fitness appears to be at the level of an ordinary person, or, well, slightly below average, to be honest. But your pain tolerance is extraordinarily high. How do you explain that? My pain tolerance? I guess I was just born with it, Chen Mo responded with a casual smile, brushing off the question without revealing the real reason. In truth, over the next 10 years of his life, he had served as a member of a medical unit, frequently venturing into dangerous territories and enduring countless challenges. Those so-called pain tests were nothing compared to what he had experienced. However, if he were to share this, he would likely be seen as a lunatic, so he chose to silently endure and keep it to himself. His response clearly didn't satisfy Master Yang, but before Master Yang could press further, Anifei firmly interrupted. All right, that's enough. No need for further testing, Master Yang. You just need to teach Chen Mo some basic techniques today, Anifei said decisively. In her eyes, there was no need to question Chen Mo's physical abilities. Even though Master Yang's test results suggested otherwise, she dismissed them entirely and directly instructed Master Yang to focus on teaching Chen Mo the basics of swordsmanship. Master Yang glanced at Chen Mo, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately led him to begin some simple training. Meanwhile, the conversation between Anifei and Master Yang, along with the test results regarding Chen Mo's physical condition, found their way to Lingfeng's desk. This boy doesn't seem as impressive as Miss described, the butler respectfully remarked. Naturally. An ordinary person, perhaps he just had a moment of explosive adrenaline that saved her, and Lingfeng replied with a warm smile, showing none of the sternness one might expect from the head of the family. Instead, his demeanor was approachable and kind. No matter. Learning some basic sword techniques is fine. We have plenty to offer in the Yin family. Since he saved Yifei, it's only right to repay him, though it's far from enough. Keep an eye on him, and help him when you can, and Lingfeng instructed. The butler bowed deeply in acknowledgement. As for Chen Mo's true physical condition, it was clear to anyone observant enough to notice the discrepancies. Still, Chen Mo chose to keep it hidden. Meanwhile, Yifei silently reflected on the situation. Though she didn't fully understand what was going on, her instincts told her to trust Chen Mo for now and think about it later. As for everything else, she believed that one day, Chen Mo would surprise everyone. Master Yang, what are we learning today? Chen Mo asked curiously as he observed Master Yang's stance and the wooden sword in his hand. This Fubo sword technique is the Yin family's basic swordsmanship for ordinary people. Anyone can learn it. But to reach higher levels with it depends entirely on one's comprehension and talent, Master Yang explained, though he didn't need to elaborate further, it was already evident. If the Fubo sword is so common and everyone can learn it, what's the highest level one can achieve with it? Chen Mo asked, his question causing Master Yang to pause briefly. Well, that depends on the individual. Any sword technique will have varying levels of power depending on who wields it, Master Yang replied. Chen Mo internally rolled his eyes, feeling that this was a typical roundabout answer. Still, he didn't show his discontent outwardly. After all, he was learning for free, so it wouldn't do to complain too much. All right, Master Yang, let's begin, Chen Mo said politely, his tone respectful. Master Yang nodded in approval, satisfied with the attitude Chen Mo displayed on the surface. When it came to practicing the Fubo sword technique, Chen Mo did have some insights from his past experiences. During his time as a medical worker, he had encountered all kinds of individuals, some who wielded incredibly powerful and diverse combat techniques. Back then, all he could do was watch with envy from the sidelines. As a medical personnel, he was essentially a non-combatant, relegated to the rear to treat basic injuries. For more severe wounds, rare treasures or highly skilled medical practitioners with advanced abilities were needed. Indeed, even within the medical division, there were prodigies who had awakened exceptionally powerful healing abilities from the start. Such individuals were rare gems among the masses. For someone like Chen Mo, being able to awaken even modest medical skills to handle basic injuries and bruises was already considered fortunate. Many ordinary people, despite living in an age of great upheaval, never awakened at all and remained mundane, ultimately fading into obscurity. Chen Mo understood all of this deeply. That's why, at this moment, he was determined to seize every opportunity. As long as it could make him stronger, he didn't mind putting in the effort to learn. At the very least, it would expand his skill set. He thought to himself that if he were to gain a powerful bloodline in the future, the Fubo sword might just become a decent technique to complement it. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mo decided he could ignore most trivial matters, but anything that could contribute to his growth was worth learning. At that moment, Master Yang continued teaching him diligently. Each of Master Yang's movements and techniques immediately took root in Chen Mo's memory, leaving a lasting impression. Something's not right. Why is my memory suddenly so strong? I only watched it once, and I've memorized everything perfectly. Chen Mo realized something unusual was happening. During a brief break, he secretly opened his system interface and saw that under the ancient martial arts branch, a new entry had appeared. What the heck? It can do this? Chen Mo stared in shock as the Fubo sword technique slowly appeared in the system's ancient martial arts section. Beneath the name, it was labeled Level 1, Beginner. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. He had already thought that the system made his life feel like a video game, but now it seemed even more game-like with skill levels and rankings. Taking a moment to focus, he realized he could even use energy points to level up the sword technique. This meant he wouldn't have to worry about skill improvements being hindered by bottlenecks in the future. At the very least, he wouldn't face limitations due to his own cultivation level. As Chen Mo pondered this, he continued practicing the Fubo sword technique. Even though his mind was somewhat distracted, the sword movements had already been etched into his soul. Each swing was executed flawlessly, as if second nature. After Master Yang finished demonstrating the Fubo sword technique to Chen Mo, he planned to take a closer look at Chen Mo's movements to correct any mistakes. After all, no matter how talented someone was, it was impossible for a beginner to perfectly replicate a sword technique on their first attempt. That was simply an unachievable feat. So, when Master Yang first glanced at Chen Mo's movements, he silently praised him, thinking, he's quite serious, diligently following the steps. However, what he didn't expect was that as he continued observing Chen Mo, the young man's movements remained flawless. There wasn't a single deviation, not even the slightest error in the angle of his wrist flicks. It was identical to the technique Master Yang had demonstrated earlier. This wasn't just impressive, it was downright terrifying. At this point, Chen Mo had gone far beyond what would be considered normal for a beginner practicing swordsmanship. He had essentially achieved a perfect replication of the technique. Master Yang, who had been watching intently, became increasingly aware of this. Even so, he found it hard to believe. How had Chen Mo managed to do this? Moreover, he reflected on his own behavior earlier. He knew he hadn't been especially meticulous during his teaching. He had been somewhat distracted and hadn't paid much attention to ensuring Chen Mo grasped every detail. Yet, after seeing the technique only once, Chen Mo had replicated it flawlessly. Such talent, coupled with extraordinary memory and coordination, was nothing short of frightening. At that moment, Master Yang couldn't help but question the results of the physical fitness assessment he had conducted earlier. Standing nearby, even an Yifei was left utterly speechless. She remembered clearly that when she first asked Chen Mo if he wanted to seek out a martial arts teacher, he had confidently declined, almost as if he didn't consider it necessary. At the time, she thought he was simply being polite. But now, it seemed Chen Mo genuinely believed these things were trivial. He hadn't even appeared to put much effort into memorizing the movements, yet his body had instinctively absorbed them. What kind of monstrous talent was this? And Yifei's thoughts were swirling with disbelief and slight frustration. She couldn't help but recall Master Yang's earlier assessment of Chen Mo. With a sour expression, she cast a half-annoyed glance at Chen Mo. If she hadn't witnessed Chen Mo's capabilities firsthand, she might have easily believed Master Yang's evaluation instead. Meanwhile, the quiet debate between Master Yang and an Yifei about Chen Mo's abilities inadvertently brought a sense of relief to An Lingfeng, who was sitting in his study at home. "Master, should we teach that boy a lesson, just to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble here?" the butler asked. True to his role, his primary concern was his master's reputation and well-being, with little regard for anything else. However, An Lingfeng immediately waved him off. "No, Absolutely not. If we do that, the only one who'll lose face is me and Lingfeng, he said firmly. The butler was briefly puzzled by this response, but after a moment, realization dawned on him. Having served in Lingfeng for many years, he quickly understood his master's reasoning. Some matters could be handled casually, but in this case, and Lingfeng's decision was clear, such actions would only reflect poorly on him and the family as a whole. If they were to leave hastily at this moment, in the eyes of others, Chen Mo might simply come across as a curious or peculiar individual. However, such actions would make him stand out, like the proverbial tree that stands above the forest, inviting the wind to break it. In doing so, they would essentially be setting Chen Mo up for destruction. Having Chen Mo act as a companion to my daughter, I'm starting to think it's a bit of an injustice to him, and Lingfeng remarked. After learning that Chen Mo could replicate all the sword techniques in one attempt, he felt even more relieved that he hadn't caused any trouble for Chen Mo initially. Otherwise, I'd be feeling restless right now, and Lingfeng said, glancing at the butler. The butler quickly coughed politely and replied, "You're absolutely right." And Lingfeng burst into hearty laughter. While there were other reasons to consider, he now felt his earlier decision had been entirely correct. In such a situation, he would much rather gain a friend than a potential enemy. Besides, the techniques Chen Mo was being taught were only the most basic ones, so there was no concern about them being leaked. Actually, this young man is quite a rare talent. It's just a shame that his true potential would only shine in times of chaos, and Lingfeng said with a faint smile, not giving it too much thought. The butler, however, sighed quietly in his heart. Unlike in Lingfeng, he didn't have such deep considerations. His role was simply to agree with the master's decisions. Chen Mo, meanwhile, was entirely unaware that his actions had already drawn the attention of several prominent figures. He simply focused on committing the Fubo sword technique to memory and practiced it diligently. Whenever he repeated the practice 100 times, he would feel a mysterious energy within his body, allowing his sore and almost numb arms to recover. This discovery gave him an excellent way to train. Although he initially found the repetition tedious, the fact that it eliminated the need for warm-ups made it worthwhile. However, this repetitive practice caused his movements to occasionally lose form, which required Master Yang to step in repeatedly to correct him. It was during one such session that Chen Mo discovered something remarkable. Every time he pushed past 100 repetitions, he would gain a new energy point. This realization filled him with joy. He had previously been wondering how he could master the Fubo sword technique to its fullest potential. Now, with this system mechanism, all he needed to do was practice 100 times to gain an energy point, and his worries dissipated. Too bad the Fubo sword only has a few moves. Practicing them repeatedly doesn't offer much variety. Otherwise, this could have become the first technique I've fully mastered to perfection, Chen Mo thought to himself, a hint of excitement in his heart. For someone who had lived through 2 different lifetimes, the opportunity to learn ancient martial arts and strengthen himself was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Naturally, he wasn't about to slack off. It was precisely because of this rare opportunity that he felt especially reflective. If he were training alongside others, he likely wouldn't have been as focused. However, given the current circumstances, he couldn't help but feel that this was actually a blessing in disguise for him. Let's start by spending this energy point on the Fubo sword technique, Chen Mo thought. He figured that earning energy points wasn't particularly difficult, he just needed to keep practicing relentlessly. As soon as he allocated the energy point, the Fubo sword technique immediately upgraded to level 2. The system displayed that the sword technique's power could now be enhanced by 5%. It actually has a noticeable effect. After leveling up to level 2, the technique's power really is different, Chen Mo mused silently. Truthfully, he wasn't particularly concerned about how strong the sword technique's power was. He was merely testing the system and exploring the use of energy points to see what they could truly accomplish. Based on what he'd observed so far, this method of enhancing skills with energy points was highly effective and produced instant results. However, now that it's at level 2, it seems I'll need to practice 200 times to earn another energy point, Chen Mo thought with a tinge of resignation. He felt that this beginner sword technique wasn't exactly friendly toward him. Fortunately, after the upgrade, his use of the Fubo sword had become much smoother. He no longer felt clumsy and inexperienced, instead, he could now perform a sword flourish effortlessly, as if he were a seasoned practitioner. It was worth noting that just a day ago, Chen Mo had absolutely no knowledge of swordsmanship. He had been nothing more than a brute with no finesse. Watching this unfold, Master Yang witnessed the entire process and could only describe it as miraculous. It was precisely because of this that he was left utterly dumbfounded, though he forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor. He casually told Chen Mo, "That's about it. However, his expression betrayed him. His attempt to act composed was so awkward that even Chen Mo felt second-hand embarrassment. It was as if Master Yang was under immense psychological pressure, struggling to reconcile what he had just seen with reality. From Chen Mo's perspective, it was natural to assume that Master Yang was grappling with these thoughts. Meanwhile, Master Yang was inwardly overwhelmed with incredulous questions. How in the world is this guy doing this? Are all young people this incredible nowadays? He's like he's on steroids or something. Who practices a sword technique hundreds of times right after learning it? Is his arm made of springs? Master Yang couldn't stop himself from mentally complaining about Chen Mo. From head to toe, everything about the young man seemed to defy logic and invite scrutiny. He simply couldn't comprehend how Chen Mo was managing to practice the technique over 100 times in a row while still retaining full flexibility in his hands. It was utterly baffling. This is impossible. By now, a normal person's hands would be so stiff they'd be unable to lift them. Yet he's still going strong, Master Yang thought, his mind swirling with questions. But as Chen Mo continued to perform movements so surreal they almost seemed out of a fantasy novel, Master Yang began to question his own understanding of the world. Sigh, forget it. Maybe it's just that his body is far more resilient than the average person's, Master Yang finally concluded after a moment of reflection. He realized there was no point in trying to apply conventional logic to Chen Mo. Why bother stressing himself out over something he couldn't explain? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Master Yang felt an immense sense of relief. Since he had come to terms with it, there was no need to mention how An Fei felt. She had long since accepted Chen Mo's incredible determination and resilience as traits she admired deeply. To her, this unyielding perseverance was perfectly in line with her expectations of what made someone truly strong. Although Chen Mo was still young, An Fei firmly believed that, given time, he would undoubtedly grow into a formidable force to be reckoned with. In fact, when Chen Mo returned to his room, he was so exhausted that he passed out directly on the floor. On this day, through sheer determination, he had managed to push the Fubo sword technique to nearly halfway through level 2. The price he paid for this was a massive depletion of energy, leaving him so drained that he slept in a daze until the afternoon of the next day before fully recovering. Phew, this young man's perseverance is truly astonishing, and his resilience is terrifying, and Ling Feng remarked upon receiving the latest updates about Chen Mo. What surprised him the most was how Chen Mo's astonishing willpower had been so vividly demonstrated in such a short amount of time. I didn't expect this either. It seems we need to re-evaluate how we perceive this young man, the butler said with a helpless smile. Meanwhile, An Fei, feeling proud of Chen Mo, chimed in, "That's Chen Mo for you." Although Master Yang always treated him as just an ordinary person, after today, even Master Yang's gaze toward Chen Mo has become different. He openly admitted that Chen Mo is definitely no ordinary person. Oh? Master Yang has already changed his opinion? And Ling Feng was clearly surprised that Master Yang had so quickly adjusted his view of Chen Mo. With a bright smile, An Fei replied, "Yes. Master Yang even told me he has never seen anyone who could practice the Fubo sword technique to such a level on the first day. Chen Mo is the first. And now, Master Yang no longer dares to claim that Chen Mo has an average talent. After all, no ordinary person could reach even the entry-level proficiency of the Fubo sword in such a short amount of time, let alone achieve it in just one day." Hearing this, and Ling Feng nodded slightly, once again revising his evaluation of Chen Mo. "It seems this young man may be far more intriguing than we initially thought." "What do you mean by that, Dad?" An Fei asked curiously, looking at her father, unsure what he was implying. After a moment of contemplation, and Ling Feng finally declared, "Chen Mo saved your life, so let him attend the same university as you. Oh, and one more thing, moving forward, you are no longer allowed to reject the bodyguards I assign to you. You can't always rely on Chen Mo to step in and save you, can you? As the saying goes, the child of a noble family should never take unnecessary risks. Those people who target you may lose nothing if they fail, but if you lose even once, it would mean the collapse of generations of effort and sacrifice. That's something I cannot afford to let happen. Do you understand?" As he spoke, a rare sternness crossed in Ling Feng's face, and he fixed his gaze on his most cherished youngest daughter. Seeing this, An Fei sighed inwardly. How could she not understand her father's concerns? She knew full well that if she continued to act willfully, her father would no longer try to reason with her but would instead resort to more forceful measures. That would only make the situation even worse, which was something she didn't want to see. So, she decisively chose to agree. "Yes, Dad. This time it was my fault. Looks like Chen Mo is quite the lucky star. With him around, you're finally willing to agree to my requests. That's no small feat, and Lingfeng said with a chuckle. Lingfeng chuckled as he spoke, and both Anifei and the butler couldn't help but laugh along. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was still sound asleep on the floor, completely oblivious to the outside world. In his dream, he suddenly transformed into Iron Man, dedicating himself to the development of cutting-edge technology. Then, he became Thor, wielding a mighty hammer, with rolling thunder and lightning seemingly obeying only his command, ready to strike down anyone he chose. But this feels more like I'm a supervillain, Dream Chen Mo commented on himself. Moments later, he abruptly woke up from this pleasant dream. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a wave of soreness coursing through his entire body. Despite the system's assistance, the aching pains made him momentarily consider giving up. I still have to get up and keep practicing, Chen Mo sighed inwardly. He didn't want to get too close to others in his current state of exhaustion. For now, he needed to head back to the training ground and continue honing his skills. If nothing else, he understood that without proper training, when the chaotic times truly arrived, he might not even have the ability to protect himself. That said, if I earn another energy point today, I might not necessarily spend it on the Fubo sword technique, Chen Mo thought. Originally, he had allocated energy points to the Fubo sword technique just to explore how the system worked. Now, he realized the system was far more interesting than he had initially imagined. It had all sorts of strange and helpful features, some of which had proven unexpectedly useful. But still, unlocking Iron Man or Thor requires so many energy points, while Spider-Man only needs one? That's such a huge disparity, Chen Mo muttered internally, rolling his eyes. He was actually quite fond of the underdog hero Spider-Man, but seeing how undervalued Spider-Man's abilities were in the system left him feeling a little offended on the hero's behalf. I mean, Spider-Man is a pretty strong superhero. Why is he treated like such a bargain bin option here? At that moment, the system responded in his mind, explaining that it was offering him a beginner's hero benefit to help him familiarize himself with the system. Otherwise, unlocking Spider-Man would require energy points on par with the Hulk. The system further noted that Chen Mo would need some time before he could accumulate enough energy points to unlock higher-tier heroes. Oh, I see. Alright, I guess it's just my lack of skill holding you back. Sorry about that, Spider-Man, Chen Mo thought with a mix of amusement and resignation. He hadn't expected his own weakness to indirectly lower Spider-Man's perceived worth. Thankfully, Spider-Man couldn't magically come to life right now, or Chen Mo might have had to consider immediately apologizing. Well, at least I can take my time exploring all of this once I get to university, Chen Mo reasoned. He still didn't know exactly how much time he had left before the spiritual energy era would arrive, nor how long he had to prepare. All he remembered was that the spiritual energy era had abruptly erupted during his third year of university. Judging by my current situation, I look like a freshman or sophomore preparing to start college, he thought. He vaguely remembered being transported back 10 years into the past, but he hadn't yet figured out the exact year. After the busy day he'd had, he realized with some frustration that he had forgotten to ask Anifei for clarification. How careless of me, Chen Mo chastised himself inwardly. If he had remembered to ask Anifei even a single question about the current year, he wouldn't have to sit here guessing. Instead, he would already know exactly where he stood in the timeline. Previously, Chen Mo had already expressed to Anifei that he didn't really care about these matters. However, deep down, he didn't want to be looked down upon by anyone, not even someone as seemingly insignificant as Master Yang. While Master Yang might not hold much weight in the grand scheme of things for others, Chen Mo still took this matter to heart, carefully organizing his thoughts. Because of this, he chose to restrain himself for now. Certain things, he wouldn't blame on others, and with Anifei's assistance, he at least felt some relief in his heart. Having Missen's help really does make things much better than I initially thought, Chen Mo mused inwardly. In certain ways, he indeed felt that his current situation was significantly better than before. However, for Anifei, this wasn't necessarily what she had hoped for. Originally, she just wanted Chen Mo to receive some modest protection within the family, as a gesture of gratitude for saving her life. But in some ways, she hadn't anticipated that her earlier intentions might now seem unnecessary to Chen Mo. This left Anifei feeling a bit conflicted. Sometimes, her thoughts differed greatly from others, and this realization was exactly why Chen Mo also felt a sense of inner turmoil. His current situation diverged completely from what he had originally envisioned. Forget it, forget it. Stop thinking about it. I should just get some more rest. I'll need to get back up and continue practicing swordsmanship later, Chen Mo muttered to himself as he turned over, deciding not to dwell on these thoughts any further. He had already thought these things through earlier and didn't want to complicate matters unnecessarily. In this situation, Chen Mo indeed simplified things for himself considerably. For now, he understood that it was best to say nothing. I already know what my future holds, so what's the point of worrying? Thinking about it this way, it's better to just keep quiet for now, Chen Mo reflected, though a trace of hesitation still lingered in his mind. He would rather stay silent, and as far as Anifei was concerned, he knew that he was nothing in comparison to her. Even if Anifei didn't explicitly say it, Chen Mo was fully aware that he couldn't compare to her family background. Even with the system, achieving something akin to what Anifei represented required an immense amount of resources to shape such a persona. After pondering for a bit, Chen Mo ultimately decided to temper his thoughts. After all, at this point, it was better for him to quietly stay in his lane. Once I've pulled myself together, I'll head back to practice the sword, Chen Mo resolved, his demeanor now noticeably calmer and more composed. Anifei couldn't quite grasp what Chen Mo was thinking at this moment, but she noticed that he seemed much calmer than before. She felt a small knot of conflict in her heart, as she couldn't understand why, after hearing Chen Mo's words earlier, a sense of curiosity had stirred within her. What's going on here? Anifei muttered inwardly as she gazed at Chen Mo, who was peacefully asleep on the floor. She felt a mix of helplessness and exasperation. Earlier, she had been able to sense certain things that were completely different from what she had imagined. Now, the scene before her, Chen Mo calmly sleeping on the ground, left her even more uncertain. Sighing, she quietly stepped out of the room but glanced back at the door. Indeed, this was the place she had arranged for Chen Mo to rest, yet she hadn't expected him to fall asleep here so soundly. I really don't know what to say about him, Anifei thought to herself, silently venting her frustration. She had previously wondered whether she had placed too many expectations on Chen Mo. Even her father, and Lingfang, had once reminded her that having excessive expectations of someone might not necessarily be a good thing for them. If she could lower her expectations slightly, perhaps Chen Mo might feel less pressure. Yet, she wasn't sure if she could manage to do that. Of course, her reflections at this moment weren't entirely straightforward, even to herself. Looking at Anifei from the outside, one might think she was simply conflicted, but in her heart, many thoughts were swirling. She realized that some of her assumptions about Chen Mo didn't align with reality. After pondering for a while, she decided to let go of her earlier thoughts. Perhaps if she had adjusted her expectations sooner, she might have been able to view things differently. I guess I'll go back in and take another look. What's really going on here? Anifei sighed inwardly. She hadn't given it much thought earlier, but after speaking with Chen Mo, she had a vague understanding that even if she didn't say anything, Chen Mo probably wouldn't notice that someone had been in his room. Forget it. I'll just pretend I was never here, Anifei decided silently. She had already been aware of what some things were supposed to be like, but now she could feel that her respect for Chen Mo had grown immensely. This was what she truly admired, a person who seemed destined to become a strong figure in the future. As she reflected on this, she couldn't help but feel moved. While she could pretend not to care about certain things, seeing Chen Mo in person and witnessing his determination and resilience stirred her deeply, no matter how much she tried to remain indifferent. This guy, he's really too hard-working, Anifei thought to herself, reflecting inwardly. There were times when she could dismiss certain things, yet at this moment, she couldn't help but take them to heart. If it were earlier, maybe he could have told me what I should do, Anifei mused. She had always been aware of Chen Mo's actions, but she had never considered that the Chen Mo she was now seeing might be different from the Chen Mo she had imagined in her mind. She quietly watched him for a while. The sight of Chen Mo at rest stirred many conflicting emotions within her. She had no idea what he might be thinking at this moment, but she found his sleeping posture to be undeniably endearing. I wish he could just keep sleeping like this and rest longer, Anifei thought with a faint smile. She felt that she could stay by his side a little while longer, finding herself unusually calm in his presence. Even though Chen Mo didn't say a word, she could tell that he was resting peacefully here. However, she also understood that even if she didn't voice her thoughts, she was becoming increasingly aware of the differences between her previous assumptions and the reality of Chen Mo. Maybe I wasn't strong enough before because I've always been too complacent, Anifei reflected, smiling slightly. She realized she hadn't thought deeply enough in the past. If she had been as dedicated to practice and hard work as Chen Mo from the beginning, turning effort into real strength instead of relying on her family's status, she would have admired him even more. But now, a tinge of dissatisfaction with herself surfaced in her heart. Sometimes, seeing how Chen Mo pushed himself so hard, she realized she could better understand what she needed to do. Master Yang already told me how impressive you are. But why are you still pushing yourself so hard? Anifei murmured inwardly, her emotions complex as she watched Chen Mo. While she had thought about inviting Chen Mo deeper into the Yin family, She couldn't quite grasp why he was so driven, why he pushed himself to such an extreme. It was precisely because of this question that she found herself quietly observing him. Master Yang's comments had also made an Ifei reflect on certain things. If she had to hear her own thoughts spoken aloud by Master Yang, she might have realized that she had never worked as hard as Chen Mo, not with the same level of seriousness and dedication. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a subtle shift in her emotions. Sometimes, she thought, if she could remain calm and composed like this, perhaps she could help Chen Mo understand that even without her saying much, he would still know he didn't need to prove anything to her. Chen Mo is even more resilient than I imagined. This guy is truly admirable, and Ifei couldn't help but think to herself. Her feelings for Chen Mo hadn't changed from before until now. In some ways, she felt there were similarities between herself and the Chen Mo in front of her. However, what she hadn't expected was that even without her saying anything, Chen Mo could still spark a sense of curiosity within her. When Chen Mo woke up, the first thing he saw was an Ifei smiling at him. Instinctively, he greeted her, and an Ifei, looking at him, couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect you to wake up so early," an Ifei thought to herself with a faint chuckle. She truly couldn't understand how Chen Mo managed it, sleeping on the floor and still waking up looking so full of energy. "Come on, get up. We're heading out to school soon," she said. "What? Where are we going to school?" Chen Mo asked, looking at her with a puzzled expression. A trace of helplessness rose in an Ifei's heart. "Think about it. What's going on here? Since you've come to stay with the Yin family, of course, we'll help arrange your future, including school," she explained internally, not wanting to argue with Chen Mo at the moment. Yet his slightly confused look made her find him somewhat endearing. Chen Mo, curious for a moment, realized he had no idea which university he was supposed to attend. However, an Ifei's words reminded him. He nodded, shaking off his confusion. "All right, I get it. Let's go together then." And Ifei nodded in return. She understood Chen Mo's personality well, which was why she had come to find him personally. "In that case, let's head over together. The university is called Linhai University, it's fairly well known. We'll go together, and it'll be good to have someone to rely on along the way," she said. At this moment, she felt as though she was treating Chen Mo as one of her own. Did Chen Mo not understand an Ifei's intentions? Of course, he did. In this situation, he would rather keep things simple. Knowing an Ifei's thoughts, he chose to be honest in his interactions with her. He preferred not to overthink or overcomplicate things. As for an Ifei, she spoke openly with Chen Mo and shared her thoughts with him. She sincerely hoped that Chen Mo would willingly stay by her side. As for the methods her father and Lingfeng might employ, she didn't want to resort to those. All she wished for was that Chen Mo would genuinely want to accompany her of his own accord. At this moment, an Ifei wanted to test through her actions how she could truly win someone over by herself. From the current situation, her thoughts were firm and clear. In this brief period, Chen Mo and an Ifei hadn't spent much time casually chatting. However, lying on the cold floor for so long, Chen Mo did start to feel a bit bored. It was then that Chen Mo noticed that the way an Ifei was looking at him seemed slightly different from before, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. After quietly pondering for a while, he felt that his earlier thoughts might have shifted somewhat. Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Mo asked, already sensing some deeper meaning in an Ifei's gaze. What he didn't expect, however, was that her eyes were now filled with admiration. "All right, let me ask you something, why didn't you stick with your training before?" Chen Mo asked curiously. Coming from a prominent family like the Yin family, why hadn't an Ifei chosen to persist in learning ancient martial arts? If she had continuously trained in martial arts, at the very least, she wouldn't have been entirely defenseless when facing those events in the past. Such thoughts, however, were difficult to articulate fully to an Ifei. But given her intelligence, she immediately understood what Chen Mo was implying. She thought for a moment and wasn't entirely sure how to explain to Chen Mo that she had heard similar questions before. "I've already thought about what I want to do," an Ifei said with a smile. Looking at Chen Mo, her gaze carried a hint of mystery, but she quickly lowered her head and explained, "For me, living as an ordinary person seems to be what I desire most." She added, "Being born into a family like ours means there are many things that don't go the way we want." And Ifei knew what Chen Mo was thinking, but for her, most things could be explained by this reasoning. Because of that, many people, after gaining some experience, choose their own paths. Of course, not everyone is willing to be completely controlled by their family, an Ifei said with a faint smile. Chen Mo stared at her in a daze, suddenly realizing that just looking at an Ifei herself, she was indeed an extraordinarily beautiful woman. He couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to treat her as just an ordinary person before. Perhaps it was because, in the past, he felt there was an unbridgeable distance between them. So, you've chosen a different path to be an ordinary person, is that right? Chun-mo asked curiously. And Ifei nodded. While I do accept the family's resources, the path I want to take is naturally not this one. Because of that, the family tacitly agrees. After all, there are so many people in the family, it's not like they need me specifically. Why would they provoke unnecessary conflict with my father or me? Besides, she continued, when my father steps down, there's no doubt I'll have a place among the next generation of leaders. And Ifei spoke with a smile, her tone light and casual, as if these matters rarely weighed on her mind. However, as Ifei spoke to Chun-mo about these matters, her words flowed naturally, without the slightest hint of hesitation or discomfort. It was clear that these were thoughts she had long kept buried deep in her heart. In this moment, she brought them up again without feeling that there was anything inappropriate about doing so. Chun-mo, meanwhile, pondered to himself. If he truly possessed the kind of talent that Ifei had, he wondered if he might also find it difficult to avoid standing out too much. So, the things you're doing now, did everyone agree to them? Chun-mo asked, recalling what Ifei had said earlier. And Ifei nodded slightly. You could say that. However, I honestly didn't expect to have your help. If you had been with me before, I might not have made such bold plans in the first place. Her expression didn't show a single trace of embarrassment, which made Chun-mo find the situation rather amusing. He realized that, in some ways, he had simply become a stepping stone for Ifei. But instead of feeling uncomfortable about it, he found it intriguing. If you had told me earlier, I might actually have thought it was a good thing, Chun-mo thought to himself. Even though he hadn't said much, Ifei had already arranged things for him in an orderly manner. Of course, if he had shared his other ideas with her, the family's resources might have made them possible as well. Still, Chun-mo reflected for a moment and recognized that he was particularly enthusiastic about anything that could enhance his own abilities. With that thought, he decided not to dwell on it further. I admire you because of what you did yesterday, Ifei said seriously. If it had been someone else, they likely wouldn't have handled things as well as you did. Moreover, when you faced Master Yang, you didn't resort to mocking or arguing with him. Instead, you earned his respect through your actions. That alone makes me greatly admire you. Chun-mo was momentarily stunned. Did I? Actually, you've misunderstood me. What do you mean? Ifei asked, slightly puzzled. Chun-mo couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. The truth is, it's not quite what you think. The things I did weren't because I thought they were necessarily the best choices. I just figured that if I acted a certain way, some people might see me as someone who's just trying to gain fame. But missin, I know you'd never think that way about me, and that's enough for me. Hearing this, Ifei nodded gently. Indeed, as Chun-mo had said, she wouldn't dwell on such things or make judgments about him based on shallow assumptions. Chun-mo smiled faintly and continued, since that's the case, what does it matter if I act as you'd expect? For me, what's important is having a clear conscience. That's why, when I practiced the Fubo sword technique, my only intention was to familiarize myself with it. But before I knew it, I had pushed myself to exhaustion. In the end, it's my own lack of self-restraint that caused it. Rather than impressing anyone, I just gave all of you something to laugh at. It was precisely because of the things Chun-mo had said to Ifei earlier that she now felt completely at ease while talking with him. Even so, Master Yang said that only you could achieve this. That means such things are, at the very least, uncommon. An ordinary person's body simply couldn't withstand the immense pressure and exhaustion you've put yourself through, Ifei said earnestly. Chun-mo laughed. If it's really as you say, then you should have told me earlier. That way, I wouldn't have had to work so hard to earn Master Yang's approval. Look at me now, I'm so exhausted I ended up sleeping on the floor. I didn't expect you to push yourself this hard. Was it really just to gain Master Yang's recognition? Ifei asked, her tone tinged with confusion. She found Chun-mo's actions increasingly difficult to understand. She had already told him before that certain matters shouldn't be viewed this way. If she shared the same perspective as Chun-mo, she wouldn't be here talking to him about all of this now. Because of this, reflecting on things now, she felt even more convinced. While Master Yang initially said Chun-mo was just an ordinary person, so what? In just one day, Chun-mo had already caused Master Yang to change his opinion. And what about herself? Looking at Chun-mo, Ifei couldn't help but feel that he ought to be her teacher. Compared to others, Chun-mo seemed far more qualified. Chun-mo, however, was unaware of these thoughts. He only felt that the way Ifei was looking at him seemed a little strange. What's wrong? We haven't even finished talking yet. Am I really allowed to keep learning here at the Yin family for the next couple of days? Not just for the next couple of days. Any day in the future, if you want to come to the Yin family to study, you're welcome, Ife said with a smile. Chen Mo was taken aback. Is that even possible? I'm not part of the Yin family. How could I be allowed in? That's not an issue at all. It's just that the doors aren't open to ordinary people. But you're my savior, so of course, you're welcome, Ife said seriously. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, I get it. But missin, I still have to attend school, you know. That's fine. Starting today, you'll go to the same school as me, Ife said casually. Chen Mo was stunned, left speechless. He suddenly realized that his previous assumptions didn't align with Ife's. She seemed to have a much clearer understanding of things than he did. At this point, he felt an even stronger desire to sit down and have a proper conversation with her to figure out what exactly was going on. Honestly, I've thought about it before, Chen Mo began. If what you're saying is true, then families like yours must be unimaginably powerful and vast. It's almost hard to even conceive of their full scale. You only reveal the tip of the iceberg, and that alone is enough to leave many ordinary people in awe. Exactly, Ife replied, clearly understanding what Chen Mo meant. That's precisely why we can't easily reveal our true selves in front of the public. She fully grasped the significance of Chen Mo's words. For this reason, she felt it was important not to explain things to him too simplistically. Instead, she wanted him to truly understand how families like hers were perceived by the average person. Hearing Ife's words, Chen Mo raised a skeptical eyebrow. Really? If we're going to the same school, where exactly would that be? Chen Mo shifted the topic. Ife frowned slightly as she thought it over. She hadn't given it much thought before, but now that Chen Mo mentioned it, she realized, the university I'm attending. I'm in my second year now, so you can come with me and join as a freshman. Alright, Chen Mo replied, nodding reluctantly. At this point, he didn't see any reason to back out. Otherwise, he was certain Ife wouldn't let him off the hook. Deep down, however, Chen Mo couldn't help but find the situation amusing. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself that as long as he stayed close to Ife, he'd have access to the Yin family's resources. Whether it was before the spiritual energy revival era arrived or while he was using his Marvel system, this connection would undoubtedly make him stronger. This mutually beneficial arrangement was something he wasn't about to pass up. Besides, with Ife treating him so kindly, he'd be foolish not to appreciate her goodwill. You stay here and practice. I have to go to my supplementary classes now, Ife said, noticing Chen Mo starting to zone out. She took her leave. As Chen Mo walked her out, Ife gave him one last glance, sneaking a longer look at him. If things are really as you think, then why is it that the way you look at me is always so full of curiosity? Or, Chen Mo, are you hiding some kind of secret from me? Missin, who doesn't have secrets? Besides, we've only known each other for a few days, Chen Mo replied, amused by her candid question. Indeed, they hadn't known each other for long, yet from the way Ife spoke, it felt as though they were already close friends. This wasn't just Chen Mo's imagination, he could feel it clearly. However, given the current situation, he preferred to keep his thoughts to himself. Looking at Chen Mo, Ife smiled faintly. And what's wrong with that, she said. Before Chen Mo could respond, she turned and quietly walked away, leaving him standing there, speechless. She's really using her good looks to her advantage. Just a casual smile, and it's enough to make someone's heart race. Ugh, my self-control is way too weak, Chen Mo muttered to himself, clutching his chest as he watched her leave. He silently berated himself for being so easily swayed, then stared blankly in her direction for a while before finally turning away. For the next 2 days, I'll focus on mastering the Fubo sword technique with Master Yang. Once I've got it down, it'll be time to head to school, Chen Mo thought to himself. Although he was a freshman who hadn't officially started yet, he didn't feel any urgency. In his eyes, with the new era approaching, what did attending school really matter? Besides, the Yin family probably won't let me fail my classes, right? Chen Mo chuckled to himself as the thought popped into his head while practicing the sword at the training ground. Some things were fine if left unthought of, but once the idea came to him, he couldn't help but find it amusing. This situation was something Chen Mo understood all too well, and he had already taken it into consideration before. Sometimes, the things he said to Ife might not have been directly addressed by her, but he knew that his concerns and hers were fundamentally different. What Ife cared about was her personal ambitions, while what Chen Mo worried about was his own survival in the future. The two were worlds apart. Missin has her entire family backing her. Even in the future, she'll still be like a lofty goddess, a Linbo fairy capable of influencing the stability of an entire region. Of course, there's no comparison between us. Sigh, I understand all this, but I still feel a bit helpless, Chen Mo thought to himself. Turning it over in his mind, he realized that many of his thoughts were likely frivolous. Certain things weren't as simple as they seemed. For now, the fact that he had a place where he could train and grow stronger was something to be grateful for. How could he afford to dwell on unnecessary thoughts? With this in mind, he felt that his earlier reasoning made perfect sense. He had already mentioned some of his thoughts to Anifei in passing, and now all he needed to do was focus on figuring out the next steps in his journey. At least, it seems I have a few years to maneuver and prepare. It's not as urgent as I initially feared, Chen Mo thought with some relief, his grip on the sword tightening as he practiced with renewed vigor. His diligence didn't go unnoticed by Master Yang, who was observing him from behind. Master Yang's eyes remained calm and composed, showing no outward reaction. Since the beginning, he had been quietly watching Chen Mo. And this young man, indeed, seemed flawless, always the epitome of hard work. No matter the circumstances, Chen Mo would show up at the training ground to practice swordsmanship, refusing to stop until it was almost noon. He would even approach Master Yang to ask for guidance and advice, leaving the elder amazed at the boundless energy of this youth. Master Yang felt compelled to respond to Chen Mo, simply because of the boy's relentless dedication. Though Chen Mo wasn't a member of the Yin family, after spending a few days observing him, Master Yang couldn't help but develop a sense of appreciation for his talent. Chen Mo's rapid progress was astounding, and no teacher would want to miss out on such a promising student. For an ordinary person, this might not have been as impactful, but for someone like Chen Mo, his abilities were nothing short of incredible. There was an almost explosive energy to him that left Master Yang deeply intrigued. I wonder how he does it, how he's able to devote so much energy to the Fubo sword technique, Master Yang thought to himself. When Anifei learned of this, she, too, was astonished. She had always thought Chen Mo had already achieved success in other areas, so she couldn't understand why he was still training so obsessively every day. This was something she found herself far inferior to Chen Mo in. Even though she had plenty of time and resources at her disposal, she often chose to spend her time on other activities rather than wasting hours in the training ground. In this regard, she couldn't help but admire Chen Mo's unwavering determination. Indeed, Anifei considered herself unsuited for the path of ancient martial arts, so she had long since decided to develop herself as a character fully invested in intellect. Fortunately, for someone in her family, not committing to a single path was perfectly reasonable. What others didn't know was that Anifei clearly had extraordinary luck on her side. This feeling was something she didn't need to express, others would naturally understand it. Sometimes, Anifei felt that Chen Mo seemed to overthink things. She hadn't said a word, yet in the eyes of others, it was almost as if she had committed some kind of offense. After thinking for a moment, Anifei decided it was best to remain quiet and say less. She had already seen how hard Chen Mo worked. Most of the time, all she needed to do was quietly observe and wait. I hope he doesn't push himself too hard, Anifei thought. She had looked into Chen Mo's background and was surprised to find that he was just an ordinary person with an unremarkable resume and a modest family. But recalling the day he saved her and his calm determination, which had even caused Master Yang to change his attitude twice in a single day, she realized these were not qualities an ordinary person could possess. Just this alone had already made her view Chen Mo in a completely different light, and she began to think that perhaps her earlier assumptions had been a little off. Maybe there really is more to him than I know, Anifei concluded. She could only assume there were many things she didn't understand about him. If she could somehow guess what was on his mind, perhaps she wouldn't need to wonder so much. I just don't know what Chen Mo is thinking, she thought to herself. Maybe he doesn't care about those things at all. Anifei pondered this, not even sure who she was speaking to in her heart. Looking at Chen Mo, she felt that he would surely understand, and as for everything else, she decided to take her time thinking it through. Some things might not align with her expectations, but in her heart, she reasoned that even if she didn't explicitly tell Chen Mo, someone like him would definitely figure it out. You know, aren't you being a bit too confident in yourself? Chen Mo said, helplessly looking at Anifei. He noticed that whenever he didn't speak, she would seriously stop and wait for him to gather his thoughts. It made him feel like he couldn't stay silent any longer, so with no other choice, he asked her directly about her thoughts. To this, Anifei simply gazed at him for a moment before replying calmly, "It's really just a matter of whether I want to or not. If I don't want to, no one can force me." "Fair enough," Chen Mo said, acknowledging the reasoning. It was a very willful response, but it fit perfectly with the expectations he had for Anifei. It was exactly the kind of thing she would say. Given the current situation, he wasn't surprised by her mindset. If, back then, you had known early on that you'd be born into the Yin family, would you have been happy or upset? I think I'd still be more happy than upset, Anife replied with a smile. Compared to everything else, she still approached life in a straightforward and pure way. Why is that? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. Previously, Anife had always subtly hinted that being born into the Yin family came with a lack of freedom, where every decision seemed suffocating and despairing. Reflecting on it now, Chen Mo thought his past reactions were rather calm, as he could see that someone like Anife would likely approach things differently. Because most things in this world are never up to us to decide. Being born into the Yin family is certainly better than being born into a smaller family. It's already pretty good. Do you really think being born into any other family means you wouldn't be manipulated? Anife's casual remark left Chen Mo momentarily speechless. What could he say? Anife had an exceptionally clear understanding of her own circumstances. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. He realized he had never considered this reasoning before. Now that she said it, he found that all the things he had previously tried to tell her seemed unnecessary. She had already formed her own views, and even if he hadn't said anything, Anife could have clearly expressed her thoughts to him. I've thought it through very clearly. When I was younger, I did whatever the adults told me to do. But later, when I started to realize what I truly wanted, I began to push back, Anife said, a slightly embarrassed smile appearing on her face. There were times when I felt disappointed and lost, but in the end, I decided to follow the path I liked. No matter what, I want to walk a path that suits me, Anife concluded firmly. Thinking back, Shinemo realized that when he had spoken with Anife before, he hadn't ignored these considerations. But hearing her say this now, he was finally certain, even if Anife hadn't said it out loud, he would have come to the same conclusions as she did. You're absolutely right, Shinemo said, his gaze complex as he looked at Anife. Since she had put it this way, he felt it was best to respect her perspective. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to handle someone as determined as Anife. Why are you looking at me like that? Anife asked, slightly embarrassed as she glanced at him. Is there something on my face? No, I just think you're far more determined than I thought, Shinemo replied. Anife shook her head. That's completely normal. If you were me, you'd probably have the same thoughts. Would I? Shinemo thought to himself, though he silently disagreed. He believed that, under ordinary circumstances, he might have the same determination as Anife. But situations like this were hard to predict. Yet, Anife had experienced it all personally, illustrating with her own example that even when faced with difficult choices, she would follow her heart and refuse to do things that made her unhappy. Looking at Anife before him, Shinemo could clearly sense the differences in their mindsets. Meanwhile, Anife looked back at him curiously, finding that his expression didn't quite align with what she had expected. What's wrong, Shinemo? Anife asked curiously. Shinemo coughed lightly, trying to mask his inner turmoil. It's nothing, nothing. I was just thinking about something else. So, missin'. Just call me Ife. Don't call me missin' anymore, Anife interrupted him, insisting he drop the formalities and use her name directly. Shinemo could only force a smile. Alright, Ife. Go on. What is it? Anife encouraged. After thinking for a moment, Shinemo asked seriously, so, are we really going to be attending the same university together next? Yes. But it might not just stop at attending the same university, Anife replied with a sly smile. Her mischievous expression made a wave of unease rise in Shenmo's heart, as if he were about to be dragged into something unexpected. In his mind, Anife was quickly turning into a bit of a trickster. Fortunately, she had a kind temperament, so he managed to keep his composure. What I mean is, you'll soon be living with me, Anife said, watching Shenmo's reaction expectantly, curious to see how he would respond. Shenmo froze for a moment, his back stiffening. What do you mean by that? His mind was filled with awkward laughter as he tried to make sense of what Anife was implying. Countless unsettling thoughts began to surface. Anife shook her head lightly. It's simple. Like I told you before, some things are only slightly dangerous on their own, but having bodyguards following me around all the time is way too conspicuous, so what? Shenmo pressed her, his voice carrying a mix of confusion and apprehension. So my dad, quite naturally, suggested that you become my personal bodyguard, Anife said matter-of-factly, nodding as though it was the most logical conclusion in the world. What? Shenmo was completely dumbfounded. Him? A bodyguard? With his mediocre fighting skills? How could he possibly take on such a role? Besides, even though Anifei was from a family of ancient martial arts, she wasn't particularly interested in practicing it. Aside from her natural physical talent, she was no different from an ordinary person. In this situation, asking him to protect her seemed like an impossible task. Anifei noticed the stunned look on Shenmo's face and her expression shifted, a hint of grievance flickering in her eyes. "What's wrong? Don't you like the idea?" she asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Ha?" Shenmo was startled again, completely at a loss. He thought to himself, we're not even that close, so why are you asking me if I like it or not? Even if I say no, can I actually refuse? What kind of expression am I supposed to give to that question? He thought about it over and over, but before he could come up with a response, he noticed that Anifei was looking at him with a pitiful expression, clearly upset. It seemed like she was just waiting for someone to comfort her. However, Shenmo was still stuck in his own awkward bewilderment, completely unaware of Anifei's feelings. The disconnect between their thoughts was as vast as night and day, two entirely different matters altogether. The news of Anifei and Shenmo's interactions was something that outsiders would find difficult to remain completely unaware of. After all, whether it was Master Yang or the housekeeper, they were, at their core, all members of the Yin family. As the eldest daughter of the Yin family, Anifei's every action was naturally under scrutiny, and this meant that every move Shenmo made while interacting with her would also inevitably become known to others. It appeared that Zhang Liang had previously maintained a certain distance from Anifei. However, when the two of them discussed certain matters, it still left people feeling incredulous. No matter how you looked at it, just recalling his own thoughts from before was enough to make Shenmo feel a bit unsettled. Things like this aren't nearly as simple as people make them out to be, Shenmo sighed inwardly. He didn't even know how to assess the situation anymore. There were things he didn't truly think or feel in the way others assumed, but for most people, they didn't care about his perspective. It was easy to understand why. Shenmo was just an ordinary person, yet he had grown so close to Anifei. While the Yin family members didn't openly comment on it, they were undoubtedly curious about Shenmo. He was someone they had never seen before, someone who seemed to have suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like he had emerged from the ground and then gotten close to Anifei. To simply say there was no connection between the two of them would be hard for anyone to believe. What's more, there was Master Yang, who had been teaching martial arts to the Yin family children for decades, vouching for Shenmo. His introduction was brief yet striking. He described Shenmo as the most intelligent and hard-working young man he had ever met, someone who, given time, could achieve great things. This kind of praise was shocking. Everyone present was well aware of Master Yang's reputation, a stern, no-nonsense instructor who rarely gave compliments. For him to openly praise an outsider like Shenmo was truly extraordinary. The contrast was impossible to ignore. Everyone who saw Shenmo and Anifei together couldn't help but wonder about their relationship. Outwardly, they maintained a calm facade, careful not to say anything that might provoke Shenmo. But in their minds, they were filled with questions and speculations, likely thinking things far removed from the reality of the situation. From this perspective, others began to feel that this state of affairs seemed almost normal. After all, it had already been mentioned before that even without anyone explicitly stating it, many people could plainly see how close Shenmo and Anifei were. Their relationship was evident to all. If the two of them managed to stay together under such circumstances, it was bound to stir up rumors and gossip. While Anifei might not care about such talk, Shenmo might not be able to withstand the constant scrutiny and speculation. In just a few days since entering the Yin family, Shenmo had already become a topic of conversation for many during their idle moments. Even if he wanted to change this, it was impossible. Some things had been set in motion long before he even realized it. Because of this situation, Shenmo could only reflect inwardly, pondering what it was he truly needed. He didn't care about the gossip from others, his only concern was whether those words might hurt Anifei. Apart from that, he had no reason to pay attention to the remarks of others. Of course, I won't be affected, I'm a man. But what about Missen? Shenmo couldn't quite figure it out. If Missen could also remain unaffected by these rumors, that would naturally be the best outcome. As it turned out, Anifei soon appeared with some new good news for him. And Lingfeng, with a simple directive, had officially appointed Shenmo as Anifei's personal bodyguard, effectively silencing any lingering whispers among the crowd. First of all, this arrangement clearly showed that Lingfeng had been paying attention to Shenmo's presence all along, contrary to what others might have assumed. This meant that Lingfeng, as the head of the family, would naturally be far more concerned about the ongoing relationship between Shenmo and Anifei than anyone else. After all, this involved his daughter, Anifei. If it were someone else, it might not matter. But Anifei was his own flesh and blood, his most cherished treasure. Since he had already tacitly approved of Chun Mo and Anifei being together even if only as her personal bodyguard, how could he possibly allow others to gossip or criticize them? At this point, even though others might still harbor curiosity or speculative thoughts, they could only keep their mouths shut, not daring to say another word. This line of reasoning was as clear as day. Everyone had their own thoughts, but they were completely unaware that, compared to the people directly involved, their opinions amounted to nothing. Moreover, for Chen Mo, the thoughts of these people weren't even worth a second glance. Why would I care what they think? What does that have to do with me, he thought to himself. At the same time, Anifei smiled faintly. She truly didn't care about what those people were saying. Perhaps it was because she had long since understood that no matter what she did, there would always be people who enjoyed gossiping about her. Chen Mo reflected on this and realized that, given Anifei's personality, she indeed wouldn't care about such trivial matters. For her, the only thing that truly mattered was whether Chen Mo could continue practicing martial arts diligently. Though Chen Mo didn't understand why she cared so much about him, it undeniably inflated his sense of pride. After all, having the attention of someone like Anifei would make any man feel a sense of joy and accomplishment. Anifei was undeniably beautiful, came from an exceptional family, and had an outstanding personality. Although Chen Mo had never seriously thought about the possibility of anything happening between them, he couldn't help but hold some small expectations in his heart. Even if nothing ever came of it, at the very least, he hoped to spend more time with Anifei. Thinking about this, Chen Mo couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle. Compared to everything else, he realized that, deep down, he wasn't that different from other ordinary men. Everyone hoped to spend time with someone beautiful. It wasn't exactly a matter of happiness or unhappiness, there was nothing wrong with such a desire. In fact, his earlier thoughts had already revealed what he truly felt in his heart. However, for Anifei, this didn't seem to matter much. At least in her eyes, none of the other topics could compare to the amusement she found in what Chen Mo had just said. Look at you. Even though you say it's nothing, you're still worried that I might do something to you, aren't you? Anifei stared intently at Chen Mo, her eyes full of teasing amusement. This left Chen Mo momentarily at a loss for words. If what Anifei said were true, he could have brushed it off. But when Chen Mo thought about it, he realized that he hadn't said anything at all earlier, just looking at her was enough to make him fully aware of his own thoughts. Although there were many connections between him and Anifei, none of them seemed to have originated completely because of her. Thinking this, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was probably the classic example of someone with a heart of desire but no courage to act. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have already found himself so entangled with Anifei. Yet, in the current situation, even if he wanted to avoid overthinking, if he were to truly get involved with Anifei, he was convinced she wouldn't let him off so easily. Clearing his throat, Chen Mo decided not to dwell on the idea of getting tangled up with Anifei within such a short period of time. About this, it's really not what you think. Let me explain. How could your dad suddenly decide to have an ordinary person like me protect you? I've only just started learning ancient martial arts. Even so, the fact remains that you were able to personally drive off those people that day. That's the truth. Don't worry, though. Officially, you're my bodyguard, but everyone knows I still have private bodyguards. Those are the ones who are really protecting me, Anifei said, a sly smile spreading across her face, leaving Chen Mo utterly exasperated. His emotions were complicated. He had spent so much time earlier wondering what the situation really was, only for the reality to turn out completely different from his expectations. The Anifei standing before him was clearly just toying with him. He couldn't help but feel foolish for being so easily caught in her little trap. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I really thought I was supposed to be your bodyguard. Look how excited I got, Chen Mo said, chuckling as he chose not to dwell on it further. Compared to all this, he preferred to think that his previous thoughts hadn't been in vain. After all, when Anifei heard what he said, her expression did shift ever so slightly. However, Chen Mo didn't want to go back to analyzing and guessing. Some things, if overanalyzed, would only lead to exhaustion, at least for him. He didn't want to waste energy thinking about it anymore. Watching Chen Mo's expression, Anifei subtly pressed her lips together. She knew that some of the things she had said to Chen Mo had been a bit too much. If it were earlier, I definitely would have just told you directly what's going on, Anifei thought with a hint of guilt. She was well aware that her earlier ideas had been somewhat impulsive. But for her, there wasn't much she could do about it now. Some things had already been considered long ago. She didn't have a clear plan for what to do next and could only start by dragging Chen Mo into the situation. Although the two of them had been strangers before, Ife simply trusted Chen-mo. It was an inexplicable sense of trust. She firmly believed that Chen-mo wouldn't let her down. If Chen-mo had heard Ife's thoughts earlier, he might have felt a little guilty. After all, he had never considered these things before. While he had felt some dissatisfaction with Ife's words earlier, he was genuinely grateful that she was able to spell things out so clearly in this situation. Without her doing so, he wouldn't have understood what was truly going on. I get it, but if things are really like you said, I guess I've been dragged into this mess by you, haven't I? Chen-mo said as he glanced at Ife. At this, it was Ife's turn to look a little embarrassed. She had already known that her words might be fine for others, but Chen-mo would undoubtedly pick up on her true intentions. In the end, what she said was simply another way of paving a path for herself. Thinking about this, she didn't know what else to say. Some things were better left unsaid, but Chen-mo had seen through her thoughts so quickly that she didn't know how to react. You're too smart for your own good. Ife finally muttered, glaring at Chen-mo in mock anger. Her expression was more playful than serious, but it still left Chen-mo feeling a little helpless. Most things were fine, but this interaction made Chen-mo realize that it was probably best not to argue too much with a girl. If she actually got upset, it would be difficult to cheer her up. But just as Chen-mo was coming to this realization, Ife shifted her gaze to the other side. I have something else to do. You can train on your own today. Oh, and next Monday, we'll go to the school to register together. Don't forget, okay? With that, she dashed out of the room. It was only then that Chen-mo remembered his current status. He was still technically a university student. But with the family's connections, arranging a new identity wouldn't be difficult at all. Thinking about this, he felt reassured. If it weren't for the current circumstances, he might have found his current life quite enjoyable. With Ife around, he began to reflect on whether his earlier thoughts had been a bit ridiculous. Actually, I should just go along with what Ife says. If this is what she likes, I'll let her decide and revisit the situation later, Chen-mo thought to himself. If he had been clear with Ife from the beginning, perhaps none of these later issues would have arisen. But since Ife had already left, he could only sigh helplessly. Some things didn't need to be spoken aloud. He knew that Ife already understood them in her heart. From his perspective now, Chen-mo felt that his earlier thoughts were quite practical. After all, to Ife, he was just a friend, nothing more. Even if there was truly some sort of connection between the two of them, it shouldn't be what Chen-mo had been imagining. At the very least, he felt he should take the initiative to maintain a certain distance from Ife. This was likely what her father would prefer to see as well. The key difference, however, lay in whether Chen-mo had actually done so. Thinking about this, Chen-mo couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. This time, he had been reckless. If he hadn't said so much to Ife at the very beginning, perhaps she wouldn't have started thinking in that direction at all. I should just focus on practicing my ancient martial arts, Chen-mo muttered to himself. Glancing around, he called up the system in his mind. His progress with the Fubo sword technique was coming along nicely. He was already close to reaching level 2 just through his own efforts. He also had a few unused energy points remaining, so he decided to allocate all of them to Spider-Man's bloodline. In an instant, he felt changes coursing through his body as the Spider-Man bloodline evolved. The system notified him that he had leveled up Spider-Man's abilities to level 2, unlocking a new skill, Spider Silk. What can this Spider Silk do? Chen-mo wondered, looking curiously at his fingertips. With just a thought, a thin, long white strand of webbing shot out from his finger, firmly sticking to the ceiling above. It held on so tightly it felt as if it had been glued with industrial-strength adhesive. Chen-mo couldn't help but make a mental joke, marveling at how such a thing could actually exist. What exactly can this spider silk be used for? Chen-mo pondered for a moment. He hadn't thought much about it before, but if he were to truly utilize it, it would naturally be for training his climbing abilities. In the stories, Spider-Man could swing effortlessly between skyscrapers. Perhaps he should try something similar. At that moment, Chen-mo realized that his earlier thoughts might have been too simplistic. By the time he truly mastered ancient martial arts, the era of spiritual energy revival might already have arrived. It was better to focus on improving both sets of abilities as soon as possible. If he could become strong enough, he wouldn't hesitate to accept the role of Ife's bodyguard. After all, wasn't that what he had wanted to be capable of doing from the very beginning? If things go as I hope, it would actually make me feel quite reassured, Chen-mo thought to himself. He didn't want to be a useless person. In his previous life, even though he had been an ordinary citizen with nothing more than a basic ability to treat minor injuries, he had refused to stay in the rear as a common civilian. Instead, he had resolutely joined a medical team and ventured to various battlefronts. For that reason, now that he faced the possibility of gaining abilities that could make him stronger, he found it difficult to resist. However, thoughts like this were not something he would share with an Ife or others. It was something he hadn't even considered at the beginning. Looking at things now, Chen Mo felt that the spider silk ability was a bit niche and somewhat impractical under the current circumstances. While he had various ideas about how to use it, now didn't seem like the right time to put it into practice. For now, he decided to keep it in reserve. If I were to go around spraying spider silk everywhere, I'd look like an idiot, Chen Mo thought to himself. It would be better to save this ability for the right moment, when it could truly be of value. With this in mind, Chen Mo felt that his reasoning was actually pretty reliable. Although it was unclear where any Fei was at the moment, Chen Mo took a closer look at his own hands. They were now white and smooth, like jade, a common appearance for the hands of young people these days. However, he remembered very clearly that after years of doing part-time manual labor, his hands had become rough and calloused. But now, his hands had transformed, starting from the moment he upgraded Spider-Man's bloodline. Looking into a mirror, Chen Mo noticed that his reflection seemed more vibrant and energetic. He appeared more spirited and full of life. Despite the grueling training he had been putting himself through over the past few days, not only had there been no negative effects, but his body actually felt stronger and more energized. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Why does it feel a bit more complicated than I thought? Chen Mo pondered. He couldn't quite figure out what was happening, but judging by his current state, his earlier thoughts still seemed valid and reliable. Compared to his previous uncertainty, an Ifei's optimism about him seemed more apparent. Chen Mo didn't know when it started, but he found himself silently acknowledging her belief in him. If an Ife had told him all of this earlier, he might have been more willing to come to the Yin family. Even so, he now had the benefit of learning a branch of ancient martial arts. For someone like Chen Mo, who already had some understanding of what the future might hold, this was undeniably an additional source of strength. It was similar to the Marvel system he now had. If it were to disappear one day, at least the ancient martial arts skills he learned would remain with him. The body's muscle memory could not be taken away, and Chen Mo understood this very well. Because of that, he didn't overthink it. Some things he had already come to terms with, and now he could naturally focus on developing them further. I should just keep practicing. Apart from making myself stronger, everything else is meaningless, Chen Mo thought pragmatically. For him, this mindset felt like the right approach. To most people, this was the norm. They didn't entertain too many extraneous thoughts. The difference between them and Chen Mo lay in the choices they made. For now, it seemed like this approach was the right one for them. Regardless of how it was viewed, they were all walking a path that appeared correct, though Chen Mo wasn't sure what they might be thinking deep down. Chen Mo took a deep breath. For him, it was better to focus on sticking to the path he had already decided upon. I don't want to pursue anything else. After all, compared to becoming stronger, relying on external forces is nothing but wishful thinking for someone like me, Chen Mo thought to himself. He understood all too well that some rare treasures, before they were discovered, were ownerless. But for an ordinary person like him, such things might as well not exist. If he wanted to obtain something like that, it would inevitably lead to numerous disputes with others. Aside from bloody confrontations, there were simply no other viable options. Given that, Chen Mo felt it was better to quietly think of alternative solutions. With that thought, he got up and went to the training ground. At that moment, Master Yang was already waiting for him. Master Yang wasn't surprised that Chen Mo had arrived late, nor did he ask why an Ife hadn't come with him today. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Master Yang treated him just like anyone else, casually instructing, "Go and bring those items over. You'll be practicing here later. Don't disturb the others, just stick to the usual routine." "Yes, thank you, Master Yang," Chen Mo replied simply. Without saying much, he followed the instructions, retrieved the equipment he regularly used, and walked to his usual spot to begin his quiet practice. Compared to other things, he enjoyed this kind of routine much more. This way, he didn't have to worry about anyone else and could simply focus on doing his own thing. Chen Mo thought to himself that there were some things he would rather not have thought about in the first place. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had been far too restless earlier. As Chen Mo started practicing his sword techniques, he no longer dwelled on his earlier conversation with an Ife. Her words no longer disturbed his state of mind. Compared to those matters, he knew that what he needed to focus on was doing his current task well. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. As for the things an Ife had left unsaid, he could think about them later when he had time, so he wouldn't feel bored. I just wonder what Missin is doing right now, Chen Mo thought idly. Perhaps an Ifei was off handling other matters. It was still surprising to him that someone like him could even become friends with her. Precisely because of this, he didn't see himself as someone who was a match for an Ifei in terms of status. Chen Mo was careful to maintain an understanding of the gap in status between himself and an Ifei. Of course, he also knew that an Ifei didn't care about such things. Perhaps it was her good upbringing, or maybe she simply didn't place much importance on social rank. That being said, in relationships like theirs, the person with the higher status could afford to disregard social conventions and act freely. However, if the person with the lower status acted out of line, they were often seen by others as overstepping boundaries. Although Chen Mo wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to invite unnecessary problems for himself either. Therefore, he felt it was best to avoid such situations whenever possible. This way of thinking was something he had already worked out in his mind a while ago. Looking at things now, his approach still seemed practical and sensible. Perhaps it was precisely because of these thoughts that Chen Mo became particularly focused during his practice today. He had no extraneous ideas distracting him and instead poured his full concentration into the Fubo sword in front of him. This made him feel that today's practice seemed a bit different from usual, and it was a rather pleasant feeling. To be honest, Chen Mo found himself in quite a good mood, though he occasionally felt a bit conflicted, unsure why his emotions seemed slightly unusual. Perhaps it was because he had too many thoughts swirling in his head. To counter this, he tried to remain as calm as possible, ensuring that he didn't share too much of his inner musings with others, lest they start overthinking things. Chen Mo's practice with the Fubo sword today was highly productive, but this was only because of the consistent effort he had been putting in before. If the circumstances had been different, he might not have been able to handle it. I don't even know what to think about this. I wonder how everyone else's practice is going, Chen Mo muttered to himself as he glanced around. The expressions of the others seemed a bit strange compared to his. Everyone here looks so bored, Chen Mo observed. It was clear that most of them weren't practicing seriously. In fact, many of them looked at him with a sense of surprise, as though his level of focus made him seem like an anomaly. Chen Mo mentally coughed, feeling a bit awkward. Other matters aside, could this situation really be blamed on him? These people had access to the best resources, yet they didn't apply themselves to their training. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, but what could he do about it? He was well aware that the dozen or so children in the training ground were mostly relatives or family friends of the family. Many of them were here simply because they had connections that allowed them to train in this place. This also made Chen Mo realize that his earlier assumptions had been unreliable. Some things weren't as simple as he had imagined. Because of this, he could only practice here alongside everyone else, even though most of the others were just 7 or 8-year-old children. What could he say? It only showed that these kids were among those who had won at the starting line. Meanwhile, the only reason he could stand here with them was not because of his own abilities, but because of the luck of having met an Ifei. Beyond that, he couldn't think of any other reason for his presence here. Looking at it now, however, he felt that his earlier thoughts were still fairly reliable. If not for the opportunity to get so close to an Ifei, he wouldn't have had the chance to come here and learn these skills. Thinking about it this way, being able to practice the Fubo sword and other techniques was a blessing for him. For this alone, he felt he owed a debt of gratitude to an Ifei and her kindness. Of course, Missin probably doesn't need the gratitude of someone as ordinary as me, Chen Mo thought, shaking his head. Deep down, he still felt a sense of apprehension about crossing the boundaries between different social classes. This was why he acted so cautiously. If an Ifei were here, perhaps he wouldn't have so many thoughts swirling in his mind. But for now, Chen Mo felt he owed her even more thanks. After these past 2 days of practice, I should be able to reach level 3 in the Fubo sword soon. At that point, I can truly say I've stepped into the basics, and I'll finally have enough qualifications to ask Master Yang for guidance, Chen Mo calculated in his mind. He didn't think his progress was particularly remarkable. After all, most of the people practicing alongside him were just 7 or 8-year-old children. To say these kids possessed exceptional talent? He didn't believe it. Even if someone claimed they were prodigies, he would only scoff. No matter how gifted they were, could they surpass someone like him, who had gone through 9 years of compulsory education? No matter how resilient they were, could they be more determined than someone who had personally experienced the struggles of being at the bottom of society? After all, he was an adult, his mind and maturity were fully developed. He refused to believe he would lose to these children. On top of that, he had been relentlessly pushing himself during these days of training, practicing 2 to 3 times more than an average child. That, in itself, was extraordinary. From the corner of the training ground, Master Yang's expression was complicated as he watched Chen Mo. Though he was supposed to be overseeing the entire group, his gaze kept unconsciously returning to Chen Mo. This young man, he's really pushing himself so hard. Does he have something he absolutely must achieve? Master Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chen Mo's determination, persistence, and his almost reckless disregard for his own body made Master Yang feel that, no matter what Chen Mo's original intentions were, they couldn't be too far from what he imagined. From the look of things, Chen Mo had already made up his mind. Even without saying anything, he was clearly acting on his initial resolve. Some things didn't need to be spoken aloud, they aligned perfectly with his prior thoughts. Even if an Ife didn't care about the gap in their social statuses, Chen Mo himself couldn't afford to ignore it. This was a principle that someone in a lower position had to understand: never overstep one's boundaries unless one's abilities were strong enough to bridge the gap and render it irrelevant. At this moment, Chen Mo admitted to himself that he didn't yet have that kind of qualification. He understood an Ife's personality. If he wanted to be on equal footing with her as a friend, it would take many more years of effort. In the training ground, it was different. Most of the people here were children. While they were diligent in their own way, their focus couldn't compare to Chen Mo's full dedication. After all, they were just kids. Their attention span couldn't match his, and Chen Mo had genuinely immersed himself in his sword practice. In his previous life, Chen Mo had never had the opportunity to come into contact with ancient martial arts. By the later stages of his life, most ancient martial arts families had become insular, only training their own descendants and rarely passing down their knowledge to outsiders. Now, holding the sword in his hands, Chen Mo felt a kind of obsession, a chance he had never imagined possible in his past life. This was an opportunity he cherished deeply, and he was determined not to waste it. To gain even the slightest opportunity, one often had to swear allegiance or sign various contracts. Because of this, when Chen Mo looked back now, he still found many things hard to believe. After all, he had already thought about a lot of this before. If I really want to do as an Ife says, I should first focus on mastering my own skills. Only when I'm strong enough can I even begin to talk about protecting others. Otherwise, if I can't even protect myself, how could I protect anyone else? This had been Chen Mo's earlier thought. He could disregard many things, but now he had to think more carefully. Some matters weren't as simple as an ordinary person might imagine, where one could act without concern. He had to think more deeply than others. Though he wasn't burdened with unnecessary distractions, his actions had already made many people notice how different he was from the rest. Take Master Yang, for instance. He had been optimistic about Chen Mo from the very first day, though he also carried some concerns. For someone as ordinary as Chen Mo to train so relentlessly, there were two main risks. First, his meridians might not withstand the strain, and second, his body could deteriorate from overexertion. Even so, when Master Yang had raised these concerns with an Ife, hoping she could dissuade Chen Mo, it hadn't worked. From the second day onward, Chen Mo had continued his relentless training. Neither an Ife's attempts to stop him nor Master Yang's reminders had any effect. As a result, they naturally chose to remain silent, not because they were indifferent, but because they understood what Chen Mo wanted. He was an adult and had the right to make his own choices. If he knew the risks and still chose to push himself, it showed that this was what he truly wanted. Given that, they saw no need to intervene further, lest they provoke Chen Mo's resentment. Master Yang, in particular, was not the type to meddle unnecessarily. He understood the principle of a favor of a single grain of rice can turn into a grudge over a bushel. As an experienced and shrewd individual, he avoided putting himself in such situations. Watching Chen Mo train bit by bit was, therefore, the extent of what he was willing to do. What surprised Master Yang, however, was the sheer persistence Chen Mo displayed. He had been training with such intensity for a full week now. Master Yang had to admit that Chen Mo was quite talented, at least when it came to the Fubo sword. He could see that Chen Mo's movements no longer showed any signs of distortion. Each time he swung the Fubo sword, it was with an ease and fluency that resembled someone who had been practicing for 3 to 5 years. This level of proficiency was truly astonishing because Master Yang knew that cultivation was about being guided through the door. Chen Mo was someone he had only introduced to the basics of the Fubo sword a week ago. For him to achieve this level of skill in such a short time was unprecedented in the Yin family. This young man is no ordinary person, Master Yang thought to himself. But he didn't dwell on the thought too much, nor did he believe that Chen Mo's achievements so far necessarily made him special. For now, he simply observed quietly, keeping his thoughts to himself. In truth, after this week had passed, Chen Mo had left only a relatively good impression in Master Yang's mind, diligent and hardworking. But to say Chen Mo was extraordinary? Master Yang remained reserved in his judgment. The Fubo sword technique was manageable for now, and Master Yang knew that Chen Mo's talent was decent. It wasn't impossible for someone so determined to reach this level of proficiency. Although this made the Yin family's younger generation look somewhat foolish in comparison, the fact remained that no one in the Yin family trained as relentlessly as Chen Mo. That was simply the truth. It's still outsiders who are more diligent, Master Yang thought to himself. But would they ever have a chance to encounter ancient martial arts like this? He understood this reality all too well. Even if he saw potential in Chen Mo, he wasn't in a hurry to pay him extra attention. His reasoning was simple: as long as Chen Mo was practicing in the training ground, he wouldn't escape Master Yang's guidance. There was no need to rush. Master Yang figured it was better to wait for Chen Mo to take the initiative and seek him out. That had been Master Yang's plan from the start, and now it seemed increasingly likely to happen. In this dynamic, even if Chen Mo didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to muddle through like others. For now, everyone remained relatively quiet, though it was unclear what Chen Mo was thinking. He simply kept practicing the Fubo sword. After all, he couldn't exactly start experimenting with something like shooting spider silk here, so he poured all his energy into his sword training. What pleased him most was that with each increase in proficiency, the physical fatigue he felt would lessen a bit, and his spirit would be subtly replenished. From the experience of the past few days, Chen Mo had realized that the longer he trained, the more benefits his body would gain. While the physical strain might leave other people with lasting damage, the Yin family's core descendants had access to specially formulated ointments to heal their injuries, something ordinary people like Chen Mo didn't have. As such, Chen Mo's relentless training was met with nothing but ridicule from the true Yin family disciples. In their eyes, his actions were nothing short of foolish, akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs or grasping at fire in a desperate bid for some fleeting reward. To them, only someone who had lived in poverty for so long, like Chen Mo, would lose control upon encountering a treasure trove. Only someone like him would push himself so recklessly in an attempt to claim things that these privileged children had readily available since birth, things that were practically handed to them without effort. I've come to the Yin family, and indeed, it feels like a thief stumbling upon a mountain of treasures. If I don't take as much as I can back with me, I won't be able to rest easy, even if I leave, Chen Mo thought to himself. It was this understanding that drove him to grit his teeth and push on. No matter what others thought of him, he refused to let it affect him. Rather than waste time on such distractions, he preferred to cast those thoughts aside and continue his efforts. Even if his actions were seen as reckless, Chen Mo didn't care. He understood his position all too well. And for him, every bit of progress was worth the pain. It was a small price to pay for the chance at becoming stronger. However, the mental exhaustion and fatigue were very real. If it weren't for Chen Mo's naturally steadfast spirit, he might not have been able to endure it. But now, he continued to grit his teeth and push forward, solely because he understood that the only thing keeping him going was the determination in his heart. If he let go of that determination, he would likely relax too easily, and that, for him, would not be a good thing. Since he had already latched onto this drive, he figured he might as well hold onto it and see how far he could go, how long he could persist. That was what he truly wanted to do. As for whether his efforts would earn the respect of the Yin family, to be honest, he didn't care. When the era of spiritual energy revival truly arrived, when monsters began invading, humanity would be plunged into endless danger and slaughter. At that time, who would care about the trivialities of this peaceful era? These moments would merely become precious memories of a bygone time. He didn't care whether the Yin family looked up to him or not. From his perspective, simply being able to come to the Yin family was already like a thief stumbling into a treasure trove. Naturally, he wanted to take as much as he could before leaving. It was no wonder he acted with such greed. He had been deprived of these opportunities for far too long. Elsewhere, it might not matter as much, but he knew full well that once he left the Yin family, it would be nearly impossible to find another place as generous and unconcerned about these things as the Yin family was. Thus, he was determined to transform everything he gained here into his own strength, unwilling to let any opportunity go to waste. That was his mindset as he immersed himself in his practice. At this point, it seemed like his session was nearing its end, and the momentum was still quite strong. The Fubo sword technique was close to reaching level 3. Even if an Ife were to show up now and talk to him about starting their university life, it wouldn't faze him much. At the very least, he had already ensured he had acquired some ability to protect himself. Though the Fubo sword was just a foundational martial art, by reaching level 2, it was already capable of delivering strikes that could injure others. Only with the ability to protect oneself can one walk the world in peace. That was his belief from the start. If not for this, he would have preferred to stay in the Yin family indefinitely. For now, his thinking seemed practical. Before quickly advancing the Fubo sword to level 3, he had already accumulated a few energy points through his relentless practice over the past few days. At least 2 points remained unused. Instead of investing them in the Fubo sword, he chose to save them for emergencies. I'll use them when I actually need a specific ability. There's no need to rush while we're still in peaceful times, he thought to himself. He had no desire to act impulsively, as he was certain there was no immediate danger. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was Master Yang. Chen Mo, come with me for a moment, Master Yang said. Chen Mo froze for a second. He couldn't recall having had much interaction with Master Yang before, so this sudden request caught him off guard. However, since Master Yang was officially his martial arts instructor, Chen Mo decided to follow him. He trailed behind Master Yang all the way to a room he had never entered before. It was only then that Master Yang spoke. Has your body recently felt weak or powerless, or have you experienced any severe pain? Chen Mo was surprised. He hadn't expected Master Yang to summon him so seriously, only to ask if his intense training had left him with any aftereffects. He listened quietly and then shook his head. I don't feel any discomfort in my body, nor have I experienced any lingering muscle damage. Is that true? Master Yang looked at him, perplexed. He had long noticed that Chen Mo seemed different from others, but hearing him say this so bluntly still left him baffled. That's unlikely. Given your age, how could there be no effects at all? Even children can't endure this level of training intensity. Master Yang suspected that Chen Mo might be brushing him off. Reflecting on it, Master Yang considered the possibility that Chen Mo was lying. But Chen Mo pursed his lips and responded seriously, if I truly experienced muscle soreness, with the amount of training I've been doing, I wouldn't have been able to continue practicing the sword long ago. Isn't that correct, Master Yang? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Master Yang began to form some thoughts. He had to admit that what Chen Mo said made sense. As he pointed out, if overtraining had caused pain, with such an exaggerated practice schedule, Chen Mo would have long been unable to even lift his sword. So, you're saying you really don't feel any pain? Even with this intense training, there are no side effects? Master Yang was now genuinely curious about what might be happening with Chen Mo. How could this young man maintain such an extreme training regimen without suffering any consequences? As a martial arts mentor, Master Yang's instincts compelled him to continue probing. Chen Mo replied calmly, I really don't have any side effects. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance the Fubo sword to the 3rd level in such a short time. What did you just say? You've already reached the 3rd level? In less than half a month? Master Yang stared at him in disbelief. He had initially thought that, considering Chen Mo's older age when starting ancient martial arts, his future prospects and talent would be limited. Yet, Chen Mo's performance had repeatedly exceeded his expectations. Even though Master Yang had already mentally adjusted his assessment of Chen Mo and given him higher marks, Chen Mo still managed to far surpass his imagination. This dazzling achievement made Master Yang feel an increasing sense of unease. It was truly unbelievable. He silently reflected, accepting that perhaps Chen Mo had some talent and was pursuing goals in other areas. But your talent still makes me find it hard to believe, Master Yang said, staring intently at Chen Mo to verify if what you're saying is true. Could you demonstrate the Fubo sword for me? Of course, Chen Mo agreed without hesitation. He immediately picked up a small wooden sword and began practicing simple movements. The fluidity of his execution was leagues ahead of when he had first started under Master Yang's guidance. Just this display alone was enough to almost convince Master Yang of Chen Mo's claims. It was clear that an ordinary person could never reach Chen Mo's level. Just from his movements, it was evident that the current Chen Mo was worlds apart from the person he had been when they first met. With this realization, Master Yang's thoughts grew even more complex. He had initially considered that, if Chen Mo lacked sufficient talent, he could still offer some guidance out of respect for Miss Annie Fei. After all, Chen Mo was brought here by her, and talent was something left to fate. But as it turned out, Chen Mo's actual talent far exceeded Master Yang's expectations. In such a short period, he had already displayed an extraordinary brilliance. Are you really just an ordinary person? Master Yang asked, his emotions mixed as he looked Chen Mo up and down. He found it hard to imagine, no matter how he thought about it, this situation was far more dramatic than anything he had initially envisioned. Even if Chen Mo said nothing, Master Yang could already sense that his earlier assessment had been overly simplistic. Just from Chen Mo's current demeanor, it was clear how starkly different he was from the others. I just feel that in the process of practicing, one can experience immense joy, Chen Mo said with a slight smile. For me, I don't need anyone to push or whip me into action. I naturally want to practice, and that's why I improve so quickly. You're absolutely right, Master Yang said after a moment of thought. He couldn't help but accept Chen Mo's reasoning. After all, during this period, not only had he noticed Chen Mo's focus and relentless effort, but even in Lingfeng had been alerted by it. However, since Chen Mo was practicing the most basic sword technique at the time, and Lingfeng hadn't said much. Now, in retrospect, Master Yang realized that his earlier thoughts had been far too conservative. Chen Mo was far more capable than he had ever imagined. Perhaps it's just as you said, Master Yang sighed inwardly, with a twinge of regret. He realized now that he had underestimated Chen Mo. I've told you before, there are some things you have to earn with your own hands. Chen Mo, your performance is truly extraordinary. I've never seen someone of your age achieve such remarkable accomplishments, Master Yang said, gazing at Chen Mo with a complex expression. He found it hard to imagine how something that seemed so impossible to him had been achieved so effortlessly by Chen Mo. Just thinking about it felt surreal to Master Yang, while Chen Mo, standing quietly in place, maintained a calm demeanor and said, "This is all thanks to your guidance, Master Yang." No need for those kinds of formalities. If not for your own relentless effort, who could have helped you? At your age, you're already at a disadvantage compared to others, Master Yang said, fully aware that Chen Mo was trying to subtly give him credit. But in truth, Master Yang didn't need such praise. What Chen Mo had accomplished far exceeded Master Yang's initial expectations. Moreover, the abilities Chen Mo had gained were entirely the result of his own hard work and determination. Perhaps for this reason, Master Yang's eyes were still full of admiration as he looked at Chen Mo. If only one of the disciples I've trained in the past had worked as hard as you, he said with a sigh. He had to admit that, in Chen Mo, it wasn't just talent that stood out, it was his relentless drive, as if he were always being chased by a beast, never allowing himself to rest. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised by Master Yang's words. Master Yang, however, simply smiled. He didn't care what Chen Mo might think, as he himself still found everything about this situation a bit unbelievable. From the beginning, Master Yang had tried to envision how far Chen Mo could go, but even then, he had never imagined Chen Mo would progress so quickly and so steadily. Your Fubo sword technique has clearly reached the level of mastery, hasn't it? Master Yang said, showing more recognition for Chen Mo than ever before. To reach the third level of the Fubo sword in just half a month, it's very impressive. Additionally, if you're interested in the Shinshio blade technique, you can come to me to learn it. Starting tomorrow, you can begin studying another blade technique. Of course, you can adjust your learning schedule according to your own needs, the specifics are up to you. Yes, thank you, Master Yang, Chen Mo said, slightly surprised. He had actually been considering something similar. After noticing that dedicating so much time and energy to practicing the Fubo sword often led to breakthroughs that awarded him 1 or 2 energy points, he found it quite enticing. However, now that the Fubo sword had reached the third level, further progress required an enormous amount of practice. His proficiency had already climbed to 4,000 or 5,000 points or more, making it increasingly difficult to improve. Chen Mo realized that relying on the same repetitive method to train would no longer yield efficient results. If he continued practicing the Fubo sword endlessly to increase his proficiency, he might not even make significant progress by the end of the year. In the beginning, when he was still unfamiliar with the Fubo sword, practicing it once would increase his proficiency by 1 point. But now, even if he practiced with all his strength 10 times in a row, his proficiency might only increase by a single point. With such diminishing returns, the benefits of continuing to practice the Fubo sword were too low. Therefore, Chen Mo decided it would be better to seek out Master Yang and begin learning the Shinshio blade technique instead. Switching to a new skill to study was a more productive choice at this stage, and Chen Mo felt it was a decision he could readily accept. Perhaps it was simply due to his earlier thoughts that, during his conversation with Master Yang, Chen Mo didn't reveal the whole truth. He believed that, in the end, Master Yang was still part of the Yin family, and it was hard to say how much of his words could truly be trusted. Moreover, Master Yang's so-called teaching wasn't particularly special, it was no different from what he offered others, merely reciting the techniques of the blade methods by the book. As for how to practice effectively, it still depended on one's own comprehension. Of course, what Chen Mo didn't realize was that children from truly wealthy families often had additional private tutors waiting for them at home. In this era, no parent wanted their child to lag behind others on any path they pursued. Practicing in the Yin family's training ground was already one of the most evenly distributed ways resources could be allocated. For anyone without some connections, entering the training ground would be nearly impossible. However, Chen Mo had no ties to the Yin family, no connection whatsoever. If not for the sheer luck of saving an Ifei, he might never have had the chance to step into the Yin family at all. Now, as he prepared to learn the Shincho blade technique, Chen Mo's determination was stronger than ever. Through his practice with the Fubo sword, he not only felt his movements becoming more agile and fluid than before but also deepened his understanding of ancient martial arts. At the very least, Chen Mo no longer needed to hurriedly rely on his system to deal with petty thugs. His skills alone were now enough to handle such situations. And for Chen Mo, this was what mattered most. As for other concerns, he figured they could wait until later. Perhaps because Chen Mo paid little attention to these external matters, Master Yang had been watching him more closely during their practice sessions. Master Yang had already realized there was something extraordinary about Chen Mo. He couldn't quite understand how Chen Mo managed to cast aside all distractions and focus so entirely under these circumstances. However, Chen Mo's seriousness and concentration alone were enough to leave Master Yang deeply impressed. If this young man can maintain such a high level of focus and energy, then even I might not be able to match his progress, Master Yang thought to himself. From their earlier conversation, Master Yang had already sensed that Chen Mo's talent was exceptional. For someone with ordinary talent, it would be absolutely impossible to reach the third level of the Fubo sword in less than half a month. Keep in mind, the Fubo sword only has 5 levels in total, yet Chen Mo, someone who has just started learning ancient martial arts, has managed to elevate his skill to this degree in such a short time. If he had been raised and trained in the Yin family from a young age, what kind of person would he be now? Master Yang dared not imagine. Even though he prided himself on being impartial, Chen Mo's sheer effort and talent had already allowed him to achieve this much in such a short time. It was proof of his strength and potential, he needed no external help to validate it. So what if the Yin family was a colossal force? To Chen Mo, none of that truly mattered. All Chen Mo needed from Master Yang was instruction in the most basic ancient martial arts fundamentals. Everything else, he would acquire on his own. Hopefully, this young man can maintain a good relationship with the young lady, Master Yang thought to himself. In the end, even someone as experienced as him could only silently pray in his heart. Putting other matters aside, the Chen Mo standing before him was undoubtedly far more formidable than he had initially anticipated. Yet he couldn't understand why Chen Mo, who seemed so knowledgeable about these things, never mentioned an Ifei at all. This young man is by no means as simple as he appears. To treat him as an ordinary person would be a grave mistake, Master Yang realized. With that understanding, he decided that no matter what, he needed to visit An Lingfeng. Master Yang, what brings you here today? And Lingfeng greeted him with courtesy. As the head of the Yin family, he hadn't risen to his position merely by relying on the achievements of the previous generation. He undoubtedly had his own strengths to rely on. Given this, Master Yang felt it was his responsibility to inform An Lingfeng about Chen Mo's potential. After all, if the young lady had brought such an outstanding talent to their attention, letting him slip away would be a great pity. When Master Yang once again submitted his evaluation of Chen Mo, he was intercepted by the butler. Master Yang, we've already taken note of what you've mentioned. Rest assured, Chen Mo is already on our observation list. Good. As long as the family head is aware of this young man, that's enough, Master Yang replied without surprise. It was only natural for the head of the family to keep an eye on potential rising talents within the family sphere. Furthermore, Chen Mo was far more exceptional than an average person. His accomplishments were something ordinary people could never achieve. For that reason, An Lingfeng had already taken an interest in him. It wasn't just because of An Ifei's connection to him but also due to Chen Mo's own merits. Reflecting on this, Master Yang found it fascinating. Other matters aside, Master Yang couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Mo was even more remarkable than he had initially thought. So even the family head is paying attention to him? Master Yang thought, shaking his head at his previous assumptions. Perhaps he had been overthinking things back then. If it weren't for the current circumstances, there would have been no need to dwell on it further. With a light cough, Master Yang decided to put these thoughts aside. After all, even if he didn't say anything, An Lingfeng was already observing Chen Mo. There was no need for him to take any additional action. With both the family head and the butler keeping an eye on Chen Mo, any secrets the boy might harbor would surely be uncovered sooner or later. That said, the reason Master Yang had come forward this time was because he genuinely saw great promise in Chen Mo. Despite Chen Mo's stubbornness and his occasionally difficult demeanor, Master Yang appreciated his determination and spirit. A practitioner of martial arts needs to have some backbone, Master Yang thought. That was why he was willing to make the effort to recommend Chen Mo to the family head. Since Chen Mo was already on the observation list, it was clear that the family had also recognized his potential. Although Master Yang found it a bit unbelievable, it at least proved that his judgment wasn't entirely one-sided. Looks like I've got a pretty good eye for talent, Master Yang thought to himself with a hint of satisfaction. Although advanced in age, Master Yang still harbored many ambitions deep within his heart. At the very least, he believed he could not give up on his pursuits so easily. Some things might not matter if they were overlooked from the start. However, now that he had taken notice of Chen Mo, there was no reason to continue giving him a cold shoulder under these circumstances. Otherwise, if Chen Mo, who was clearly a product of his guidance, ended up feeling no gratitude toward him, wouldn't that turn into a colossal joke? As someone as shrewd and experienced as Master Yang, he understood that if such a situation truly occurred, it would be utterly laughable and embarrassing. He had no intention of letting that happen, so he resolved to spend some time carefully considering how best to show goodwill toward Chen Mo. At the very least, I can't let Chen Mo think of me as some old man who doesn't believe in him, Master Yang thought to himself. Determined, he decided to seize this opportunity to show Chen Mo some sincerity. He wanted Chen Mo to see that his inner thoughts might not align with what Chen Mo assumed. From Master Yang's perspective, what he saw in Chen Mo was different from what others might perceive. For now, it seemed that Master Yang was the only one who had truly noticed Chen Mo's potential. The other members of the Yin family likely hadn't paid him much attention yet, even though he had managed to reach the third level of the Fubo sword in such a short time. Most things in this world are, as expected, very different from one another, Master Yang mused as he left, intending to solidify Chen Mo's name in front of the family head. Chen Mo, however, had no idea that Master Yang's departure was for the sake of advocating for him before in Lingfang. Instead, he was fully immersed in practicing his new blade technique. If the Fubo sword had given Chen Mo a sense of agility and lightness, the Shinshio blade technique, with its powerful, sweeping strikes, felt far more exhilarating. Each of his attacks was strong and forceful, and every time he retracted his blade, it felt as though a faint whistling sound echoed in his ears. So this is what blade techniques are like, extremely fierce and perfectly suited for killing, Chen Mo thought, clearly enjoying the blade technique even more than the sword technique. The Shinshio blade technique brought him a sense of satisfaction that the Fubo sword couldn't match. If he had learned this earlier, perhaps during the times of beast tides or the spread of abnormalities, he might have been able to protect those around him. With a slight exertion of force, Chen Mo swung his blade sharply, then quickly pulled it back. This sharp, cutting sensation didn't bother him. On the contrary, the feeling of wielding something so deadly, something that seemed capable of slicing through anything in front of him, drew him in completely. This is exactly what I've been pursuing, he thought. If sword techniques represent the elegance of a gentleman, then blade techniques are pure tools of destruction, Chen Mo concluded, reflecting on his experience with the Shinshio blade technique and the Fubo sword. The Fubo sword emphasized restraint and refinement, embodying the idea that a gentleman's strength lies in inner composure and accumulated knowledge. It was suitable as an introductory martial art to temper one's character. But for someone like Chen Mo in his earlier days, it had felt more like a way to suppress his personality. Only after mastering it did he realize how much strength he could unleash when applying it to something like the Shinshio blade technique, which allowed him to break through to a new level. The Shinshio blade technique focuses on extreme lethality, a sudden voice behind him said, startling Chen Mo. But as a blade technique designed to teach children, I've made several modifications to it. The true killing moves have all been significantly altered. Startled by the unexpected voice, Chen Mo almost swung his blade at Master Yang, who had appeared behind him. It seemed that Master Yang indeed had some expectations for him, Chen Mo thought to himself. While he could disregard other matters, he could clearly sense the concern Master Yang had for him. At the very least, everything Master Yang was capable of teaching, he had passed on to Chen Mo without holding anything back. In fact, there were many things that Master Yang didn't necessarily need to explain in such detail, yet he still conveyed them word for word. Reflecting on this, Chen Mo began to wonder if he had previously misunderstood Master Yang. Perhaps it was because he had entered the Yin family that he subconsciously developed a sense of hostility toward them. Resentment toward the rich? Chen Mo coughed lightly in his mind. After all, no matter how he phrased it, such a sentiment wasn't exactly flattering. At least in his current state, what he saw now was quite different from what he had assumed before. I hope things aren't as I thought before, Chen Mo mused silently. Even if he hadn't said much, he hoped that Master Yang could sense the respect he had for him. After all, Master Yang was the one responsible for teaching everyone the fundamental martial arts in the Yin family. Once others advanced to a higher level, they naturally wouldn't spend time here anymore. But for Chen Mo, he had no such curiosity or concerns. He came here to learn ancient martial arts, and the more foundational the teachings, the better. Since he had never learned anything else before, these basic ancient martial arts techniques were precisely what he needed most. He understood that he needed to build a strong foundation. As for other matters, they could wait until later, when he might explore them elsewhere. At times, it was precisely because of this mindset that others found him somewhat curious. In their eyes, Chen Mo's relentless effort was difficult to comprehend. No matter how they looked at it, someone like Chen Mo seemed to be pushing himself too far, as if he didn't care about his own body. In other aspects, they might not have paid much attention, but Chen Mo's behavior had made many people realize that he was on a completely different level from them. It was as though he simply didn't treat his own life with the same regard they did. For these individuals, the very fact that they were able to train in the Yin family's martial ground meant that their families were deeply connected to the Yin family. With such ties, why should they worry about whether their futures would be bright or not? They were born with golden keys in their hands, and the only thing waiting for them was an even brighter future. Under the current circumstances, their perspective was quite practical. Since Chen Mo posed no threat to them, there was no reason for them to go out of their way to antagonize him. While they might not get along with Chen Mo, it was only if Chen Mo's displayed talents ever threatened their positions that they might feel differently. But in reality, at this moment, they had no reason to harbor such concerns. If things remained as they were, there was truly no need for anyone to worry about such matters at this moment. What Chen Mo had been doing had long surpassed their expectations. In their eyes, his actions seemed to stem merely from his particular focus and care for such endeavors. When they looked at Chen Mo, they could comfort themselves inwardly. Even if Chen Mo worked so tirelessly, what could it really prove? Other than demonstrating his extreme effort, it proved nothing else. It was precisely because of this mindset that most people were unwilling to admit their jealousy toward Chen Mo. After all, admitting jealousy would mean acknowledging their own narrow-mindedness, wouldn't it? Even harboring such thoughts was enough to give rise to all kinds of unpleasant imaginings in their minds. No one wanted to admit they were narrow-minded, just as no one wanted to admit they were envious of Chen Mo. Instead, they'd convinced themselves, if I'm not as good as Chen Mo, it's only natural. After all, Chen Mo has poured so much more time and effort into this than I have. It's only fair that his results are a bit better than mine. If I were to put in the same amount of effort, my results might even surpass his. With such thoughts in mind, the underlying bitterness of their attitudes toward Chen Mo became evident. However, at this point, Chen Mo chose not to directly expose it. Certain matters, if brought to light outright, might not necessarily be beneficial to everyone involved. At least, that's how Chen Mo saw things at the moment. There was no need to uncover such truths. It was enough to ensure that everyone maintained a sense of decorum on the surface. As for other things, Chen Mo could address them later, when the time came. With this mindset, even though many people harbored subtle mockery and disparagement behind his back, none of that concerned him. Chen Mo knew exactly what he was doing and understood what he needed to focus on most. He only needed to channel all his energy into the tasks at hand. As for everything else, he hoped others could reflect on themselves as well. Some matters couldn't be resolved by simply targeting him alone. In the current situation, what Chen Mo was capable of accomplishing had already far exceeded the imagination of others. They had no idea what was going through his mind. All they could do now was take a deep breath in silence. I feel like Chen Mo has been working even harder recently than before. Dad, is this really a good thing? Meanwhile, Anifei couldn't help but feel increasingly frustrated in her heart. She didn't understand what Chen Mo was thinking. She had already told him there was no need to push himself so hard at this time. She had plenty of ways and resources to make things easier and simpler for him, but this guy, what exactly was going through his mind? Anifei was genuinely angry at Chen Mo. This guy just wouldn't listen to her, pushing himself so relentlessly, even to the point of leaving himself battered and bruised. Anifei didn't even know how to evaluate Chen Mo anymore. Looking at Chen Mo from a distance, Anifei realized it had been a full day since she last checked on him. She had originally thought that Chen Mo would take a break today. If all his training was merely to show her how hard-working and diligent he was, then she might as well concede that his acting skills were truly extraordinary. But this guy, he's not acting. He's genuinely putting his life on the line. This is his way of living, Anifei thought to herself, feeling a pang of guilt. If she hadn't chosen to walk away so abruptly back then and had instead told Chen Mo not to push himself at the expense of his body, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. Don't worry. He hasn't actually harmed his body, and Lingfeng suddenly interrupted, sharing another piece of news with her. He directly pointed out that the situation wasn't as she thought. If things were as simple as she imagined, Chen Mo's body would have already given out long ago. But in reality, based on the information Lingfeng had received, Chen Mo's body had been functioning at a consistently high level, showing no signs of wear or hesitation. It was precisely because of this that Lingfeng felt curious. Other matters aside, wasn't Chen Mo supposed to be an ordinary person? Didn't you all tell me that Chen Mo's body had never undergone any rigorous training? But have you even looked at his medical reports? Is this something a normal person could achieve? This had been on Lingfeng's mind for some time, but whether it was Yifei, the butler, or Master Yang, everyone seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally overlooked this point. Unknowingly, Yifei now realized that Chen Mo seemed to have reached a height she couldn't even fully comprehend. This realization alone made her feel that her earlier decisions had been correct. Bringing Chen Mo into the Yin family and putting him in the view of influential figures would undoubtedly benefit his development. But would it be good for Chen Mo himself? Yifei didn't know. She only knew that Chen Mo had already achieved results that drew everyone's attention, even while working on the most basic ancient martial arts. If Chen Mo were to be exposed to more advanced martial techniques, what kind of person would he become? Even Yifei couldn't imagine. In this situation, she found herself creating countless scenarios in her mind. For now, she felt she needed to seriously think about what was really happening. Or perhaps it's not what I initially thought it was, Yifei tried to dismiss her earlier assumptions, attempting to convince herself otherwise. At the very least, she still believed her earlier intentions were correct. But now, she didn't know what she could do to change Chen Mo's mindset. More than anything, she didn't want to see him pushing himself so hard anymore. It was just too much. She had no idea how he managed to persist with such intensity, and it left her utterly astonished. Has his body really not broken down yet? Yifei recalled her father's words and couldn't help but lift her head to look at him. Yifei was deeply unwilling to see Chen Mo continue pushing himself so relentlessly, yet he repeatedly shattered her expectations with his actions. Even though she already believed Chen Mo had exceeded her imagination, he would always go one step further, surprising her in unexpected ways. This alone made Yifei feel that she had to find a way to get Chen Mo to take a break and explore other places. At the very least, he couldn't stay in the Yin family's training ground, practicing day and night without rest. Who knew when his body would give out under such strain? Moreover, as she had come to understand, Chen Mo was the epitome of a training fanatic. He had no concept of stopping to rest. She still remembered the time she visited him and found him sleeping directly on the floor, completely neglecting any sense of comfort. He had reached a level of disregard for personal care that left her speechless. If it were anyone else, Yifei might have felt helpless. After all, training seemed to be Chen Mo's greatest source of enjoyment. Even if she tried her best to get him to change, it would be a difficult feat. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained oblivious to Yifei's concerns. Even if he were aware of her worries, it likely wouldn't have made much of a difference to him. At this moment, he was still fully immersed in tirelessly practicing the newly acquired Shinshou blade technique. Unlike what he had initially expected, this foundational Shinshou blade technique, once in his hands, brought back memories of his past life, weak, pitiful, and helpless. When trouble arose, all he could do was wait for a stronger person to extend a helping hand. He had no other way to protect himself. Forget about protecting those around him, he couldn't even protect himself. In such circumstances, what else could he have done? Because of this, merely recalling those times made Chen Mo feel that he needed to work even harder now. At the very least, he couldn't allow others to look down on him anymore. It was precisely these complicated thoughts in his heart that made Chen Mo carry himself with composure when interacting with others. He didn't harbor any unnecessary ideas, but compared to others, his perspective on things often differed in subtle yet significant ways. Perhaps it was this mindset that pushed Chen Mo's thoughts toward another level. Even now, he couldn't help but reflect on how, in just 2 days of practicing the Shinshou blade technique, he had already broken through to the second level. Strangely enough, ever since mastering the Fubo sword to the third level, practicing the Shinshou blade technique had become a process of connecting the dots. Each practice session felt like uncovering familiar knowledge, as if he had instinctively known how to train in these techniques all along. This amused Chen Mo greatly. Although he didn't consider himself a strong person, when he practiced the Shinshou blade technique, it often felt surprisingly natural. Many aspects of the technique seemed to come to him effortlessly, as if he had always known the right way to approach them. For now, Chen Mo saw this as a positive development. At least compared to his earlier struggles, he could sense that certain things were no longer as distant from his expectations as they once were. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a small sense of helplessness in his heart. That being said, Chen Mo cleared his throat lightly. At the very least, he knew what he should be doing. During this time, many of the children had proactively come to Chen Mo to ask him questions. This was because, during one of his lessons, Master Yang had casually mentioned that, among everyone practicing the Fubo sword, the most skilled was actually Chen Mo, the oldest person present. Initially, the in-family members dismissed Master Yang's comment. In their view, talent was naturally something associated with youth. How could someone of Chen Mo's age excel at practicing the Fubo sword? However, precisely because of these preconceptions, Chen Mo repeatedly proved them wrong. Most of them tried to rationalize it in other ways, yet Chen Mo's growing prominence was undeniable. Chen Mo was willing to spend his time teaching these young children who came seeking his guidance. In his eyes, they were no different from him, they were all eager to learn. Because of this, Chen Mo saw no need to hold anything back. He felt it was better to teach them what he could, to help them learn as much as possible. After all, guiding them now would help them avoid unnecessary detours in the future. The longer Chen Mo stayed in the in-family's training ground, the more his reputation grew among the others. At first, most people thought Master Yang was exaggerating. How could someone as old as Chen Mo, no matter how dedicated, compete against these children, most of whom were barely over 10 years old on average? In response, Master Yang calmly explained that martial arts training certainly depended on natural talent. But when it came to practice and determination, Chen Mo's abilities far surpassed those of the others. Moreover, Chen Mo had the unique advantage of being able to gain a small energy point with each breakthrough to the second or third level of a technique. During this period, Chen Mo had accumulated 2 energy points, which he decided to allocate toward enhancing his other bloodlines from his Marvel abilities. Initially, he had considered saving them up, but after some thought, he realized there was no point in hoarding them without a clear purpose. It would be better to use them where they could make an immediate difference. Chen Mo believed that the Hulk's bloodline was key to improving his physical body, so he invested 1 point into it. As for the other 2 points, he set them aside for later use. Not long ago, Annie Fei had come to find him. She mentioned that they were preparing to leave for college soon. Though the university was an arrangement made by the in-family, Chen Mo wasn't worried about it. With the in-family's resources, they wouldn't send him to a subpar institution. There was no reason for concern. If anything, worrying about whether he could keep up with his studies would be more practical. However, for Chen Mo, these matters were still unimportant. He believed that once the era of spiritual energy awakening arrived, no one would care about academics anymore. After all, during peaceful times, education was merely a means of showcasing one's abilities. But in the face of a new era, survival and strength would matter far more than any degree. However, when the era of spiritual energy arrived and people were struggling between life and death, honestly, would studying still matter? This was Chen Mo's thought process. That was why he never discussed academic studies with Annie Fei. He didn't care about so-called cultural subjects because, in his past life, he had been an academic overachiever. But in the era of spiritual energy, that had been utterly useless. At most, it had allowed him to barely survive as a member of a medical team. Beyond that, being a top student was pointless. In the future, what people valued was personal strength and capability. For Chen Mo, there was no need to concern himself with academics anymore. To him, forgetting those things was more important. What truly mattered was devoting his time and energy to practicing ancient martial arts in the present. That was what his heart told him to do. As for everything else, he pushed it aside, deeming it unnecessary to care about. With this mindset, his focus on training felt entirely justified. After all, there was no reason to worry about distractions. Over time, others observing Chen Mo's tireless dedication no longer felt the same jealousy they once harbored. Even the most narrow-minded among them couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast. While they were eating, Chen Mo was training. While they were playing, Chen Mo was still in the training ground. And even while they were sleeping, they knew Chen Mo remained there, practicing. Eventually, someone went to ask Master Yang how long Chen Mo had been spending in the training ground. After thinking for a moment, Master Yang replied, "If you want the answer to that, you'll have to ask Chen Mo himself." Regardless, by this point, they began to understand what true diligence looked like. It wasn't like their half-hearted efforts. Chen Mo's relentless dedication made it clear that their previous assumptions were misguided. Everyone tends to think of themselves as special, but for the vast majority of people, they are simply one among the masses, with no exceptional qualities to set them apart. Dwelling on delusions of grandeur in their minds only led to disappointment. Under these circumstances, they slowly realized that, as they were now, they weren't even qualified to be compared to Chen Mo. No one dared to make such a claim anymore. After all, everyone had their own pride, and witnessing Chen Mo's efforts left them with little ground to stand on. Yet, without realizing it, more people began to show friendliness toward Chen Mo. Some still thought in their hearts that Chen Mo might simply be someone who forced himself to improve through sheer hard work, a manufactured talent, so to speak. In their eyes, he might not even count as a true genius. After all, in the eyes of most people, a true genius was someone who didn't appear to put in much effort yet could easily achieve results that ordinary people struggled for years to obtain. In everyone's definition, Chen Mo somehow didn't qualify as a true genius. Yet, even so, to others, he was already incredibly formidable. This feeling was shared by many, as true geniuses were indeed rare, while ordinary people could be found everywhere. This was something everyone understood, Master Yang included. But while everyone else was claiming that Chen Mo wasn't a genius, using it as a means of consoling themselves, Master Yang merely responded with a faint, almost mocking smile. He knew exactly what was going on in their minds, perhaps better than anyone else. But to him, their thoughts were utterly meaningless. Even if Chen Mo isn't a genius, he's still miles ahead of you all. Only you foolish people would sit here mocking someone behind their back. How ridiculous, like the pot calling the kettle black. Chen Mo has already walked 1,000 steps ahead of you, Master Yang sneered silently to himself. Other matters aside, Master Yang was absolutely willing to take Chen Mo's side at this moment. To him, there was no need to care about anything else. Chen Mo was someone he deeply admired and recognized. Under these circumstances, Master Yang was more than willing to let others believe he was favoring Chen Mo. In reality, however, Chen Mo hadn't been deprived of any resources he deserved. Quite the opposite, he had been provided with some resources that even true descendants of the Yin family could rarely access. Using the modest authority he wielded within the Yin family, Master Yang had ensured that all of these resources were made available to Chen Mo. When Chen Mo first saw the medicinal bath prepared for him, he was stunned. The liquid was an inky black color, and he had no idea what it was. But the moment he immersed himself in it, a rich and fragrant aroma filled his senses. This sensation, it's absolutely incredible, Chen Mo thought to himself. He didn't actually know what the bath contained, but he decided it was best to simply wait and let it work its magic. Even as he soaked in the medicinal bath, silent and contemplative, Chen Mo couldn't help but think about other things. He was acutely aware of how out of place he was among the privileged scions of the Yin family. These children likely had little to no exposure to the mundane struggles of daily life. The ordinary concerns of the world were far removed from them. To foster any sense of belonging with people like them seemed nearly impossible. It was precisely because of this realization that Chen Mo pushed himself even harder. He understood exactly what had brought him to where he was now. While these things might seem insignificant to others, to Chen Mo, they represented countless challenges and struggles. Because he was so keenly aware of this, Chen Mo was especially cautious when speaking to others. After all, who knew which powerful figures might be watching over these children from behind the scenes? The less trouble he caused, the better. If he could avoid offending anyone, he would. If I can practice the Xin blade technique to the second level today, I should be able to attend university classes with Missin tomorrow. Chen Mo ended a day's training, then returned to his room and enjoyed a relaxing hot bath. Of course, he did not enjoy the free treatment of medicinal baths today, as those were usually provided at Master Yang's expense. But as for whether Chen Mo had any thoughts about this, on one hand, he didn't have that much money, and on the other hand, he didn't have the authority. To obtain things like medicinal baths, one would need to at least have the qualification of being an insider in the Yin family to be able to provide or purchase them. Precisely because of this, Chen Mo felt it was better to stay honestly in his proper place. At least, it wouldn't be like before, when every time he thought about it, he felt a sense of helplessness. From the current perspective, his thinking was entirely reasonable. No one knew exactly what he was thinking, but at this moment, he remained fairly composed, as he had already thoroughly understood the effects of the medicinal bath. It was nothing more than reducing muscle soreness while allowing him to maintain his practice. Just this alone made him feel that it was somewhat useful. Otherwise, regardless of how he looked at it, he still thought his previous ideas were quite grounded. I just don't know how to view such troubles in the future. At this moment, Chen Mo remained calm, but his thoughts seemed a bit tangled to others. They had never expected this. They thought he must be relying on his relationship with an Ife to act recklessly in the Yin family, stuffing all sorts of rare treasures down his throat, which is why he had achieved such an extraordinary speed. Who would have thought that Chen Mo was pushing his body to its limits every day to practice? Forget rare treasures, even basic things like medicinal baths had to rely on Master Yang occasionally paying out of his own pocket for him to enjoy. Come to think of it, Chen Mo's willpower is truly astonishing. I thought he could only last a few days, and Lingfeng remarked with a change of mind. And Yifei looked at her father with a puzzled expression, clearly not understanding what he meant. And Lingfeng smiled and said, "This matter, well, it goes back to before. I just think this kid is much more troublesome than I imagined." And Yifei sat up curiously and asked, "Dad, are you saying that there's something about Chen Mo that even you can't figure out?" And Lingfeng nodded and replied, "Actually, I should have mentioned it to you earlier. This kid really hasn't trained before. His physical condition is average, but his willpower is extraordinarily strong. For such a long time, relying on just one or two occasional medicinal baths from Master Yang, he managed to persist through that high-intensity training. This isn't something an ordinary person can do." "Not an ordinary person?" And Yifei couldn't help but repeat. And Lingfeng nodded with conviction. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have such strong willpower, they would have given up long ago. But he, on the other hand, is full of energy every day, practicing over there. "Don't you think so?" Dad, you're right." And Yifei thought for a moment and agreed it did make sense, considering Chen Mo's intensity of training, and Yifei truly found it hard to believe that he could persist for so long. However, she also understood clearly that it was precisely with such determination that Chen Mo continued to persevere tirelessly. Although she couldn't fathom how Chen Mo managed to achieve this, his effort was something she absolutely couldn't overlook. It was because of his relentless effort that she truly realized the extent to which someone must strive to have a clear conscience. Such sentiments were not something one could easily express. And Yifei merely felt that the biggest difference between Chen Mo and the other members of the Yin family was that Chen Mo seemed to possess an exceptionally resilient nature, as though the thought of giving up had never even crossed his mind. Even at his most physically painful moments, he continued to push himself so ardently, and just this alone left Yifei feeling astonished. She cleared her throat lightly. At this moment, Yifei temporarily set aside her other thoughts. But from her current perspective, she realized that her previous impressions of Chen Mo had been overly simplistic. Perhaps it was precisely because of such thoughts that, when speaking with Chen Mo, she had never paid much attention to the changes in his physical condition. Unconsciously, Yifei began to picture Chen Mo in her mind. Perhaps every time he spoke to her, he did so while enduring pain, yet she had never noticed. What on earth was this guy thinking? Did he really have to push himself so hard? And Yifei couldn't help but recall what she had once said before, that there were some things that Chen Mo could choose not to do, and yet he could still live well. With her care, he could live a life free of worries, and even if he wanted to strive for more, there was no need for such urgency. "Dad, he doesn't have to work so hard. Why is he pushing himself to such extremes?" This was the question Yifei posed to Lingfeng. However, Lingfeng merely shook his head silently at the side. Young people like Chen Mo are rare. He clearly has a shortcut he could take, yet he still chooses to push forward with his own efforts. "Don't you think such young people are better?" And Lingfeng's words left Yifei momentarily speechless. She did, in fact, admire young people like Chen Mo. She had felt the same way back in school. However, that didn't mean she could easily accept seeing Chen Mo go to such lengths. Originally, Yifei thought she was the type of person who would admire others for their hard work. But when she was truly confronted with Chen Mo's relentless determination, she realized that her thoughts weren't as easily swayed as she had imagined. "This guy is completely testing my limits," Yifei thought to herself. Other matters aside, what this guy was doing had already far exceeded her expectations. Especially his tireless determination day after day, it was incredibly impressive, even admirable, yet it also left her with a deep sense of unease. There were some things that she still couldn't fully understand at the moment. She just felt that Chen Mo was pushing himself far too hard, unnecessarily so. "Cici," and Lingfeng suddenly called her by her nickname. And Yifei obediently straightened her posture, signaling her readiness to listen. And Lingfeng gave her a glance. "You must understand, if this were a child of the Yin family, they might not necessarily show the same level of intense effort, right? So then, what is Chen Mo striving for?" Since Yifei seemed not to fully comprehend matters like these, her father, and Lingfeng, naturally did not hold back and directly told her that for a young man like Chen Mo, how could he lack opportunities to stand out? But for him, the hard part was how to seize such rare opportunities that most people could only dream of. "So you must remember, if you truly want to get along with a young man like Chen Mo, the most important thing is to express your respect for him on equal footing, understand? Beyond that, there's no need for unnecessary actions." When it came to young people like Chen Mo, and Lingfeng could be said to understand them very well. Regarding other matters, he naturally didn't care too much, but now, he felt that his previous thoughts might have been overly simplistic. No matter how he considered it, his earlier ideas now seemed a bit naive. At this moment, as Lingfeng looked at Chen Mo, he felt that the young man was still pushing himself too hard. He couldn't quite figure out how Chen Mo managed to do it. His mind was full of curiosity. Some things were truly not that simple, yet he couldn't understand how the other party was pulling it off. Precisely because of this, when Lingfeng didn't speak much, Anifei was also lost in thought. She hadn't expected to realize, after hearing her father's words, that there were indeed things she had oversimplified in her mind before. This meant that Chen Mo might not have genuinely regarded her as a friend, or perhaps he wanted to, but the disparity in their statuses forced him to hold back. This was something Anifei could completely understand, so she would rather maintain a certain distance from Chen Mo than let him feel that she didn't understand him. But if that's the case, how should I talk to him? Anifei wondered to herself. There were some things she could easily overlook, but for Chen Mo at this moment, it wasn't so simple. I think it's better if you don't say anything. After all, for a young man like him, since he has his own thoughts, it's best not to overthink things, was Lingfeng's advice to her. In his view, thoughts like these were best avoided by Anifei. The Anifei in front of him always tended to oversimplify things, but how could the world be as simple as she imagined? For this reason, Lingfeng advised her not to always think about bothering Chen Mo. You should focus on things you're interested in. If you want to return to your studies, I'll send you back to the university, and of course, I'll arrange for Chen Mo to go with you. And Lingfeng wasn't at all worried about any relationship beyond friendship developing between Anifei and Chen Mo. After all, he knew his daughter's temperament very well. Anifei was simply not the type to care about romance or matters of the heart. In fact, she was quite oblivious in that regard. Sometimes, even Lingfeng couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. He thought that in another 2 years, he would definitely be worrying himself sick over Anifei's marriage, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was her father. If he didn't worry about it, then there'd be no one else to think about it on her behalf. Even so, this Chen Mo guy. He was clearly not someone who enjoyed chasing after women or stirring up trouble. It was one thing for him to remain single, but even after meeting Anifei, there wasn't the slightest sign of him wavering. Instead, he spent all his time in his training ground, showing no interest in going out to enjoy himself. This, in particular, left Lingfeng feeling utterly incredulous. Other things aside, when he looked back now, he felt that his earlier thoughts might have been overly calculating. There were some things he should have discussed with a young man like Chen Mo, but when he truly understood Chen Mo's mindset, he decided to give up. Training, and more training. My goodness, Oldly, tell me, how long has it been since I've seen such a promising young man? And Lingfeng sighed as he casually tossed aside some letters that Master Yang had passed on to him. The letters clearly detailed Chen Mo's daily activities, training in martial arts, and little to no entertainment beyond that. If it had been earlier, Lingfeng might have been thinking about teaching Chen Mo or finding ways to win him over. But later on, when he saw that every report from Master Yang described Chen Mo's life in 2 words, training martial arts, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Even the butler standing beside him, the middle-aged man referred to as Oldly, shook his head helplessly. To be honest, I've never seen such a young man either. His willpower is terrifying. He almost never stops. In his eyes, it seems like there's nothing else he cares about besides becoming stronger. For Chen Mo's personality, such behavior was entirely normal. He simply wanted to quickly train his body and find ways to grow stronger. Beyond that, nothing else held any appeal for him at the moment. However, for the older and more experienced Lingfeng and the butler, this kind of behavior was highly unusual. After all, they both understood that to live with such singular focus like Chen Mo, one would normally have to experience the splendors of the world first and then learn to detach from them. Yet Chen Mo, so young, somehow possessed the kind of determination akin to that of a meditating monk. Just this unwavering resolve of his was enough to make many people curious and skeptical of him. Under these circumstances, they were already deeply intrigued by Chen Mo. Their words, meanwhile, brought a smile to Anifei's face. I told you, he's a strange person, Anifei remarked, recalling the advice her father had just given her and still feeling a bit out of place. It didn't quite align with what she had thought before. To be honest, her thoughts before were no different from those of Lingfeng and the butler. She had never seen anyone like Chen Mo, someone who didn't care about his own physical condition, didn't covet entertainment or enjoyment, and focused solely on pursuing his passion with all his might. Such a person, no matter where they appeared, would be as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. However, back then, and Lingfeng had told her that there was absolutely no such person in existence and urged her not to overthink it. He claimed that if someone like that did exist, he would have received the information immediately. Unfortunately, for Anifei, she didn't quite agree with her father's words. Compared to what others said, she trusted her own eyes more. Besides, when it came to understanding what kind of person Chen Mo was, she preferred to rely on her own judgment. As for other matters, she felt there was no need to discuss them too much with Lingfeng. After all, he was already beginning to get a preliminary understanding of Chen Mo's personality. The things he used to say so often had started to disappear from his face. It was clear that he had realized Chen Mo wasn't the kind of person he had initially assumed. Furthermore, Chen Mo's excessive willpower in this area was something that seemed terrifying to everyone. I wonder how his training is going now. I keep feeling like this guy has some big secrets, thought Anifei. That was all she could think about. She was certain that Chen Mo had many hidden things about him, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, those were Chen Mo's own matters. If he was willing to share, that would be great. But realistically, she knew that as long as Chen Mo didn't want to talk, she wouldn't be able to find out anything. Chen Mo was someone with very strong personal principles, and there wasn't much she could do about it. That was precisely why she was staying quietly here now. She understood that even if she went to the training grounds, it wouldn't make Chen Mo happy. On the contrary, he might just be confused as to why she had come so quickly. This thought left Anifei feeling a bit upset. She didn't want to become a source of distraction for Chen Mo at this moment. Since that was the case, she figured it was better to stay here and avoid making him lose focus. Cece, I think even if you went over there, he wouldn't be distracted because of you. Don't flatter yourself too much. Really, I think he'd be so absorbed in his training that he wouldn't even spare you a glance. Her annoying father suddenly chimed in, as if he had already seen through her thoughts. He couldn't resist giving her a little advice. With just that one sentence, Anifei's face instantly turned bright red. She could clearly see the butler struggling to suppress his laughter, trying hard to maintain his serious expression. It was obvious that his thoughts were much the same as hers at the moment. He was full of suppressed laughter but was forcing himself to hold it in. It seemed this situation was exactly the kind of thing Anifei had dreaded. She sighed and said, I know, but could you not say it out loud? Even though she knew this would be the outcome, hearing Lingfeng actually say it still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Just thinking about her father's words left her feeling dejected. Even though she was full of pride, her repeated attempts and experiments had proven that if she really went up to Chen Mo, he would most likely ignore her entirely. This was a very real possibility. Thinking about it this way, Anifei couldn't help but feel an ache in her heart. That guy was truly just too much of a training fanatic. If, Dad, you're planning to arrange for me and Chen Mo to attend the same university, aren't you worried that something might happen between us? When Anifei posed this question, she had already imagined her father's potential response and how she should reply. She thought it would be a warm and cordial father-daughter exchange. However, when she actually heard Lingfeng's reply, she finally understood what it meant to feel utterly shocked, as if struck by lightning. Just Lingfeng's words alone made her want to kick him out of the room immediately. Especially when he couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter at the end. It left Anifei fuming. She had previously imagined what might happen if she and someone like Chen Mo were put together, but that was just her own speculation. And yet, Lingfeng directly voiced this thought aloud. How could she not be angry? Especially since she knew that what her father mentioned wasn't just a vague possibility, it was very likely to happen. To be fair, Chen Mo was fine in many aspects, but at this moment, Anifei had to admit that just the thought of what Chen Mo might say to her in such a situation left her feeling completely helpless. This guy doesn't even know what's going on in his own head, she thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. When it came to other matters, Anifei wouldn't overthink things, but once her father brought it up, she couldn't help but recall the time she had gone looking for Chen Mo, only to be met with his utterly bewildered expression. Clearly, in his mind, he had never considered there could be any connection between himself and Anifei. Even when Anifei told him to be her bodyguard, he might have felt some internal reaction, but outwardly, his expression remained completely unchanged. Because of this, Chen Mo had always been uneasy whenever Anifei spoke to him. Luckily, this mindset of Chen Mo's had remained unchanged from the beginning until now. He simply had a habit of hiding his thoughts, so it wasn't obvious from his outward demeanor. Previously, when Anifei approached Chen Mo, he had always managed to get through it by feigning indifference, so she wasn't sure what he truly thought of her. But every time she looked at Chen Mo, she couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. This guy probably doesn't even have time for silly romantic feelings. All he does is train, train, and train. How could he possibly have the energy to fall in love, she thought. Thinking about it, it was likely that the reason why Lingfeng was so at ease with Chen Mo was because he had seen through Chen Mo's nature as a training-obsessed fanatic. There was no need to even consider him as a potential match for an Yifei. Just from Chen Mo's behavior alone, it was evident that he wouldn't initiate anything with an Yifei. A young man like this doesn't even want to spare a moment to focus on worldly matters, let alone spend time on love. If he were truly interested in CC, he would have already made a move, don't you think? And Lingfeng said this with a laugh, and the butler beside him couldn't help but chuckle and agree. Meanwhile, an Yifei glared furiously at her father and the butler, feeling nothing but exasperation and frustration. She couldn't shake the thought that she was incredibly unlucky to be stuck in this situation. This kind of approach was not unfamiliar to an Yifei. She simply pondered it for a while. Some things she had said to Chen Mo in the beginning were, in fact, her most genuine thoughts. If being born into a family like the Yin family had brought her many advantages, she had also occasionally wondered whether her life would have turned out differently if she had been born into an ordinary family. Thinking about it, she realized that even if she had been born into a regular family, with her personality, she likely wouldn't have had many other ambitions. Living in such a family wouldn't have mattered much to her. Looking at things now, Anifei's thoughts seemed to stem from the fact that some of her prior musings didn't hold much weight in the eyes of others. After all, no matter what she had considered before, and Lingfeng had already taken those things into account. In the end, it was Chen Mo's training-obsessed personality that successfully convinced Lingfeng. Thinking it over, based on Chen Mo's behavior, he truly didn't seem like the kind of person who would cause trouble. Not to mention, even if someone were to suggest that Chen Mo might be interested in an Yifei, they would need a very good reason to believe it. Just this point alone made Lingfeng feel his trust in Chen Mo growing stronger and stronger. After all, when Chen Mo hadn't even entered the Yin family yet, he had managed to rescue an Yifei while surrounded by a group of thugs. Furthermore, after that incident, some of the things an Yifei had heard didn't quite match up with what she had originally thought. After all, certain matters had already been on an Yifei's mind for some time. At times, if things truly were as she had imagined, she felt she might need more time to reflect on them. Regardless, she had already come to understand that many things required careful consideration. It was perhaps precisely because of these thoughts that, when speaking with Chen Mo, an Yifei tried her best to remain calm. Even so, her unusual demeanor was still easily detected by people like Lingfeng. Now, the fact that Lingfeng was laughing heartily in front of her was the clearest indicator. He knew that this behavior would likely irritate an Yifei, but there wasn't much he could do. He rarely got to see his daughter so visibly frustrated. So, Cece, stop overthinking it. Having him act as your bodyguard is more than enough, in my opinion. With him by your side, plus the other bodyguards I've arranged in secret, you absolutely can't afford to have those reckless ideas anymore, understand? After his laughter subsided, and Lingfeng's expression turned serious once again. Otherwise, as you well know, something that shouldn't have happened almost did, and it nearly caused a major disaster. Your mother and I worked so hard to raise you to this point. We didn't do it so you would wither away before you've even fully grown. And Lingfeng's words were a direct expression of his dissatisfaction with how an Yifei had acted previously. Sure enough, as she listened to her father's rebuke, an Yifei couldn't help but lower her head. She was very aware of the meaning behind his words. That being said, Chen Mo cleared his throat lightly. At the very least, he knew what he should be doing. During this time, many of the children had proactively come to Chen Mo to ask him questions. This was because, during one of his lessons, Master Yang had casually mentioned that, among everyone practicing the Fubo sword, the most skilled was actually Chen Mo, the oldest person present. Initially, the Yin family members dismissed Master Yang's comment. In their view, talent was naturally something associated with youth. How could someone of Chen Mo's age excel at practicing the Fubo sword? However, precisely because of these preconceptions, Chen Mo repeatedly proved them wrong. Most of them tried to rationalize it in other ways, yet Chen Mo's growing prominence was undeniable. Chen Mo was willing to spend his time teaching these young children who came seeking his guidance. In his eyes, they were no different from him, they were all eager to learn. Because of this, Chen Mo saw no need to hold anything back. He felt it was better to teach them what he could, to help them learn as much as possible. After all, guiding them now would help them avoid unnecessary detours in the future. The longer Chen Mo stayed in the Yin family's training ground, the more his reputation grew among the others. At first, most people thought Master Yang was exaggerating. How could someone as old as Chun Mo, no matter how dedicated, compete against these children, most of whom were barely over 10 years old on average? In response, Master Yang calmly explained that martial arts training certainly depended on natural talent. But when it came to practice and determination, Chen Mo's abilities far surpassed those of the others. Moreover, Chen Mo had the unique advantage of being able to gain a small energy point with each breakthrough to the second or third level of a technique. During this period, Chen Mo had accumulated 2 energy points, which he decided to allocate toward enhancing his other bloodlines from his marvel abilities. Initially, he had considered saving them up, but after some thought, he realized there was no point in hoarding them without a clear purpose. It would be better to use them where they could make an immediate difference. Chen Mo believed that the Hulk's bloodline was key to improving his physical body, so he invested 1 point into it. As for the other 2 points, he set them aside for later use. Not long ago, Annie Fei had come to find him. She mentioned that they were preparing to leave for college soon. Though the university was an arrangement made by the Yin family, Chen Mo wasn't worried about it. With the Yin family's resources, they wouldn't send him to a subpar institution. There was no reason for concern. If anything, worrying about whether he could keep up with his studies would be more practical. However, for Chen Mo, these matters were still unimportant. He believed that once the era of spiritual energy awakening arrived, no one would care about academics anymore. After all, during peaceful times, education was merely a means of showcasing one's abilities. But in the face of a new era, survival and strength would matter far more than any degree. However, when the era of spiritual energy arrived and people were struggling between life and death, honestly, would studying still matter? This was Chen Mo's thought process. That was why he never discussed academic studies with Annie Fei. He didn't care about so-called cultural subjects because, in his past life, he had been an academic overachiever. But in the era of spiritual energy, that had been utterly useless. At most, it had allowed him to barely survive as a member of a medical team. Beyond that, being a top student was pointless. In the future, what people valued was personal strength and capability. For Chen Mo, there was no need to concern himself with academics anymore. To him, forgetting those things was more important. What truly mattered was devoting his time and energy to practicing ancient martial arts in the present. That was what his heart told him to do. As for everything else, he pushed it aside, deeming it unnecessary to care about. With this mindset, his focus on training felt entirely justified. After all, there was no reason to worry about distractions. Over time, others observing Chen Mo's tireless dedication no longer felt the same jealousy they once harbored. Even the most narrow-minded among them couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast. While they were eating, Chen Mo was training. While they were playing, Chen Mo was still in the training ground. And even while they were sleeping, they knew Chen Mo remained there, practicing. Eventually, someone went to ask Master Yang how long Chen Mo had been spending in the training ground. After thinking for a moment, Master Yang replied, "If you want the answer to that, you'll have to ask Chen Mo himself." Regardless, by this point, they began to understand what true diligence looked like. It wasn't like their half-hearted efforts. Chen Mo's relentless dedication made it clear that their previous assumptions were misguided. Everyone tends to think of themselves as special, but for the vast majority of people, they are simply one among the masses, with no exceptional qualities to set them apart. Dwelling on delusions of grandeur in their minds only led to disappointment. Under these circumstances, they slowly realized that, as they were now, they weren't even qualified to be compared to Chen Mo. No one dared to make such a claim anymore. After all, everyone had their own pride, and witnessing Chen Mo's efforts left them with little ground to stand on. Yet, without realizing it, more people began to show friendliness toward Chen Mo. Some still thought in their hearts that Chen Mo might simply be someone who forced himself to improve through sheer hard work, a manufactured talent, so to speak. In their eyes, he might not even count as a true genius. After all, in the eyes of most people, a true genius was someone who didn't appear to put in much effort yet could easily achieve results that ordinary people struggled for years to obtain. In everyone's definition, Chen Mo somehow didn't qualify as a true genius. Yet, even so, to others, he was already incredibly formidable. This feeling was shared by many, as true geniuses were indeed rare, while ordinary people could be found everywhere. This was something everyone understood, Master Yang included. But while everyone else was claiming that Chen Mo wasn't a genius, using it as a means of consoling themselves, Master Yang merely responded with a faint, almost mocking smile. He knew exactly what was going on in their minds, perhaps better than anyone else. But to him, their thoughts were utterly meaningless. Even if Chen Mo isn't a genius, he's still miles ahead of you all. Only you foolish people would sit here mocking someone behind their back. How ridiculous, like the pot calling the kettle black. Chen Mo has already walked 1,000 steps ahead of you, Master Yang sneered silently to himself. Other matters aside, Master Yang was absolutely willing to take Chen Mo's side at this moment. To him, there was no need to care about anything else. Chen Mo was someone he deeply admired and recognized. Under these circumstances, Master Yang was more than willing to let others believe he was favoring Chen Mo. In reality, however, Chen Mo hadn't been deprived of any resources he deserved. Quite the opposite, he had been provided with some resources that even true descendants of the Yin family could rarely access. Using the modest authority he wielded within the Yin family, Master Yang had ensured that all of these resources were made available to Chen Mo. When Chen Mo first saw the medicinal bath prepared for him, he was stunned. The liquid was an inky black color, and he had no idea what it was. But the moment he immersed himself in it, a rich and fragrant aroma filled his senses. This sensation, it's absolutely incredible, Chen Mo thought to himself. He didn't actually know what the bath contained, but he decided it was best to simply wait and let it work its magic. Even as he soaked in the medicinal bath, silent and contemplative, Chen Mo couldn't help but think about other things. He was acutely aware of how out of place he was among the privileged scions of the Yin family. These children likely had little to no exposure to the mundane struggles of daily life. The ordinary concerns of the world were far removed from them. To foster any sense of belonging with people like them seemed nearly impossible. It was precisely because of this realization that Chen Mo pushed himself even harder. He understood exactly what had brought him to where he was now. While these things might seem insignificant to others, to Chen Mo, they represented countless challenges and struggles. Because he was so keenly aware of this, Chen Mo was especially cautious when speaking to others. After all, who knew which powerful figures might be watching over these children from behind the scenes? The less trouble he caused, the better. If he could avoid offending anyone, he would. If I can practice the Xin blade technique to the second level today, I should be able to attend university classes with Missin tomorrow. Chen Mo ended a day's training, then returned to his room and enjoyed a relaxing hot bath. Of course, he did not enjoy the free treatment of medicinal baths today, as those were usually provided at Master Yang's expense. But as for whether Chen Mo had any thoughts about this, on one hand, he didn't have that much money, and on the other hand, he didn't have the authority. To obtain things like medicinal baths, one would need to at least have the qualification of being an insider in the Yin family to be able to provide or purchase them. Precisely because of this, Chen Mo felt it was better to stay honestly in his proper place. At least, it wouldn't be like before, when every time he thought about it, he felt a sense of helplessness. From the current perspective, his thinking was entirely reasonable. No one knew exactly what he was thinking, but at this moment, he remained fairly composed, as he had already thoroughly understood the effects of the medicinal bath. It was nothing more than reducing muscle soreness while allowing him to maintain his practice. Just this alone made him feel that it was somewhat useful, otherwise, regardless of how he looked at it, he still thought his previous ideas were quite grounded. I just don't know how to view such troubles in the future. At this moment, Chen Mo remained calm, but his thoughts seemed a bit tangled to others. They had never expected this. They thought he must be relying on his relationship with an Ife to act recklessly in the Yin family, stuffing all sorts of rare treasures down his throat, which is why he had achieved such an extraordinary speed. Who would have thought that Chen Mo was pushing his body to its limits every day to practice? Forget rare treasures, even basic things like medicinal baths had to rely on Master Yang occasionally paying out of his own pocket for him to enjoy. Come to think of it, Chen Mo's willpower is truly astonishing. I thought he could only last a few days, and Lingfeng remarked with a change of mind. And Ife looked at her father with a puzzled expression, clearly not understanding what he meant. And Lingfeng smiled and said, "This matter, well, it goes back to before. I just think this kid is much more troublesome than I imagined." And Ife sat up curiously and asked, "Dad, are you saying that there's something about Chen Mo that even you can't figure out?" And Lingfeng nodded and replied, "Actually, I should have mentioned it to you earlier. This kid really hasn't trained before. His physical condition is average, but his willpower is extraordinarily strong. For such a long time, relying on just one or two occasional medicinal baths from Master Yang, he managed to persist through that high-intensity training. This isn't something an ordinary person can do." "Not an ordinary person?" And Ife couldn't help but repeat. And Lingfeng nodded with conviction. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have such strong willpower, they would have given up long ago. But he, on the other hand, is full of energy every day, practicing over there. "Don't you think so?" Dad, you're right." And Ife thought for a moment and agreed it did make sense, considering Chen Mo's intensity of training, and Ife truly found it hard to believe that he could persist for so long. However, she also understood clearly that it was precisely with such determination that Chun Mo continued to persevere tirelessly. Although she couldn't fathom how Chun Mo managed to achieve this, his effort was something she absolutely couldn't overlook. It was because of his relentless effort that she truly realized the extent to which someone must strive to have a clear conscience. Such sentiments were not something one could easily express. And Ife merely felt that the biggest difference between Chen Mo and the other members of the Yin family was that Chen Mo seemed to possess an exceptionally resilient nature, as though the thought of giving up had never even crossed his mind. Even at his most physically painful moments, he continued to push himself so ardently, and just this alone left Ife feeling astonished. She cleared her throat lightly. At this moment, Ife temporarily set aside her other thoughts. But from her current perspective, she realized that her previous impressions of Chun Mo had been overly simplistic. Perhaps it was precisely because of such thoughts that, when speaking with Chen Mo, she had never paid much attention to the changes in his physical condition. Unconsciously, Ife began to picture Chen Mo in her mind. Perhaps every time he spoke to her, he did so while enduring pain, yet she had never noticed. What on earth was this guy thinking? Did he really have to push himself so hard? Ife couldn't help but recall what she had once said before, that there were some things that Chen Mo could choose not to do, and yet he could still live well. With her care, he could live a life free of worries, and even if he wanted to strive for more, there was no need for such urgency. Dad, he doesn't have to work so hard. Why is he pushing himself to such extremes? This was the question Ife posed to Lingfeng. However, Lingfeng merely shook his head silently at the side. Young people like Chen Mo are rare. He clearly has a shortcut he could take, yet he still chooses to push forward with his own efforts. Don't you think such young people are better? Lingfeng's words left Ife momentarily speechless. She did, in fact, admire young people like Chen Mo. She had felt the same way back in school. However, that didn't mean she could easily accept seeing Chen Mo go to such lengths. Originally, Ife thought she was the type of person who would admire others for their hard work. But when she was truly confronted with Chen Mo's relentless determination, she realized that her thoughts weren't as easily swayed as she had imagined. This guy is completely testing my limits, Ife thought to herself. Other matters aside, what this guy was doing had already far exceeded her expectations. Especially his tireless determination day after day, it was incredibly impressive, even admirable, yet it also left her with a deep sense of unease. There were some things that she still couldn't fully understand at the moment. She just felt that Chen Mo was pushing himself far too hard, unnecessarily so. Cici, Lingfeng suddenly called her by her nickname. Ife obediently straightened her posture, signaling her readiness to listen. Lingfeng gave her a glance. You must understand, if this were a child of the Yin family, they might not necessarily show the same level of intense effort, right? So then, what is Chen Mo striving for? Since Ife seemed not to fully comprehend matters like these, her father, Lingfeng, naturally did not hold back and directly told her that for a young man like Chen Mo, how could he lack opportunities to stand out? But for him, the hard part was how to seize such rare opportunities that most people could only dream of. So you must remember, if you truly want to get along with a young man like Chen Mo, the most important thing is to express your respect for him on equal footing, understand? Beyond that, there's no need for unnecessary actions. When it came to young people like Chen Mo, Lingfeng could be said to understand them very well. Regarding other matters, he naturally didn't care too much, but now, he felt that his previous thoughts might have been overly simplistic. No matter how he considered it, his earlier ideas now seemed a bit naive. At this moment, as Lingfeng looked at Chen Mo, he felt that the young man was still pushing himself too hard. He couldn't quite figure out how Chen Mo managed to do it. His mind was full of curiosity. Some things were truly not that simple, yet he couldn't understand how the other party was pulling it off. Precisely because of this, when Lingfeng didn't speak much, Ife was also lost in thought. She hadn't expected to realize, after hearing her father's words, that there were indeed things she had oversimplified in her mind before. This meant that Chen Mo might not have genuinely regarded her as a friend, or perhaps he wanted to, but the disparity in their statuses forced him to hold back. This was something Ife could completely understand, so she would rather maintain a certain distance from Chen Mo than let him feel that she didn't understand him. But if that's the case, how should I talk to him? Ife wondered to herself. There were some things she could easily overlook, but for Chen Mo at this moment, it wasn't so simple. I think it's better if you don't say anything. After all, for a young man like him, since he has his own thoughts, it's best not to overthink things, was Lingfeng's advice to her. In his view, thoughts like these were best avoided by an Ifei. The Ifei in front of him always tended to oversimplify things, but how could the world be as simple as she imagined? For this reason, and Lingfeng advised her not to always think about bothering Chen Mo. You should focus on things you're interested in. If you want to return to your studies, I'll send you back to the university, and of course, I'll arrange for Chen Mo to go with you. And Lingfeng wasn't at all worried about any relationship beyond friendship developing between an Ifei and Chen Mo. After all, he knew his daughter's temperament very well. An Ifei was simply not the type to care about romance or matters of the heart. In fact, she was quite oblivious in that regard. Sometimes, even Lingfeng couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. He thought that in another 2 years, he would definitely be worrying himself sick over an Ifei's marriage, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was her father. If he didn't worry about it, then there'd be no one else to think about it on her behalf. Even so, this Chen Mo guy. He was clearly not someone who enjoyed chasing after women or stirring up trouble. It was one thing for him to remain single, but even after meeting an Ifei, there wasn't the slightest sign of him wavering. Instead, he spent all his time in his training ground, showing no interest in going out to enjoy himself. This, in particular, left Lingfeng feeling utterly incredulous. Other things aside, when he looked back now, he felt that his earlier thoughts might have been overly calculating. There were some things he should have discussed with a young man like Chen Mo, but when he truly understood Chen Mo's mindset, he decided to give up. Training, and more training. My goodness, Oldly, tell me, how long has it been since I've seen such a promising young man? And Lingfeng sighed as he casually tossed aside some letters that Master Yang had passed on to him. The letters clearly detailed Chen Mo's daily activities, training in martial arts, and little to no entertainment beyond that. If it had been earlier, Lingfeng might have been thinking about teaching Chen Mo or finding ways to win him over. But later on, when he saw that every report from Master Yang described Chen Mo's life in 2 words, training martial arts, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Even the butler standing beside him, the middle-aged man referred to as Oldly, shook his head helplessly. To be honest, I've never seen such a young man either. His willpower is terrifying. He almost never stops. In his eyes, it seems like there's nothing else he cares about besides becoming stronger. For Chen Mo's personality, such behavior was entirely normal. He simply wanted to quickly train his body and find ways to grow stronger. Beyond that, nothing else held any appeal for him at the moment. However, for the older and more experienced Lingfeng and the butler, this kind of behavior was highly unusual. After all, they both understood that to live with such singular focus like Chen Mo, one would normally have to experience the splendors of the world first and then learn to detach from them. Yet Chen Mo, so young, somehow possessed the kind of determination akin to that of a meditating monk. Just this unwavering resolve of his was enough to make many people curious and skeptical of him. Under these circumstances, they were already deeply intrigued by Chen Mo. Their words, meanwhile, brought a smile to an Ifei's face. I told you, he's a strange person, an Ifei remarked, recalling the advice her father had just given her and still feeling a bit out of place. It didn't quite align with what she had thought before. To be honest, her thoughts before were no different from those of Lingfeng and the butler. She had never seen anyone like Chen Mo, someone who didn't care about his own physical condition, didn't covet entertainment or enjoyment, and focused solely on pursuing his passion with all his might. Such a person, no matter where they appeared, would be as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. However, back then, Lingfeng had told her that there was absolutely no such person in existence and urged her not to overthink it. He claimed that if someone like that did exist, he would have received the information immediately. Unfortunately, for an Ifei, she didn't quite agree with her father's words. Compared to what others said, she trusted her own eyes more. Besides, when it came to understanding what kind of person Chen Mo was, she preferred to rely on her own judgment. As for other matters, she felt there was no need to discuss them too much with Lingfeng. After all, he was already beginning to get a preliminary understanding of Chen Mo's personality. The things he used to say so often had started to disappear from his face. It was clear that he had realized Chen Mo wasn't the kind of person he had initially assumed. Furthermore, Chen Mo's excessive willpower in this area was something that seemed terrifying to everyone. I wonder how his training is going now. I keep feeling like this guy has some big secrets, thought Ifei. That was all she could think about. She was certain that Chen Mo had many hidden things about him, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, those were Chen Mo's own matters. If he was willing to share, that would be great. But realistically, she knew that as long as Chen Mo didn't want to talk, she wouldn't be able to find out anything. Chen Mo was someone with very strong personal principles, and there wasn't much she could do about it. That was precisely why she was staying quietly here now. She understood that even if she went to the training grounds, it wouldn't make Chen Mo happy. On the contrary, he might just be confused as to why she had come so quickly. This thought left Annie feeling a bit upset. She didn't want to become a source of distraction for Chen Mo at this moment. Since that was the case, she figured it was better to stay here and avoid making him lose focus. Cece, I think even if you went over there, he wouldn't be distracted because of you. Don't flatter yourself too much. Really, I think he'd be so absorbed in his training that he wouldn't even spare you a glance. Her annoying father suddenly chimed in, as if he had already seen through her thoughts. He couldn't resist giving her a little advice. With just that one sentence, Anife's face instantly turned bright red. She could clearly see the butler struggling to suppress his laughter, trying hard to maintain his serious expression. It was obvious that his thoughts were much the same as hers at the moment. He was full of suppressed laughter but was forcing himself to hold it in. It seemed this situation was exactly the kind of thing Annie had dreaded. She sighed and said, "I know, but could you not say it out loud?" Even though she knew this would be the outcome, hearing Lingfeng actually say it still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Just thinking about her father's words left her feeling dejected. Even though she was full of pride, her repeated attempts and experiments had proven that if she really went up to Chen Mo, he would most likely ignore her entirely. This was a very real possibility. Thinking about it this way, Annie couldn't help but feel an ache in her heart. That guy was truly just too much of a training fanatic. If, Dad, you're planning to arrange for me and Chen Mo to attend the same university, aren't you worried that something might happen between us? When Annie posed this question, she had already imagined her father's potential response and how she should reply. She thought it would be a warm and cordial father-daughter exchange. However, when she actually heard Lingfeng's reply, she finally understood what it meant to feel utterly shocked, as if struck by lightning. Just Lingfeng's words alone made her want to kick him out of the room immediately. Especially when he couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter at the end. It left Annie fuming. She had previously imagined what might happen if she and someone like Chen Mo were put together, but that was just her own speculation. And yet, Lingfeng directly voiced this thought aloud. How could she not be angry? Especially since she knew that what her father mentioned wasn't just a vague possibility, it was very likely to happen. To be fair, Chen Mo was fine in many aspects, but at this moment, Annie had to admit that just the thought of what Chen Mo might say to her in such a situation left her feeling completely helpless. This guy doesn't even know what's going on in his own head, she thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. When it came to other matters, Annie wouldn't overthink things, but once her father brought it up, she couldn't help but recall the time she had gone looking for Chen Mo, only to be met with his utterly bewildered expression. Clearly, in his mind, he had never considered there could be any connection between himself and Annie. Even when Annie told him to be her bodyguard, he might have felt some internal reaction, but outwardly, his expression remained completely unchanged. Because of this, Chen Mo had always been uneasy whenever Annie spoke to him. Luckily, this mindset of Chen Mo's had remained unchanged from the beginning until now. He simply had a habit of hiding his thoughts, so it wasn't obvious from his outward demeanor. Previously, when Annie approached Chen Mo, he had always managed to get through it by feigning indifference, so she wasn't sure what he truly thought of her. But every time she looked at Chen Mo, she couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. This guy probably doesn't even have time for silly romantic feelings. All he does is train, and train. How could he possibly have the energy to fall in love, she thought. Thinking about it, it was likely that the reason why Lingfeng was so at ease with Chen Mo was because he had seen through Chen Mo's nature as a training-obsessed fanatic. There was no need to even consider him as a potential match for Annie. Just from Chen Mo's behavior alone, it was evident that he wouldn't initiate anything with Annie. A young man like this doesn't even want to spare a moment to focus on worldly matters, let alone spend time on love. If he were truly interested in CC, he would have already made a move, don't you think? And Lingfeng said this with a laugh, and the butler beside him couldn't help but chuckle and agree. Meanwhile, Annie glared furiously at her father and the butler, feeling nothing but exasperation and frustration. She couldn't shake the thought that she was incredibly unlucky to be stuck in this situation. This kind of approach was not unfamiliar to Annie. She simply pondered it for a while. Some things she had said to Chen Mo in the beginning were, in fact, her most genuine thoughts. If being born into a family like the Yin family had brought her many advantages, she had also occasionally wondered whether her life would have turned out differently if she had been born into an ordinary family. Thinking about it, she realized that even if she had been born into a regular family, with her personality, she likely wouldn't have had many other ambitions. Living in such a family wouldn't have mattered much to her. Looking at things now, Anife's thoughts seemed to stem from the fact that some of her prior musings didn't hold much weight in the eyes of others. After all, no matter what she had considered before, and Lingfeng had already taken those things into account. In the end, it was Chen Mo's training-obsessed personality that successfully convinced Lingfeng. Thinking it over, based on Chen Mo's behavior, he truly didn't seem like the kind of person who would cause trouble. Not to mention, even if someone were to suggest that Chen Mo might be interested in Anife, they would need a very good reason to believe it. Just this point alone made Lingfeng feel his trust in Chen Mo growing stronger and stronger. After all, when Chen Mo hadn't even entered the Yin family yet, he had managed to rescue Anife while surrounded by a group of thugs. Furthermore, after that incident, some of the things Anife had heard didn't quite match up with what she had originally thought. After all, certain matters had already been on Anife's mind for some time. At times, if things truly were as she had imagined, she felt she might need more time to reflect on them. Regardless, she had already come to understand that many things required careful consideration. It was perhaps precisely because of these thoughts that, when speaking with Chen Mo, Anife tried her best to remain calm. Even so, her unusual demeanor was still easily detected by people like Lingfeng. Now, the fact that Lingfeng was laughing heartily in front of her was the clearest indicator. He knew that this behavior would likely irritate Anife, but there wasn't much he could do. He rarely got to see his daughter so visibly frustrated. So, Cece, stop overthinking it. Having him act as your bodyguard is more than enough, in my opinion. With him by your side, plus the other bodyguards I've arranged in secret, you absolutely can't afford to have those reckless ideas anymore, understand? After his laughter subsided, Lingfeng's expression turned serious once again. Otherwise, as you well know, something that shouldn't have happened almost did, and it nearly caused a major disaster. Your mother and I worked so hard to raise you to this point. We didn't do it so you would wither away before you've even fully grown. And Lingfeng's words were a direct expression of his dissatisfaction with how Anife had acted previously. Sure enough, as she listened to her father's rebuke, Anife couldn't help but lower her head. She was very aware of the meaning behind his words. Let's take a look around. There are probably countless kids here working harder than we are, Anife said, glancing at Chen Mo, trying to break the awkward atmosphere between them. But after she spoke, she suddenly remembered that just the person in front of her, Chen Mo, had already put in far more effort than most people could imagine. What she said to Chen Mo felt more like something she was saying to herself. Realizing this, she felt utterly defeated inside. Just from this thought alone, she fully experienced the weight of shame in her heart. Thinking about it, Anife came to understand what it meant to abandon excuses and justifications. I just think, they're pretty good. Of course, they're still not as good as you. It's fine. I'm just working hard to close the gap between us, Chen Mo replied calmly, shrugging his shoulders. He understood that Anife realized she had misspoken, but he didn't mind. Compared to that, Chen Mo thought these kids were already far better off than he had been at their age. Perhaps in the future, when the beast tides arrived, these hard-working young people would stand on the front lines. It was certainly possible. No matter the time or place, the weak would perish in large numbers, while even among the strong, survival depended on fierce competition. At the higher levels, the struggle was often more brutal, as no one would yield, and everyone wanted to grow stronger. Those who didn't strive for strength had already been left behind long ago. These were Chen Mo's thoughts as he watched the Yin family's children immersed in their practice. Although this was just a basic training ground, and most of the participants were young children, it was precisely because of this that he saw so many promising youths, some only 7 or 8 years old, who would likely grow into the strongest pillars of the future. The thought that these children had been receiving elite family education from such a young age, and would likely emerge as powerful figures in the era to come, put Chen Mo in a surprisingly good mood. At least, if you think about it, these people will be our comrades someday. That's much better than ending up with a bunch of useless teammates, wouldn't you agree? Chen Mo thought to himself. That's why he didn't mind the fact that these young people were destined to surpass him. Their backgrounds were better than his, they worked just as hard if not harder, and they had access to far more resources than he did. If he felt indignant about that, it would only prove he was being delusional. After all, this was the legacy their parents and grandparents had fought to create for them. Of course, they would also need to pay their price, becoming the fuel for the great furnace of the world. Still, Chen Mo couldn't help but think that if he had been born as a child of the Yin family in his past life, he might have been able to go much further. But such things as being born into the right family, that was a skill in itself, and one completely beyond anyone's control. And Ife, meanwhile, watched the suddenly quiet Chen Mo, who now had an odd smile on his face. The sight left her feeling increasingly uneasy, even to the point of thinking that Chen Mo might be suffering from some kind of emotional imbalance. She felt she had to find a way to console him. After all, this awkward situation was something she had caused. At the moment, and Ife felt a bit guilty in her heart. This was the first time she had experienced something like this, and Chen Mo's expression already said it all. He didn't care about these things at all, while every word she had just spoken was meant to comfort him. She wasn't sure if he understood her intentions. I actually just wanted to. And Ife hesitated, trying to think of a way to make sure Chen Mo wouldn't misunderstand her. She had put in considerable effort to get him to accept her, and looking back now, she didn't feel like she had done anything particularly significant. Seeing the look on her face, Chen Mo started to laugh. Watching her demeanor, he couldn't hold it in. "Missin, can you tell me what's going on with you? You just said the wrong thing. It's not worth getting this worked up over." I am not worked up." And Ife stammered in her defense. For her, achieving the kind of composure Chen Mo had was clearly beyond her reach. She knew she had said something wrong and had hoped Chen Mo wouldn't remember it. But it seemed she was just dreaming, as Chen Mo had clearly caught the underlying meaning of her words, and he laughed. To be honest, and Ife felt that ever since Chen Mo had arrived at the Yin family, it was almost as though he were the one she couldn't measure up to. Every day, she received news of him spending the entire day in the training ground, from morning until night. At first, she thought it was just a phase, that Chen Mo might just be curious or enthusiastic about ancient martial arts, treating it like a new toy he couldn't put down. However, when Chen Mo's persistence lasted over half a month, and Ife gave up trying to figure him out. There really were people like this in the world, tirelessly practicing without rest. Just this one trait alone was enough to make her feel how different he was from others. By now, Ife had grown curious about what Chen Mo was really thinking. "I'm not going to explain anymore. As long as you didn't misunderstand me, that's fine," she said, lowering her head in resignation. She decided not to try and explain further. Every word she said only seemed to make things worse. She stopped overthinking it. Chen Mo looked at her and gave her a faint smile. "If that's the case, then I think it's no big deal." "Huh?" And Ife stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. She hadn't expected him to not only refrain from being upset with her over this but also to gaze at her with an unprecedented warmth and gentleness. For some reason, this made Ife lower her head again. She felt inexplicably flustered, almost as if she didn't dare to be looked at by Chen Mo in such a way. "What's wrong with me?" And Ife wondered to herself, feeling that her current state must be ridiculous. Clearly, Chen Mo didn't have any such thoughts about her, yet here she was, letting her imagination run wild. Ife silently tried to calm herself, doing her best not to let her ears burn too much. Otherwise, she felt like her face could practically fry an egg from the heat. Just from this one moment, Ife could already feel how she was different from others. At that moment, Chen Mo simply glanced at her and said, "I still think, Missin, that it might be better for you to practice in your original, dedicated training ground." However, Ife stubbornly shook her head. She had never entertained such an idea. Compared to others, she was more inclined to think that she just wanted to spend time with Chen Mo. This alone made her realize that the difference between herself, others, and the Chen Mo standing before her was, in fact, quite similar. "I don't think that way. It's just that I feel my interest in martial arts isn't as strong as yours," Ife said, furrowing her brows in thought. "Honestly, in any family, people like you, who are so passionate about martial arts, are really in the minority. I mean, a very small minority, because most people, when they still have potential to grow, choose an easier path instead. Although this might cause their limits to come sooner, they lack the determination to push beyond their limits. They're only thinking about earning a basic living," and Ife thought. To her, this kind of life was naturally something to disdain. "My father calls such a life just getting by." At this point, Ife paused, clearly needing a moment to reflect. She wasn't unaware of these realities, she just felt that this approach wasn't drastically different from what she had previously imagined. "Of course, as I grew older, I came to realize that life outside can indeed be full of unpleasant things. As a result, those people who just get by might actually be quite clever in their own way. I'm no longer as rigid as I used to be. Focusing solely on becoming stronger isn't the only path forward. You can think about so much more," Ife said, waving her hand. "You can find ways to gain greater power, whether it's to change the people around you, change your family, change your own fate, or even change this country. Missin, have you ever thought about what kind of consequences there might be if the things you're saying now were to spread?" Chen Mo asked, frowning slightly. And Ife smiled. "I know, but I believe you won't say anything, right? Her words left Chen Mo momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Anifei to express such confidence in him, so much so that she would directly tell him she trusted him not to speak. Hearing this, Chen Mo even wondered if he'd misheard her. But in the end, since Anifei had said it so firmly, if he were to counter her now, it would make him seem less like a man. So he simply waited quietly for her to finish. So, what did you experience after that? I just want to know what I'm truly capable of doing, so I'm still searching, Anifei said thoughtfully. But after what happened last time, I realized that sometimes, having a bit of martial skill isn't a bad thing. At least, for someone like me right now, it's necessary. Once I leave my bodyguards, I become completely powerless, and that's not how it should be. Anifei was referring to her previous experience. After that incident, she began to deeply reflect, no longer avoiding the practice of ancient martial arts, and even took the initiative to come to the training ground. The fact that she had such thoughts showed that, in some respects, Anifei had her own strong opinions. But precisely because she had her own way of thinking, she often felt a sense of inferiority when she saw Chen Mo. She didn't understand how Chen Mo managed to do it. Despite being the same age as her, she always felt there were so many fundamental differences between them. It's really strange. You can stay here all the time, tirelessly training, yet your progress is so fast. I'm sure those who initially underestimated your talent still don't realize just how incredible you are, Anifei said to Chen Mo. He remained silent as she spoke, and only after she finished did he shake his head and respond, I'm just here to learn a few things. The Yin family has provided me with a place to train and instructors to teach me, that's already remarkable. How could I ask for more? It's understandable that they might feel some dissatisfaction with me. I can't expect all the good things in life to fall into my lap, right? Chen Mo added casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Anifei looked at him with wide eyes, her expression filled with helpless disbelief. That's all? Don't you have the self-respect to tell them that you're not the kind of person they think you are? Ugh. As Anifei spoke, she noticed Chen Mo's indifferent expression and realized she was beginning to understand his personality. Given the current circumstances, she couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. If she had known earlier what kind of person Chen Mo was, she definitely wouldn't have been so impulsive in saying those things. Now, she couldn't shake the feeling that she might have upset him. Thinking about it, she held back from saying anything further. After all, most things in this world depended on whether Chen Mo himself was interested in them. Reflecting on it now, she felt her earlier thoughts had been somewhat excessive. She had been using her own standards to judge Chen Mo but had never considered whether he would accept being judged by her standards. It was my mistake. I'm sorry, Chen Mo. I shouldn't have judged you by my own standards, Anifei said, lowering her head to apologize. Compared to other matters, she felt it was more important to clarify things with Chen Mo. She hadn't realized that if things were actually done according to her ideals, Chen Mo would likely surpass her expectations by far. Chen Mo was an incredibly remarkable person, already far ahead of many others. Anifei knew this clearly because she had been watching him all along. He had never rested, constantly pushing himself and training diligently without ever slacking off. By comparison, what were those who were born into the Yin family, those who naturally thought themselves superior, actually doing, competing for attention, always quarreling over one family's young lady or the newly arrived beauty from the other side? And yet, it was precisely these kinds of people who made up the majority here. Compared to them, Anifei felt even more strongly that she should stand on Chen Mo's side. After all, these people were worlds apart from Chen Mo. Chen Mo must have an incredibly good temper to tolerate these people, Anifei thought to herself, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the same time. And to tolerate me as well. What's going on? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Chen Mo asked, looking at her with a puzzled expression, seemingly surprised by her apology. Anifei felt even more ashamed. She was fully aware of what she had done, and now that she had calmed down and reflected on it, she realized she had been meddling far too much, like a dog sticking its nose in someone else's business. The fact that Chen Mo never bothered with those people showed that he was far more composed than she was. So why had she felt the need to lecture him with such a mindset? Some things didn't need to be overthought or overanalyzed. Because of this, Anifei now tried to remain as quiet as possible when talking to Chen Mo. After all, she was the one who had made a mistake, and she felt it was only right to behave more appropriately now. Chen Mo, however, was left both amused and exasperated. In his eyes, Anifei's behavior seemed entirely baffling. Missin, what kind of performance are you putting on here? Chen Mo asked, genuinely confused. From his perspective, Anifei hadn't done anything wrong, so her sudden apology left him completely at a loss. I made a mistake, so it's only right for me to apologize, and Ife replied stubbornly, clearly more insistent than Chen Mo. Seeing this, Chen Mo grew more serious. If that's the case, then I'll be honest with you, Missin, or rather, Ife. I heard everything you said earlier, but I really think it's unnecessary to get worked up over those people. Truly. If you confront them over this, it might not cause them any real harm. At most, it'll bruise their egos. But what would I gain from that? My Xianqiu blade technique and Fu Bo sword have already progressed well. Whether my progress is faster or slower than theirs, it's all about competing with myself. I enjoy this process of improvement, it has nothing to do with them. I've never thought about comparing myself to them. They'll never be my target. And Ife, do you understand what I'm saying? When Chen Mo finished speaking, and Ife stood frozen in place. She had never imagined that Chen Mo would one day say so much to her. What's more, his words were things she had never considered before. In her mind, she had only felt irritation. In her entire life, she had probably never met someone like this, someone who could confront her so directly, without hesitation, and say everything so plainly. Just hearing the insulting remarks about Chen Mo was enough to make an Ife furious. From this alone, it was clear how much those people looked down on him. What an Ife hadn't expected, however, was that Chen Mo chose to endure it, suppressing his anger and refraining from rashly lashing out over those words. In an Ife's eyes, he had 1,000 reasons to be angry, yet he still didn't act on them. Instead, he calmly and steadily continued to focus on what he needed to do. Thinking about this, an Ife felt a sense of helplessness. Although she was slightly older than Chen Mo, it seemed like that didn't matter at all. Chen Mo's level of maturity in this regard far exceeded hers. With this realization, an Ife couldn't help but feel like sighing. The feeling of being completely outdone by someone else was truly uncomfortable. What's more, she had always prided herself on being exceptional, but now she was utterly surpassed by someone else. This had never happened before in her life, and yet it was now staring her in the face, leaving her speechless. Of course, Chen Mo was still fully immersed in his training at this moment, seemingly indifferent to an Ife's expressions and thoughts. To an Ife, this was no longer surprising. She understood Chen Mo's personality well enough to know that he wouldn't even consider this a big deal. In his eyes, he likely saw this as completely normal. I think it's just me overthinking things. As long as you don't care, that's all that matters. It's those people who are out of line, and Ife thought to herself as her mood gradually settled. She no longer felt the urge to react impulsively as she had earlier. She realized that since Chen Mo himself had said he didn't care about these things, there was no reason for her to care either. However, Chen Mo found her reaction a little curious. He couldn't recall saying anything to an Ife that might have caused her sudden change in attitude. Why was she no longer upset or concerned about what he had said? The whole situation seemed puzzling to him in itself. I see. But I think it's impressive that you were able to move on so quickly, Chen Mo said sincerely. Hearing this, an Ife gave Chen Mo a bitter smile. It wasn't as though she wanted to be like this, but in truth, if she didn't adjust her attitude, it might not matter much to her. However, if those people truly set their sights on causing trouble for Chen Mo, it could be disastrous for him. It's my fault for being too presumptuous earlier. If it were you, I'm sure you'd have come up with a better solution than me. I'm sorry. I won't make those self-righteous comments again, an Ife said seriously, apologizing to Chen Mo for the second time. However, Chen Mo shook his head again. There's no need for that. We're friends, aren't we? Missin, the things you said were genuinely out of concern for me, I know that. So I won't let those words affect me because I'm very clear in my own mind about what's the best course of action. Tomorrow morning, we'll need to prepare to report to the new university, an Ife said to Chen Mo, while secretly observing his expression. She was worried that making this decision on her own might upset him. Strangely enough, without realizing it, an Ife had developed a habit of closely watching Chen Mo's reactions. This behavior made Chen Mo sense that, at this moment, certain things were important to her. At the very least, she was aware of her actions and understood what Chen Mo represented to her, not just a resource, but something more distinct. Chen Mo nodded. That's great. We've been staying at the in-family home for so long that I've started to feel a bit cooped up. It's time to get out and move around. And Ife looked at him in surprise, feeling like his reaction wasn't what she had expected. So, you don't have anything else to say? Do I need to say anything else? We're just going to report to the university, right? We don't need to bring anything extra, do we? Chen Mo asked. And Ife thought about it and realized he was right. She had already explained most of the details to him, so there was nothing else to worry about. Usually, everything we need will be provided there, so we just need to show up, Anife said. Chen Mo nodded again. In that case, we can just head straight there. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything I need. Huh? Anife looked at Chen Mo with a mixture of amazement and amusement, realizing she didn't need to overthink things. Chen Mo was surprisingly easygoing. Aren't you curious about what kind of university it is, or what will happen to your previous academic records? Anife asked, wondering if Chen Mo was either excessively composed or simply too carefree, perhaps a mix of both. Chen Mo thought for a moment and replied, I don't think I need to ask. With the Yin family's influence, if they've decided to arrange this, I doubt I have any room to object. Besides, things like academic records should be easy for the Yin family to handle, right? That's true, Anife nodded again, feeling somewhat amused. Why did it seem like Chen Mo understood the situation even more clearly than she did? Compared to before, she now felt that Chen Mo had a sharper grasp of things than she had initially thought. At this point, Chen Mo smiled as well. In that case, I don't need to worry about anything else. I just need to follow what you said, right? That had been his thought from the beginning. There wasn't much for him to be concerned about. He felt that what Anife was saying now was something he had already considered and figured out beforehand. So when the time came, he would be able to handle things easily. There was no need to overthink or deal with last-minute stress. That would just be too troublesome. Seeing how decisively Chen Mo had already made up his mind, Anife also felt a sense of relief. If that's the case, then that's good. We'll just head straight there. Chen Mo nodded, having no additional thoughts. He simply followed Anife's lead, trusting that she would handle the other details. After all, Anife was the type of person who would take care of things thoroughly before informing him. I actually think the way you've been recently is really impressive. During this period at the Yin family, you've been working so hard, so much so that you've become famous for it, Anife said, unable to suppress her laughter. It was the first time she had encountered someone like Chen Mo, who gained recognition among the younger generation of the Yin family just by practicing foundational blade techniques. Even the older generation had heard of his reputation, which she found remarkable. Chen Mo shook his head. What I'm learning might be ordinary to you all, but for someone like me, a regular person, this is my one and only chance. Even if it's just basic blade techniques, if I train deeply, at least I can protect myself. That's more than enough, Anife couldn't help but add. After all, they were part of the Yin family. Even something considered ordinary to them would be more than sufficient for self-defense out in the world. And with someone like Chen Mo, it was entirely possible for these techniques to unleash terrifying levels of destructive power. Because of this, Anife found Chen Mo even more fascinating. She couldn't understand how he managed to maintain such balance under these circumstances, how he could find his place while working so tirelessly. It was something she found truly incredible. I've always admired you, Anife admitted openly to Chen Mo. She didn't think it was something she needed to hide. After all, anyone would admire someone like him. Me? What's there to admire about me? If anything, I feel more admiration for you, Missin, Chen Mo replied with a smile. Anife blinked in confusion, pointing at herself as if to clarify. Me? What about me is admirable? Of course there's something. I've always thought it's amazing that someone like you, born into the Yin family, can still maintain such a composed and peaceful demeanor. If it were me, I doubt I'd be able to do the same, Chen Mo explained. This was Chen Mo's thought from the very beginning. He knew what the future might hold and understood how powerless the weak were, living like ants, unable to resist fate, dying as easily as they lived. It was this awareness of fragility that constantly pushed him forward, driving him to practice tirelessly. Someone like Anife, who grew up in a peaceful and privileged life, naturally wouldn't fully comprehend this perspective. But if the roles were reversed and he were in her position, Chen Mo doubted he'd have the same calmness and composure she displayed. The ability to remain so grounded in such circumstances was no small feat, and that was why his admiration for Anife felt entirely justified. It was precisely because Chen Mo understood this so clearly that he preferred to say nothing at all at this moment. However, for others, the scene they were witnessing was completely different from what they had imagined. No matter what, the relationship between Chen Mo and Anife was undeniable in their eyes. They couldn't say anything about it. After all, it was Anife's own decision to associate with Chen Mo. All they could do was feel envious, as countless people yearned to be as close to Anife as Chen Mo was. Yet Chen Mo had taken the lead. Looking back, the hearts of these people were already filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment toward the closeness between Anife and Chen Mo. It was no wonder that, even though Chen Mo never caused trouble, many people still found themselves jealous of him or mocking him in private. Compared to others, their thoughts revolved around two simple questions. Why should someone like Chen Mo, an outsider, be so close to an Ifei? And how could the two of them seem to have such a good personal connection? Just this alone was bewildering to them. The emergence of this jealousy only made Chen Mo find the situation amusing. Certain things that had already been apparent before were now further magnified through the relationship between him and an Ifei, intensifying others' envy. I hope that once we get to the university, we'll finally have some time to rest, an Ifei said, knowing that Chen Mo hadn't had a moment of leisure since coming to the Yin family. Yet he didn't seem tired at all, on the contrary, he appeared to enjoy himself. She had noticed this a while ago, which was why she never brought it up before. But now, she realized that she herself had changed quite a bit compared to before. Looking at the current situation, Chen Mo didn't have any extra thoughts. He had long understood what kind of emotions the people around them might be feeling. But given the present circumstances, he felt it was still necessary to have a conversation with an Ifei. Even so, I suppose I'm just accompanying you as Miss N's bodyguard, right? Chen Mo said, pausing slightly after his remark. And Ifei thought about it for a moment. Much like the arrangements her father and Lingfeng had made previously, during most of the time she spent with Chen Mo, she was often reflecting on how to learn from him. Yet Chen Mo's demeanor often conveyed an unwillingness, which left her feeling helpless. Other matters were easier to deal with, but the relationship between her and Chen Mo truly seemed extraordinary, even baffling to others. I'd really like to know more about that. But, this situation is a bit different from what I originally had in mind, an Ifei said with a slight cough, aware that her way of thinking must be very different from Chen Mo's. I know. But precisely because of that, it's important for us to maintain some proper distance, Chen Mo replied. This had been his thought all along. He didn't want to become overly entangled with an Ifei. Likewise, Missin, don't blame yourself for these words, because I know you truly care about me. So let's just let all of this go, Chen Mo said with a smile, finally putting an Ifei at ease. She felt she no longer needed to worry so much. At least Chen Mo completely understood her intentions. However, in the current situation, an Ifei couldn't help but think of her relatives in the Yin family. At other times, of course, she wouldn't speak ill of her family members. After all, no matter their flaws, they had all grown up together. Even if there were many shortcomings, since they were all part of the Yin family, there was no need to fight over such things now. But for an Ifei, there was no comparison. When she looked at Chen Mo in front of her, those other people didn't even come close. I find it really strange. You say you're just an ordinary person, but after coming to the Yin family, you haven't shown a single sign of discomfort. Instead, you seem more like a true member of the Yin family than the rest of us. That's so odd, an Ifei said. Chen Mo, however, wasn't surprised by her words. In fact, during his free time while practicing, he had already thought through all the possible questions an Ifei might ask him. To be honest, he thought it was actually normal for her to ask such things. If she didn't ask, he would have started to suspect there was some kind of hidden plot against him. I actually thought about this a long time ago, about what I should do next, Chen Mo admitted, though he hadn't expected an Ifei to bring it up just now. But for me, the most important thing is practicing, right? Coming to the Yin family is like someone longing for the ability to protect themselves suddenly finding themselves in front of a treasure mountain. I'm just a small thief. I definitely wouldn't want to leave empty-handed. You're not a thief. While our Yin family might be like a treasure mountain, only those with ability can take from it, an Ifei said, shaking her head. She had never viewed Chen Mo as an ordinary person. At this moment, she felt that Chen Mo was better than many people in the Yin family. I know, but that's only because you, Missin, see me this way. If it were someone else, would they view me the same way? Chen Mo's words left an Ifei speechless. Clearly, that was unlikely. Compared to others, she couldn't deny that their opinions mattered to her, even if her previous concerns seemed insignificant compared to what she now saw in Chen Mo. At the very least, Chen Mo had shown her that some things weren't as she had initially thought. I understand. It's precisely because you, Missin, hold me in such high regard that I'm willing to be honest with you, Chen Mo said with a faint smile. I'm very clear about what I should and shouldn't do. It's just that the things those people say, I can't agree with them. Kings and generals, are they born of noble blood? Everyone can say that phrase, but it can't just be empty words, Chen Mo said, his expression turning serious.